Chapter 1. Steel Serpent in a Strange Sky. The Nevada desert bled past the window in hues of ochre, rust, and bruised purple under the relentless afternoon sun. Eliza Rothwell, perched stiffly on the worn velvet seat, watched the landscape blur, a monotonous rhythm punctuated by the shudder and clatter of the train. Steel wheels ground against steel tracks, a sound that had become the backdrop to her thoughts for the past 2 days. A relentless, driving beat propelling her forward, away from the suffocating propriety of San Francisco and towards an obligation, a future arranged, not chosen. Like the neatly folded trousseau in her trunk, her life felt packed away, ready for a destination she hadn't selected, but was expected to embrace. She smoothed the dark wool of her traveling skirt, a futile gesture against the fine layer of dust that seemed to permeate everything within the car. It clung to the heavy curtains, dulled the brass fittings, and settled in the lines etched around the eyes of the other passengers. Most were men. Prospectors, perhaps, their faces weathered maps of hard luck and harder hope. A few dour-faced matrons returning east. A drummer with hopeful eyes and cheap cologne trying to catch hers. She offered none of them encouragement, her gaze fixed either on the unforgiving land outside or the leather-bound volume of Emerson resting unopened in her lap. Duty was a cold companion, and right now, it felt heavier than the Nevada heat pressing against the glass. Her carefully constructed wall of detachment, however, had been pricked hours ago by the man who'd boarded at the last desolate stop. A place called Argenta, little more than a water tower and a shack baking under the sky. He hadn't strode onto the platform with the purposeful air of the other travelers. He'd materialized from the shimmering heat haze like a coyote slipping from cover, moving with a tense, coiled energy that spoke of desperation rather than destination. He sat several rows ahead, diagonally across the aisle, affording her a partial view of his profile when he shifted. He was dressed rough, canvas trousers worn thin at the knees, a flannel shirt faded by sun and sweat, a battered hat pulled low over his eyes. But it wasn't just his attire that set him apart. It was the stillness in him, a predator's watchful quiet that contrasted sharply with the restless fidgeting of the others. He hadn't removed his hat, hadn't ordered a drink from the porter, hadn't engaged in the idle chatter that filled the stuffy air. He simply sat, one hand resting loosely near the worn holster strapped low on his hip, a common enough sight out here, yet on him it seemed less an accessory and more an extension of his guarded self. There was a rawness about him, etched in the harsh lines of his jaw, and the way his gaze swept the car periodically, quick and assessing, before returning to the window. He looked like a man running from something, or perhaps towards something dangerous. There was dried blood, she'd noticed with a small internal jolt, dark against the cuff of his shirt, and a faint, angry red scratch high on his cheekbone, partially hidden by the shadow of his hat brim. He looked hunted. Eliza mentally chided herself, romantic notions fueled by penny dreadfuls. He was likely just another drifter, shaped by the harshness of the territory. Yet something about the tension radiating from him resonated with the tight knot in her own chest. She too felt hunted, albeit by expectation and familial duty rather than the law or vengeful men. Her cage was gilded, perhaps, but its bars felt just as cold, just as unyielding. She forced her attention back to the relentless landscape. Jagged peaks clawed at the horizon, their slopes scarred by shadow. The sky, an hour ago a vast, indifferent blue, was beginning to curdle. Strange, bruised clouds gathered in the west, tinged with an unnatural greenish-yellow light. The air in the car grew heavier, charged with a peculiar energy that made the fine hairs on her arms prickle. The rhythmic clatter of the wheels seemed to falter, becoming discordant, as if the train itself sensed the atmospheric shift. Across the aisle, the man, Jack, the conductor had called him when he'd paid his fare in worn silver dollars, counting them out with deliberate care, shifted again. He pushed his hat back slightly, revealing a forehead beaded with sweat, though the temperature outside was beginning to drop as the storm clouds massed. His eyes, the color of whiskey held up to lamplight, flickered towards the changing sky, then swept the car again. They snagged on hers for a fraction of a second. It wasn't a flirtatious glance, nor merely curious. It was sharp, assessing, like flint striking steel. In that brief contact, she saw exhaustion, wariness, and something else. A deep, simmering anger held tightly in check. Then he looked away, his jaw tightening almost imperceptibly. Eliza felt a strange flutter, not of attraction, but of recognition. A shared understanding of being trapped, perhaps, albeit in vastly different circumstances. She quickly lowered her gaze to her book, the print swimming meaninglessly before her eyes. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic bird startled in its cage. Jack cursed silently, rubbing a hand over his face, feeling the grit and the sting of the cut on his cheek. Every nerve ending screamed from lack of sleep and the constant, gnawing fear. 3 days. 3 days since he'd slipped the guards at the Carson City quarry. 3 days of running, hiding, pushing himself past exhaustion, fueled by lukewarm water and the stale biscuits he'd managed to steal. The train felt like a trap, exposed and rattling, but it was faster than horseback, faster than his own aching legs could carry him. He needed distance. He needed to vanish. The plump wallet he'd lifted from a sleeping drunk back in Winnemucca had bought him this ticket, this temporary illusion of belonging among ordinary folk. But he felt their eyes, the suspicion of the conductor, the sideways glances of the men sizing up his gun, the averted gaze of the woman across the aisle. Especially her. She looked like money, old money. The kind that never got its hands dirty, that lived in tall houses with servants and manicured gardens. Her clothes were simple but expensive, her posture ramrod straight, her expressions carefully neutral. Yet, beneath the polished surface, he sensed a tension that mirrored his own. When their eyes had met, he hadn't seen judgment or fear, not exactly. He'd seen awareness, as if she recognized the scent of trouble clinging to him. It made him uneasy. Witnesses were dangerous, especially ones who looked like they remembered things. He forced himself to relax his shoulders, leaning his head back against the seat, trying to mimic the weary posture of a legitimate traveler. But sleep was impossible. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every cough sounded like a lawman clearing his throat. His escape had been costly. He'd left Thompson bleeding in the dust behind the quarry, maybe dead. He didn't know, didn't want to know. Thompson had been a fool, greedy and loud, drawing attention when silence was their only shield. Jack had done what he had to do to get away clean. Or cleaner, anyway. The blood on his cuff was a stark reminder. He focused on the rhythmic rocking, trying to let it soothe him. But the train's cadence was off. It stuttered, lurched, the familiar clack, 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 turning into an arrhythmic bumping and grinding. Outside, the sky had gone truly monstrous. The sun was swallowed whole by churning clouds that roiled in shades of sickly green, bruised violet, and an angry, electric yellow. Lightning, stark white and jagged, tore through the unnatural twilight, followed not by thunder, but by a low, gut-vibrating hum that seemed to resonate in the very metal of the train. Unease rippled through the car. The drummer nervously adjusted his collar. One of the matrons fanned herself with agitated flutters. Even the stoic prospectors muttered to each other, casting worried glances at the windows. "Never seen a sky like that," one grumbled, his voice raspy. "Ain't natural." "Storm's brewing, that's all," another countered, though his confidence sounded hollow. Jack knew storms. He'd weathered blizzards in the high Sierras and thunderstorms that shook the plains. This was different. The air crackled, thick and tasting of ozone, and something else. Something ancient and metallic. The light filtering through the windows pulsed faintly, casting shifting, eerie patterns across the passengers' faces. Eliza gripped the armrest, her knuckles white. The Emerson lay forgotten. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through her cultivated composure. This wasn't just a storm. It felt wrong, as if the world itself was holding its breath, bracing for something terrible. She risked another glance at the man called Jack. He was leaning forward now, his hand hovering near his gun. His whiskey-colored eyes narrowed, fixed on the churning chaos outside. He wasn't looking at the storm with fear, but with a kind of intense, almost feral concentration, like an animal sensing an earthquake before the ground begins to shake. Suddenly, the train plunged into an almost absolute darkness as they entered the thickest part of the storm cloud. The emergency lanterns swayed violently, casting wild, dancing shadows. The humming intensified, becoming a deafening roar that drowned out the frantic rattles and groans of the train car. It pressed in on them, a physical force that vibrated through the floorboards, through the seats, into their very bones. A collective gasp went through the passengers as ethereal ribbons of green and violet light began to writhe inside the car, snaking through the air like luminous serpents. They pulsed with the roaring hum, casting ghost light on terrified faces. A woman screamed, a raw sound of pure panic. The train bucked violently, throwing passengers from their seats. Eliza cried out as she was flung sideways, her head narrowly missing the window frame. A strong hand clamped onto her arm, steadying her, pulling her back against the seat with surprising force. She looked up, startled, into Jack's intense gaze, inches from her own. His face was taut, grim, his eyes reflecting the unearthly light swirling around them. "Hold on!" he shouted over the din, his voice rough but clear. There was no time for thanks, no time for thought. The world outside the windows dissolved into a blinding, white-hot vortex. The roar became unbearable, a physical blow against the eardrums. Eliza squeezed her eyes shut, clinging to the armrest with one hand, the stranger's grip a burning anchor on her other arm. It felt as if the train was being torn apart, ripped from the very fabric of reality. There was a sensation of immense speed, then impossible stillness, then a gut-wrenching lurch that felt like falling sideways through eternity. Metal shrieked, glass shattered somewhere nearby, and the blinding light intensified, consuming everything. Then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The roar ceased, replaced by an echoing silence so profound it hurt the ears. The unearthly lights vanished. The violent shaking subsided, leaving only the gentle rocking of the train as it continued to move, though much slower now. The rhythmic clatter returning, but somehow different. Muffled. Eliza opened her eyes, blinking against the sudden dimness. The emergency lanterns cast a weak, flickering yellow glow, Passengers stirred, groaning, picking themselves up from the floor, brushing off dust and debris. Someone sobbed quietly. The drummer was nursing a bleeding lip. Her own arm throbbed where Jack had gripped it, his fingers having left bruises, she was sure. He had already released her, leaning back in his own seat, his expression unreadable, though his knuckles were white where he gripped the sill, peering out the window. What in God's name was that?" the prospector stammered, his voice trembling. "Felt like we hit something," someone else whispered. "Or something hit us." Eliza pushed stray hairs back from her face, her heart still pounding erratically. She felt dazed, disoriented. The air tasted flat, stale. She looked out the window, expecting to see the familiar desolate Nevada landscape emerging from the storm's aftermath. But the landscape wasn't familiar. The light outside was wrong. It wasn't the bruised twilight of the storm, nor the harsh glare of the afternoon sun. It was a soft, hazy gray, like perpetual dawn or dusk. The jagged peaks were still there, but they seemed younger, sharper, less eroded by time and wind. The vegetation clinging to their slopes was thicker, greener, somehow more primal, and the ground alongside the tracks. It wasn't the hard-packed, sun-baked earth she remembered. It looked softer, damper, covered in unfamiliar grasses and wildflowers that shouldn't be blooming in this season, in this arid place. There were no telegraph poles marching alongside the tracks, no distant plumes of smoke from unseen settlements, nothing but wilderness, vast and unnervingly silent. The train slowed further, its wheels grinding reluctantly, puffs of steam hissing into the strange gray air. It rolled to a stop, not with the jolt of brakes applied in urgency, but with a weary sigh, as if it had reached the end of a journey it hadn't intended to take. Silence descended again, thick and absolute, broken only by the ragged breathing of the shocked passengers. Eliza stared out at the alien landscape, a cold dread creeping up her spine, far colder than the fear the storm had evoked. The world outside the window felt ancient, untouched, profoundly other. Across the aisle, Jack lowered his head slightly, his hand still resting near his gun. He wasn't looking at the other passengers or even at her. His gaze was fixed on something outside, something beyond the immediate scenery. His face, usually a mask of guarded tension, now held a dawning, chilling realization. He knew, Eliza thought, with a certainty that defied logic. He knew, just as she was beginning to suspect, that the storm hadn't just been a storm. It had been a passage. And wherever this steel serpent had carried them, it wasn't anywhere on the map they had started with. The silence stretched, heavy with unspoken questions and a fear too deep for words. They were somewhere else, or perhaps somewhere when else. The thought hung in the still, strange air, terrifying and unbelievable. Chapter 2. Where Time Went Still. The silence pressed in, thick as velvet lining a coffin. It absorbed the last echoes of the storm's fury, leaving only the faint hiss of cooling steam from the engine up ahead, and the ragged, shallow breaths of the handful of souls trapped within the car. Outside the dust-streaked windows, the world lay bathed in that strange, pearlescent gray light, a landscape simultaneously familiar and utterly alien. The mountains still clawed at the sky, but they wore their peaks like newer crowns, their flanks cloaked in vegetation too lush, too green for the Nevada Eliza knew. Eliza felt suspended, caught in the amber of that unnatural stillness. Her mind struggled to reconcile the impossible sensory input with the rational framework of her world. Storms passed. Trains sometimes derailed, but skies didn't turn poisonous green. Ethereal lights didn't dance inside carriages, and landscapes didn't rewrite themselves between one heartbeat and the next. She felt the rough imprint of Jack's fingers on her arm, a phantom pressure anchoring her to the preceding chaos. He hadn't hurt her, not intentionally, but the strength in that grip had been absolute, instinctual, the strength of a man accustomed to violence, to sudden, brutal necessity. He was watching the outside world with that same unnerving stillness she'd noted earlier. But now his focus was absolute. His profile, outlined against the gray light, was sharp and uncompromising. The exhaustion was still there, etched deep around his eyes, but overlaid with a keen, almost analytical alertness. He wasn't just looking, he was reading the landscape, searching for clues she couldn't even guess at. What did he see? What did he understand that she didn't? Slowly, tentatively, movement returned to the car. Mr. Abernathy, the portly conductor, emerged from the forward vestibule, his face pale beneath its usual ruddy complexion, his uniform askew. He clutched his brass watch, flipping the cover open and shut with trembling fingers, though the gesture seemed more reflexive than purposeful. Well now, he stammered, adjusting his cap, trying to project an authority his shaking hands betrayed. Seems we encountered some rather unusual weather. He cleared his throat, his gaze skittering over the anxious faces turned towards him. Took us by surprise, yes indeed. Gave us quite a jostle. Jostle? The sharp voice belonged to one of the matrons, Mrs. Pruitt, her face pinched with indignation and fear. Abernathy, that was no jostle. The very air was alight. And where in blue blazes are we? This isn't the track to Elko. Abernathy swallowed hard. Engine trouble, ma'am. Most likely. That electrical disturbance must have affected the mechanism. We seem to have come to a stop. I'll need to consult with the engineer, assess the situation. He avoided looking directly out the windows. Engine trouble don't change the scenery, muttered the older prospector, wiping sweat from his brow with a grimy bandana. And it don't explain them lights. Felt like the devil himself was breathing down the tracks. A low murmur of agreement rippled through the car. Fear, momentarily stunned into silence, began to find its voice. People shifted, whispered, casting frightened glances at the unsettling vista outside. The drummer nervously fiddled with his sample case. A younger woman near the back began to weep softly, muffled sobs that frayed the edges of the heavy silence. Eliza found herself watching Jack again. He hadn't moved, hadn't spoken. He simply observed the conductor, the passengers, the growing unease, his expression giving nothing away. Yet, she sensed he wasn't buying Abernathy's explanation any more than she was. Engine trouble didn't account for the absence of telegraph poles, the vital umbilicus connecting these remote stretches to the known world. It didn't explain the primeval feel of the air, the damp, loamy smell replacing the familiar scent of dry dust and creosote. Abernathy, clearly rattled but clinging to procedure, announced, "I'm going forward to speak with Mr. Davies, the engineer, and send Finley." He nodded towards a lanky, pale-faced brakeman hovering nervously near the door. "To check the track behind us. Best everyone stay calm, stay seated. No need for alarm. We'll have this sorted directly." He bustled off towards the front of the train, Finley trailing reluctantly in his wake, casting a wide-eyed look back at the passengers before disappearing through the rear door. The temporary illusion of control flickered and died as soon as they were gone. "Sorted?" Mrs. Pruitt sniffed derisively. That man wouldn't know sorted if it bit him on the backside. We're stranded, aren't we? Lost out here in the wilderness. Could be worse, the prospector grunted. Could be Apaches. The weeping woman sobbed louder. Eliza closed her eyes for a moment, trying to anchor herself. Think. The storm. The lights. The violent transition. The impossible landscape. It didn't add up to engine trouble or derailment. It added up to something else. Something her rational mind recoiled from, yet her senses insisted upon. The feeling wasn't just being lost in space, but lost in time. It was a ludicrous, terrifying thought, ripped from the pages of fantastical fiction, yet it resonated with the profound wrongness of everything around her. She opened her eyes and met Jack's gaze again. He was looking directly at her this time, his expression still guarded, but with a flicker of something else in those whiskey depths. Not sympathy, perhaps, but a shared burden, an acknowledgement of the impossible. He gave a minuscule, almost imperceptible shake of his head, a silent negation of the conductor's flimsy reassurances. Then his gaze flickered towards the window, then back to her, sharp and questioning, as if gauging her own understanding. Eliza felt a chill despite the stuffy air. He knew, or suspected, the same outlandish truth she did. This man, this fugitive with blood on his cuff and secrets in his eyes, seemed more attuned to the reality of their situation than anyone else on the train. He leaned forward slightly, his voice low, rough, pitched just for her across the aisle. "This ain't just off the tracks, ma'am." It wasn't a question. It was a statement, flat and certain. Eliza swallowed, her throat dry. The landscape," she began, her own voice barely a whisper. "It's wrong. The plants. The mountains seem younger," he finished for her, his eyes never leaving hers. "And no telegraph lines. Haven't seen lines like that missing for a long time." A long time. The words hung in the air between them. How long? Before she could frame a reply, Finley, the brakeman, stumbled back into the car, his face chalk white, eyes wide with terror. He slammed the door shut behind him, leaning against it, gasping for breath. "What is it, man? Speak up," the prospector demanded. Finley swallowed convulsively. "The tracks behind us," he choked out. "They just end, maybe 20 yards back. They just stop, like they were never laid further." A horrified silence descended. Tracks don't just end. They are continuous, stretching back the way they came. Unless the way they came no longer existed in the same way. "And," Finley continued, his voice trembling uncontrollably, "there's something else. Out there. In the trees. Watching." "Watching? What did you see?" Mrs. Pruitt demanded shrilly. I don't know," Finley stammered. "Big, dark shape, just watching. It weren't no animal I ever saw." Panic, cold and contagious, swept through the car. The weeping woman shrieked. The drummer knocked over his sample case, its contents scattering across the dusty floor. Even the prospectors looked deeply unnerved now, their hands inching towards the pistols tucked into their belts. Jack was on his feet instantly, not in panic, but with a fluid, economical movement that spoke of readiness. His hand rested firmly on the butt of his Colt, his gaze sweeping the windows, then focusing intently on the direction Finley indicated. He ignored the rising hysteria, his attention locked on the potential threat outside. Eliza watched him, her fear momentarily overshadowed by a strange sense of clarity. In this chaotic, impossible situation, the dangerous man, the convict, seemed the most grounded, the most capable. His very presence, which had initially unsettled her, now offered a bizarre sort of reassurance. He was a creature of this harsh land, even if the land itself had somehow shifted beneath their feet. He understood survival. Abernathy reappeared, his face even paler, if possible. "Engines dead," he announced, his voice hollow. "Davies can't make heads or tails of it. Says it's like nothing he's ever seen. Some kind of fusion?" He looked bewildered. "And the coal. It looks wrong. Older." He trailed off, seeing the terror on Finley's face and the rising panic in the car. "What's happened back here?" Finley repeated his story about the tracks ending and the shape in the trees, his voice gaining a hysterical edge. Abernathy looked utterly lost, his authority dissolving completely. The illusion of civilization, represented by the train and its crew, was shattering piece by piece. "We have to get out of here," someone shouted. "Out where?" another voice retorted. "Into that?" a gesture towards the alien wilderness. "Better than waiting for whatever's watching us." Arguments erupted, fear fueling anger and desperation. Eliza pressed herself back against the seat, feeling overwhelmed by the noise, the panic, the sheer impossibility of it all. Her carefully ordered world, her duties, her arranged future, they all seemed laughably distant, irrelevant phantoms from another lifetime. There was only this train car, suspended in a time and place unknown, filled with frightened strangers and the unnerving presence of the man called Jack, who now seemed her only link to any kind of tangible reality, however dangerous. Jack scanned the landscape again, his eyes narrowed. He ignored the clamor inside the car. His focus was external, assessing, calculating. He noted the density of the unfamiliar trees crowding closer to where the tracks should have been, the dampness of the ground, the utter lack of any sign of human passage, no discarded tins, no wheel ruts, no distant homestead smoke. Nothing, just wilderness, raw and watchful. And Finley hadn't imagined the watcher. Jack felt it too, a prickling sensation on the back of his neck that screamed of unseen eyes. He made a decision. Staying here, trapped in this metal box with panicking civilians, was suicide. Whether the threat came from whatever lurked outside, or from the inevitable breakdown of order within, it didn't matter. His chances were better on his own, in the wild. It was familiar territory, even if the map was wrong. He turned, his gaze sweeping over the frightened passengers, dismissing them as liabilities. Then his eyes landed on Eliza. She met his look, her fear palpable, but beneath it, a glimmer of intelligence, of resilience. She wasn't screaming or swooning. She was watching, thinking, her mind clearly grappling with the same impossible truth he suspected. She'd understood his comment about the telegraph lines, about the age of the landscape. She wasn't like the others. He hesitated for a fraction of a second. Leaving her here felt wrong. Not chivalry. He wasn't the chivalrous type. More like abandoning a fellow survivor who, against all odds, seemed to grasp the depth of the abyss they'd fallen into. She might slow him down. She was clearly city-bred, unsuited for the harshness ahead. But leaving her to the mercy of panic and the unknown felt like a betrayal of that flicker of shared understanding he'd seen in her eyes. He moved towards the door at the rear of the car, the one Finley had burst through. His movements were deliberate, drawing the attention of the nearer passengers, who fell silent, watching him. "Where are you going?" Abernathy asked, his voice thin. Out, Jack said curtly. Staying here's asking for trouble. But the company regulations, passengers must remain. Jack gave a short, humorless laugh that cut through the tension. Reckon company regulations don't count for much. Wherever here is. He reached for the door handle, then paused, his gaze finding Eliza again across the chaotic space. He held her eyes for a long moment, a silent question, an implicit offer, or perhaps a warning. The choice was hers. Stay in the relative, fragile shelter of the known, or step out into the terrifying unknown with a man who was likely dangerous, but who seemed to grasp the stakes. Eliza's heart pounded. Logic screamed at her to stay put, to cling to the remnants of the world she knew, however fractured. But looking at the pale, frightened faces around her, listening to the rising tide of panic, she knew Jack was right. Staying here felt like waiting in a trap. The conductor had lost control. Finley was terrified. Whatever waited outside, it couldn't be worse than the slow decay of hope and reason within these metal walls. And the man by the door, he radiated a grim competence that, in this moment, felt more reliable than Abernathy's rules or Mrs. Pruitt's indignation. He saw the truth of their situation. Perhaps, just perhaps, he knew how to survive it. Taking a deep breath, ignoring the voice of propriety, of fear, of everything she had ever been taught, Eliza Rothwell stood up. Her legs felt unsteady, but her resolve firmed. She met Jack's gaze, a silent answer passing between them. She would face the unknown. She picked up her small, sturdy reticule, leaving the heavy luggage and the unopened Emerson behind. That life belonged to another time. This was now. Slowly, deliberately, she started down the aisle towards the door, towards the fugitive, towards the terrifying, untamed wilderness waiting under a sky where time itself seemed to have gone still. Chapter 3. Fugitive and Heiress. Every eye in the car followed Eliza Rothwell as she moved down the aisle. It was like walking through water, the silence thick with judgment, disbelief, and raw fear. Mrs. Pruitt's mouth hung open in a perfect O of scandalized horror. The prospector shook his head slowly, muttering something under his breath about foolish women and dangerous men. Mr. Abernathy made a weak, fluttering gesture of protest, but seemed too stunned, too defeated by the impossible circumstances to physically intervene. Finley, the brakeman, just stared, his eyes still wide with the terror of whatever he'd glimpsed outside. Let them stare. Their world, the one of rules and propriety and predictable train schedules, had evaporated in a flash of green light. Staying with them felt like clinging to wreckage already sinking beneath the waves. Jack held the door open, his expression unreadable. He didn't offer a hand, didn't offer encouragement. He simply waited, a silent sentinel guarding the threshold between the known chaos and the unknown wild. As Eliza reached him, the scent of damp earth, pine, and something else, something feral and alive, drifted in, replacing the stale metallic air of the train car. It was the smell of a world untamed, perhaps untamable. She paused for a heartbeat, clutching her small reticule as if it were a shield. This was it, the final step away from everything she had ever known. Her finishing school lessons hadn't covered escaping spectral storms or consorting with fugitives in prehistoric landscapes. Yet, stepping back now felt like a worse betrayal, A betrayal of the instinct that screamed this was the only path forward, however perilous. Lifting her chin, she met Jack's gaze. "Lead on," she said, her voice steadier than she felt. He gave a curt nod, then swung himself down onto the ground with an easy, practiced movement. He landed softly on the balls of his feet, instantly scanning the surroundings, his hand never straying far from the Colt holstered at his hip. Eliza gathered her skirts, thankful for the sturdy boots hidden beneath the hem, and cautiously navigated the steep metal steps. The ground felt strangely yielding beneath her feet, soft and damp, covered in a thick mat of unfamiliar mosses and low-growing ferns. Not the hard-baked alkali dirt she associated with Nevada. She looked back up at the train, the iron horse, they called it, a symbol of progress, of man's dominion over nature. Now it looked like a beached whale, inert and vulnerable, surrounded by a wilderness that seemed poised to swallow it whole. A faint whimper drifted from one of the open windows. Eliza turned away, hardening her heart. Pity wouldn't help them now. Jack was already moving, not fast, but with purpose, his eyes constantly sweeping the dense tree line that pressed close to where the tracks abruptly ended. The trees themselves were different, taller, thicker pines than she remembered, interspersed with aspens whose leaves quivered nervously in the still air, and darker, broader-leafed trees she couldn't identify. The silence was immense, broken only by the whisper of wind high in the branches and the distant, mournful cry of an unknown bird. "Stay close," he ordered gruffly, without looking back. "And quiet." Eliza followed, her steps clumsy on the uneven ground compared to his near-silent tread. She tried to mimic his caution, placing her feet carefully, avoiding dry twigs that might snap, keeping her breathing even despite the tightness in her chest. The gray, diffused light filtered through the canopy, creating shifting patterns of shadow that played tricks on the eyes. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a distant branch sent a jolt of adrenaline through her. Was that the watcher Finley had spoken of? "Where are we going?" she whispered, hurrying to keep pace as he angled away from the train, heading towards a denser stand of pines. "Away from them," he replied, nodding briefly back towards the stranded carriages. "Panic's contagious, and noise attracts the wrong kind of attention." Attention from what? He glanced back, his whiskey-colored eyes sharp. Whatever Finley saw, whatever lives here now, or lived here then. He paused, letting the implication hang in the air. This place, it feels old, older than it should. "The storm," Eliza began, needing to voice the impossible thought. "Do you think it changed things or changed us?" Jack didn't answer immediately. He stopped beside a towering pine, running a hand over its rough bark, his gaze traveling upwards towards its crown. "Storms don't lay down new forests overnight," he said finally, his voice low, "or take away 50 miles of railroad track and telegraph wire. We didn't just get blown off course, Miss Rothwell." He finally used her name, the formality sounding absurd in their current predicament. "We got blown clear off the map, maybe off the calendar." The confirmation, spoken aloud by this pragmatic, dangerous man, sent a fresh wave of cold dread through Eliza. Off the calendar. Time travel. It was insane. Yet, the evidence was all around them. The damp earth, the unfamiliar flora, the unnerving youthfulness of the ancient peaks, the profound silence of a world untouched by the industry of her era. "But how?" she breathed. "How is that possible?" "Don't know. Don't much care how right now, Jack retorted, pushing away from the tree and resuming his path. Only care about surviving what? First things first. Water, shelter before dark, assuming dark still comes. His practicality was a jarring counterpoint to the sheer surreality of their situation, yet it was also strangely grounding. Survival. Reduce the impossible to its most basic components: water, shelter, safety. He led her towards a slight depression in the land, following an almost invisible game trail. The air grew cooler, damper. The scent of wet earth and decaying leaves intensified. Soon, a faint murmur reached them, the sound of running water. They emerged into a small clearing bisected by a narrow creek, its water running clear and cold over smooth, moss-covered stones. Ancient ferns, taller than a man, crowded its banks, their fronds dripping moisture. The light here was even dimmer, filtered through layers of dense foliage. Jack knelt by the creek, scooping water into his cupped hands, drinking deeply after scanning the banks upstream and down. He splashed water onto his face, washing away some of the grime, and, Eliza noted with a slight pang of sympathy, wincing as it hit the cut on his cheek. He looked up at her. "Drink," he ordered. "Fill whatever you got. Don't know when we'll find it again." Eliza hesitated only a moment before kneeling on the damp bank, careful to keep the hem of her skirt out of the water. She had no cup, so she mimicked his action, scooping the icy water. It tasted clean, pure, colder than any water she'd ever drawn from a tap. It shocked her system, clearing some of the fog of fear and disbelief. She drank until her thirst was quenched, then looked around for something to carry water in. Her small reticule was useless for that. Jack watched her, his expression unreadable. He'd pulled a small, dented tin cup from inside his worn canvas satchel and was filling it. He finished, then seemed to hesitate before awkwardly holding it out to her. "Here. Can't carry much, but it's something." Surprised by the gesture, Eliza took the cup. "Thank you." Their fingers brushed, a brief contact that sent an unexpected jolt, different from the fear-induced shock of the train through her. His hand was calloused, rough, but there was a warmth to it that belied his harsh exterior. She quickly filled the cup and secured it inside her reticule, the cool metal a small comfort. "We need to find shelter," Jack said, already scanning the surrounding woods again. "A cave, rock overhang, something defensible." He squinted at the gray sky visible through the canopy. "Hard to tell how much daylight we got left in this soup." "Defensible?" Eliza echoed, the word chilling her despite the cold water she'd drunk. "Against what? Finley's shape?" "Maybe," Jack conceded. "Or bears, mountain lions, wolves. This ain't Golden Gate Park, ma'am. Everything out here is either predator or prey. We need to make sure we ain't the latter." He started moving again, following the creek upstream, his senses clearly on high alert. Eliza followed, her initial shock giving way to a growing awareness of their vulnerability. The fugitive beside her, with his gun and his instincts, was their only defense. And she, what did she bring to this? Book learning? Knowledge of etiquette? Facility with French? Useless. She felt a surge of frustration, quickly followed by determination. She wouldn't be helpless baggage. She had eyes, ears, a mind. She would pay attention, learn, contribute somehow. She started observing more closely, trying to imprint the details of this strange old world onto her memory. The patterns of the moss on the rocks, the shapes of the leaves, the calls of the birds. Were they different? Could they offer clues? She noticed broken branches, saplings bent in a way that suggested something large had recently passed through. She pointed them out to Jack. He stopped, examining the signs, his expression grim. Something big, all right, moving heavy, and recent. He touched a muddy patch near the creek bank where a huge, indistinct print marred the soft earth. It wasn't hoofed like a deer or elk, nor clearly pawed like a bear or cat. It was just large, disturbingly so. "Let's move away from the water," he said quietly. "Tracks are too easy to follow here." They climbed the bank, pushing through dense undergrowth that snagged at Eliza's skirt. The wool was sturdy, but it wouldn't last long against this kind of treatment. She regretted the impracticality of her attire, designed for sitting politely in train cars, not scrambling through primeval forests. Jack, in his worn canvas and flannel, moved with much greater ease, seemingly oblivious to the thorns and branches that clawed at him. As they moved deeper into the woods, the silence seemed to grow heavier, more watchful. Eliza couldn't shake the feeling Finley had described, the sensation of being observed by unseen eyes. She kept glancing over her shoulder, scanning the deep shadows between the tree trunks, her heart thudding against her ribs. Was it just fear playing tricks, or was something truly tracking them? Jack seemed to feel it too. He moved with even greater caution now, his hand hovering constantly near his colt, his head tilted slightly, as if listening for sounds too faint for her ears. He paused frequently, testing the wind, examining the ground, his gaze sharp and assessing. He was like a wolf himself, wary and attuned to the subtle language of the wilderness. Eliza found herself relying on him utterly, a dependence that chafed against her independent spirit, but was undeniably necessary for survival. Who was this man? A common thief? A robber? A killer? The blood on his cuff suggested violence. His flight implied guilt. Yet here, in this impossible situation, his grim competence felt like their only hope. He hadn't abandoned her on the train. He had offered her water. Small things, perhaps, but significant in this context. They found a shallow overhang beneath a jumble of large boulders partway up a slope, screened by thick bushes. It wasn't deep, barely enough to shelter them from rain, but it offered a solid rock wall at their backs and a restricted field of approach from the front. "This'll have to do," Jack said, dropping his small satchel. "Can't risk moving further with daylight fading, whatever daylight means here." He checked his revolver, spinning the cylinder, ensuring it was fully loaded. The quiet clicks sounded unnaturally loud in the stillness. Eliza sank onto a relatively dry patch of ground beneath the overhang, her legs trembling with fatigue and reaction. The reality of their situation crashed down on her again. Stranded, lost in time, hunted, perhaps, with a fugitive as her only companion. Tears pricked at the back of her eyes, but she blinked them away fiercely. Crying wouldn't help. Jack gathered dry leaves and twigs from beneath the overhang, piling them carefully. "Need a fire," he muttered, more to himself than to her. "Warmth. Keep critters away. If I can risk the smoke." He pulled a small flint and steel from his satchel, along with a piece of charcloth, watching his capable hands strike sparks, coaxing a tiny flame to life among the tinder. Eliza felt a flicker of something other than fear. Respect, maybe. Or perhaps just the basic human response to competence in the face of chaos. He might be a criminal, but he knew how to survive. As the small fire caught, casting a flickering orange glow that pushed back the oppressive gray light and the deepening shadows, the relative warmth felt impossibly comforting. Jack fed it sparingly, keeping the flames low. The smoke curled upwards, hopefully dissipating somewhat through the trees above. They sat in silence for a long while, the only sounds the crackle of the fire and the breathing of the ancient forest around them. The earlier adrenaline rush faded, leaving behind bone-deep weariness. "Why did you wait?" Eliza asked quietly, breaking the silence. "Back at the train. Why did you wait for me?" Jack poked the fire with a stick, his face cast in shifting shadows, making his expression hard to read. "Looked like you understood," he said gruffly, still not looking at her. "More than the others. Figured maybe 2 heads thinking straight are better than 1 panicking." He shrugged, a minimalist gesture. "Or maybe I'm just a damned fool." It wasn't the whole truth, Eliza suspected. There had been something else in that look he gave her, something beyond mere pragmatism. But she didn't press him. Sharing tentative truths was fragile enough without demanding more. "My name is Eliza," she offered, realizing she hadn't properly introduced herself. "Eliza Rothwell." He finally looked at her, his eyes meeting hers across the small fire. The flames danced in their whiskey depths. "Jack," he said simply. "Just Jack." No surname. Another piece of his past deliberately withheld. A man running hard. The fragile truce, the shared goal of survival, hung between them. Fugitive and heiress. 2 people ripped from their disparate lives, thrown together by an impossible event, facing an unknown future or past. The fire crackled, a small point of warmth and light against the vast, encroaching wilderness. Suddenly, Jack froze, his head snapping up, hand instantly going to his gun. He stared intently into the darkness beyond the firelight, towards the creek they had left behind. "What is it?" Eliza whispered, her blood running cold. Jack didn't answer, but slowly, deliberately, raised a finger to his lips, signaling for absolute silence. He drew his Colt, the metallic rasp echoing slightly in the enclosed space. Eliza held her breath, straining her ears, and then she heard it. A heavy, rhythmic rustling in the undergrowth downslope. Too heavy for a deer, too deliberate for a bear shuffling along. It was the sound of something large, something powerful, moving steadily closer through the darkness, drawn perhaps by the scent of the fire, or perhaps by the scent of them. The watcher was no longer watching. It was coming. Chapter 4. Echoes of a World Lost. The silence stretched taut, brittle as drying hide. Every nerve in Eliza's body screamed, attuned to the heavy, rhythmic disturbance downslope. It wasn't the furtive padding of a coyote or the lumbering crash of a startled deer. This was deliberate, steady, the sound of immense weight moving with unnerving confidence through the dense undergrowth. Closer. The snapping of twigs, the rustle of displaced foliage, the soft thud of heavy footfalls on the damp earth. Each sound landed like a blow against her eardrums, her breath hitched in her throat, trapped behind a wall of ice-cold fear. Her gaze darted from Jack's tense silhouette, outlined against the flickering firelight, to the impenetrable darkness beyond the meager reach of the flames. Shadows writhed and danced, cast by the low fire, transforming familiar bushes into monstrous shapes, making the spaces between the trees seem deeper, more menacing. Her imagination, fueled by terror and the impossible reality of their situation, conjured images of nightmare creatures, beasts from forgotten ages, things that had no place in her rational, ordered world, yet felt chillingly possible in this world. Jack remained utterly still, a study in coiled readiness. The Colt rested easy in his grip, but his thumb was near the hammer, his body angled slightly towards the sound, presenting a smaller target. His eyes, narrowed to slits, scanned the darkness, trying to pierce the veil where sound painted a picture far more terrifying than sight. He didn't seem panicked, but the grim set of his jaw and the predatory stillness radiating from him spoke volumes. This was a danger he recognized, or at least, the type of danger. Mortal. Imminent. Eliza pressed herself back against the cold stone of the overhang, trying to make herself smaller, invisible. Her reticule, containing the tin cup and her few remaining personal items, felt heavy and useless in her lap. What good were smelling salts, or a linen handkerchief against whatever was out there? She found herself gripping the rough wool of her skirt, her knuckles white, anchoring herself to something tangible as the world spun into nightmare. The rustling stopped, abruptly. The silence that followed was worse, somehow, than the noise. It pulsed with menace, thick with anticipation. Where was it? Had it seen the fire? Had it scented them? Was it watching, calculating, waiting? Jack slowly, almost imperceptibly, shifted his weight. He tilted his head, listening. Eliza strained her ears too, hearing only the frantic thumping of her own heart and the low crackle of the fire. Then, a new sound. A low, guttural snuffling, accompanied by the scrape of claws, or perhaps talons, on stone somewhere just beyond the edge of the firelight. It was close. Frighteningly close. Eliza stifled a gasp, pressing a hand to her mouth. Jack's eyes flickered towards her, a silent command to remain absolutely still. Absolutely silent. He subtly shifted the angle of the Colt, aiming not directly at the sound, but slightly above and to the side. A warning, perhaps, not yet a killing shot. A large, dark shape blotted out the faint starlight filtering through a gap in the bushes screening their shelter. It was huge, indistinct, more a hulking presence than a defined form. A low growl rumbled from it, a sound that vibrated deep in Eliza's chest, primordial and chilling. It wasn't the growl of a wolf or a bear she'd heard described. This was deeper, rougher, filled with a resonance that spoke of immense power and ancient hunger. The creature, or whatever it was, took another step closer. A branch scraped against its flank. It lowered its head, and for a terrifying instant, 2 points of faint luminescence caught the firelight. Eyes, reflecting the flames with a cold reptilian sheen. They seemed set wide apart, above a massive snout or jawline that remained mostly in shadow. Jack didn't hesitate. He didn't fire the gun, perhaps fearing the noise would attract worse, or perhaps unsure of his target in the gloom. Instead, with a sudden, swift movement, he grabbed a burning branch from the fire. Sparks showered upwards as he thrust it forward into the darkness towards the glowing eyes. "Get back," he snarled, his voice a low, harsh command, laced with the authority of a man used to facing down danger. "Get!" There was a startled, explosive snort from the darkness, followed by a heavy crashing sound as the creature recoiled violently. It thrashed in the undergrowth for a moment, breaking branches, its unseen bulk conveying sheer panic and fury. Then, the sounds receded rapidly, moving back down the slope, away from the fire, away from them. Heavy footfalls faded into the distance, leaving behind only the echo of primal fear and the frantic hammering of Eliza's heart. Jack remained poised for a long moment. The burning branch held aloft like a defiant torch, illuminating the grim determination on his face. He listened intently until the sounds of the creature's retreat vanished completely into the vast silence of the ancient forest. Only then did he slowly lower the branch, tossing it back onto the fire where it sputtered and flared. He holstered the Colt, though his hand remained near it, and took a deep, deliberate breath, letting it out slowly. Eliza finally allowed herself to breathe too, releasing the air she hadn't realized she was holding in a shuddering gasp. Reaction set in, trembling violently through her limbs. Her teeth chattered uncontrollably. "What? What was that?" she whispered, her voice ragged. Jack shook his head, wiping a bead of sweat from his temple with the back of his hand, leaving a smudge of soot. "Don't know. Bigger than any bear I ever saw. Moved heavy, but fast when it wanted." He stared into the darkness where the creature had been, his expression troubled. Those eyes didn't look right. He poked the fire, adding a few more small branches, building it slightly higher. The increased light felt like a shield, however fragile. Whatever it was, fire spooked it. For now, he glanced at her, noticing her trembling. "You all right?" The question was gruff, almost reluctant, but the concern was there, buried beneath layers of hardness. I think so," Eliza managed, though her voice still shook. "Thank you, Jack. You saved us." He shrugged dismissively, uncomfortable with the gratitude, or perhaps with the reminder of their shared vulnerability. "Just common sense. Fire's the oldest weapon." He settled back down near the fire, opposite her, but closer than before, creating a small perimeter of shared space against the encroaching night. He kept glancing towards the darkness, listening. The adrenaline ebbed, leaving Eliza feeling drained, hollowed out. The encounter had stripped away the last vestiges of her former reality. Governesses and garden parties belonged to a phantom world. This was real. Hulking shadows with glowing eyes, the smell of fear, the grim necessity of fire and guns. And the man opposite her, the fugitive, was the only reason she was still alive. The thought was both terrifying and strangely intimate. They were bound together now, not just by circumstance, but by shared terror and survival. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of a cooling branch, every rustle of wind in the leaves, sounded like the creature returning. Jack seemed to doze lightly, sitting upright, his hat pulled low, but Eliza knew he wasn't truly asleep. His stillness was too alert, his hand still resting near his weapon. She watched the flames dance, casting flickering light on his weathered face, highlighting the harsh lines and the unexpected softness around his mouth when his guard momentarily slipped. Who was he, this man named Jack? What desperate act had led him to a prison quarry? What life had he known before? Questions swirled in her mind, as unsettling in their own way as the shadows outside. She thought of the other passengers huddled in the cold, dark train car. Had they heard the creature? Were they safe? A pang of guilt shot through her. Had she been selfish, abandoning them to save herself? But what could she have done? Panic was a contagion, and Abernathy had lost control. Staying would likely have meant succumbing to the chaos. Still, the thought of their fear, their vulnerability, lay heavy on her conscience. As the hours crawled by, the gray light outside the overhang didn't seem to change. There was no progression towards dawn, no hint of the sun. It remained a perpetual, disorienting twilight, amplifying the sense of being adrift from the normal rhythms of the world. Eventually, exhaustion claimed Eliza. She slumped against the rock wall, her eyes drifting shut, sleep overtaking her despite the fear, despite the strangeness. Her last conscious thought was of the unexpected solidity of Jack's presence across the dying fire, a dangerous anchor in a sea of impossibility. She awoke with a start, unsure what had roused her. The fire was little more than glowing embers. Jack was gone. Panic seized her for a split second before she saw him standing at the edge of the overhang, peering out into the gray dawn that wasn't dawn. He turned as she stirred, putting a finger to his lips before beckoning her over. Eliza scrambled stiffly to her feet, her muscles aching from the cold and tension. She joined him at the edge of the shelter, wrapping her arms around herself against the damp chill. "Is it back?" she whispered. "No," he murmured, his gaze fixed on the ground downslope. "But it left us a calling card." She followed his gaze. In the soft, muddy earth just beyond the bushes, churned up by the creature's panicked retreat, were tracks, huge three-toed prints sunk deep into the ground, claw marks clearly visible at the tips. They were reptilian, bird-like almost, but far larger than any bird she could conceive of. Nothing like a bear or a wolf or a mountain lion. They looked like something torn from a museum display of prehistoric fossils. Eliza stared, her mind struggling to process the visual information. Fossils weren't supposed to walk. Extinct creatures weren't supposed to leave fresh tracks in the mud. "Dear God," she breathed. "What is that?" "Something that shouldn't be walking this earth," Jack said grimly. "Not in our time, anyway." He crouched down, examining the edge of one print. "Looks like scales. Hard to tell." He stood up, dusting off his hands. "Explains why Finley was spooked, seeing something like that." The implication solidified, cold and heavy as lead. They weren't just a few decades in the past, caught in some minor temporal anomaly. The evidence at their feet suggested something far more profound, far more terrifying. They were lost in an age long before recorded history, an age of creatures that existed now only as bones in rock. "How far back?" Eliza whispered, voicing the question hanging between them. "How far did that storm throw us?" Jack looked around at the ancient-feeling forest, at the sharp, uneroded peaks in the distance, at the impossible tracks at their feet. "Further than 20 years," he said flatly. "A lot further." He ran a hand over his face, his expression bleak. Maybe centuries, millennia? Hell, I don't know. Far enough back that things like that," he gestured towards the tracks, "are the local wildlife." The scale of their displacement washed over Eliza, threatening to drown her. Her carefully planned future, her inheritance, her family obligations, the entire world she knew. It wasn't just years away. It might as well be on another planet, separated by an impassable chasm of time. She felt untethered, adrift in a terrifyingly deep past. Who was she now? Eliza Rothwell, heiress, or just a lost woman, stripped of identity, struggling to survive in a world that shouldn't exist? "The train," she said suddenly, clutching at a fragile thread of connection. "The others, do you think... are they still there?" Jack followed her gaze back towards the direction of the tracks, though the train itself was hidden by distance and trees. "Hard to say. Maybe that thing went to investigate them after leaving us. Maybe not." His face was hard. "Can't worry about them now, Miss Rothwell. We got enough trouble keeping ourselves alive." It sounded callous, but she knew he was right. Their survival depended on focusing on the here and now, on the immediate threats. Yet, the thought of those frightened people, trapped and unaware of the true nature of the danger surrounding them, gnawed at her. "We need to move," Jack stated, interrupting her thoughts. "Can't stay here. That thing knows we're here now. Might come back once it gets over its fright, especially if it's hungry. And we need water again. Find a better spot, maybe higher ground, better view." He kicked dirt over the remaining embers, extinguishing the last trace of their fire. He shouldered his meager satchel, checked his Colt one last time. He looked at Eliza, waiting. The unspoken question remained. Was she ready to keep moving, to keep fighting, in this lost world? Eliza took a shaky breath, pushing down the despair that threatened to paralyze her. She looked at the alien tracks, then at Jack's grimly determined face. There was no going back. There was only forward, into the terrifying, ancient unknown. She nodded, clutching her reticule. "All right, Jack. Where do we go?" He scanned the surrounding terrain, his gaze calculating. "Away from the tracks. Away from the low ground. We head uphill. Try and get a lay of the land. See if there's any sign of, well, anything." He started walking, choosing a path that led away from the monstrous footprints, up the slope, deeper into the echoes of a world long lost to time. Chapter 5, Dust Settles, Secrets Stir. The climb was brutal. Every step upward was a victory hard won against protesting muscles and the clinging, damp weight of Eliza's woolen skirt. The air, though cool, felt thin, and she found herself gasping for breath far sooner than she would have expected. The ground beneath her sturdy boots was a treacherous mix of loose scree, slick moss-covered rock, and tangled roots that seemed designed to trip the unwary. Beside her, Jack moved with an economy of effort that was both frustrating and reassuring. He climbed steadily, pausing occasionally to scan their back trail or the dense woods flanking their ascent. His breath barely disturbed, his movements fluid and certain. He was a part of this wilderness in a way she could never be, shaped by hardship and necessity. She focused on placing her feet where he had stepped, mimicking his deliberate pace, trying to ignore the burning in her thighs and the stitch in her side. The forest crowded close, a riot of unfamiliar greens. Giant ferns, taller than her head, brushed against her face with damp fronds. Trees towered overhead, their bark rough and strange, their leaves forming a dense canopy that kept the world below in perpetual, eerie twilight. Strange insects buzzed past, some startlingly large, glinting with metallic colors. Unfamiliar bird calls echoed through the stillness, clicks, whistles, and guttural cries that bore no resemblance to the meadowlarks or sparrows of her own time. The tracks of the creature they'd encountered were blessedly absent here on the steeper slope, but the memory of its unseen bulk, its chilling growl, and those terrible bird-like footprints remained vivid in Eliza's mind. Fear was a constant companion, a cold knot in her stomach that tightened with every unexplained rustle in the undergrowth, every shadow that seemed too deep, too still. Yet, beneath the fear, a new determination was taking root. She wouldn't collapse. She wouldn't be a burden. She had chosen this path, stepped off that train into the unknown, and she would see it through. She had survived San Francisco society. Surely, she could survive this, however alien and terrifying. Jack stopped abruptly, holding up a hand. Eliza froze mid-step, her heart leaping into her throat. He stood motionless, head cocked, listening. The silence pressed in, broken only by the frantic buzz of an unseen insect and the faint whisper of wind high in the canopy. After a long moment, he seemed to relax fractionally, though the tension never fully left his shoulders. "What is it?" Eliza whispered, keeping her voice low. "Thought I heard something," he murmured, his gaze sweeping the trees below them. "Downslope. Could be anything. Or nothing." He scanned the area around them. Need to keep moving. Find water, higher ground. He started climbing again, perhaps a little faster now. Eliza pushed herself harder, ignoring the ache in her muscles. They climbed for what felt like hours, though the unchanging gray light made tracking time impossible. The slope grew steeper, rockier. Finally, Jack angled toward a fissure in a sheer rock face, partially hidden by a curtain of hardy vines. "Might be shelter here," he said, cautiously parting the vines. "And maybe water." They squeezed through the narrow opening. Inside, the air was cool and damp, smelling of wet stone and earth. It wasn't a deep cave, more of a wide, sheltered cleft that ran back perhaps 20 feet into the rock. Water seeped down one wall, glistening on the dark stone, and collecting in a shallow, clear pool near the back. It wasn't much, but it was defensible, hidden, and offered the water they desperately needed. "This is better," Jack declared, dropping his satchel near the entrance, where he could watch the approach. He immediately went to the pool, knelt, and drank deeply, then refilled his tin cup. He offered it to Eliza wordlessly. She took it, her hands trembling slightly with fatigue. The cool metal felt good against her skin. She drank slowly, savoring the clean, cold water. It eased the dryness in her throat and seemed to wash away some of the pervasive fear. She sank onto a relatively smooth patch of rock near the back of the cleft, leaning her head against the cool stone wall, closing her eyes for a moment. The silence here felt different, less menacing, more like a sanctuary. Jack took the cup back, refilled it for himself, and then began methodically checking the small space, running his hands along the rock walls, peering into the darker corners. Satisfied it was empty and secure, he settled near the entrance, pulling out a small pouch from his satchel. He offered her a piece of jerky, dark, tough, and intensely salty. Eliza hesitated. The idea of eating dried meat offered by a fugitive felt strangely intimate, another crossing of a boundary she wouldn't have dreamed possible just days ago. But hunger gnawed at her, sharp and insistent after their strenuous climb and lack of real food. Survival trumped propriety. She took the jerky, murmuring her thanks. It was hard work chewing the leathery strip, but the salty, smoky flavor was intensely welcome, providing much-needed energy. They ate in silence for a while, the only sounds the faint dripping of water and their own quiet chewing. The forced proximity in the small space felt both awkward and necessary. "How did you learn all this?" Eliza asked eventually, breaking the silence. Her voice echoed slightly in the enclosed space. "How to track, find shelter, make fire, survive out here." It seemed more than the knowledge of a common drifter. Jack finished his jerky, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. He stared out through the veil of vines, his expression guarded. "You pick things up," he said evasively. "Work jobs out west. Ranch hand, prospector, sometimes other things." "Other things?" Eliza prompted gently, sensing a story hidden behind the terse words. He shot her a sharp look, his eyes narrowed. "Things that teach you to watch your back, to rely on yourself." He paused, his gaze drifting back to the gray world outside. "Spent time in the mountains, alone, learned to read the signs, learned that nature don't care if you're rich or poor, guilty or innocent. It just is. You adapt, or you die." There was a bleak finality in his tone that spoke of harsh experience. Eliza wondered again about the crime that had landed him in the Carson City quarry. Was it desperation, bad luck, or something darker? The blood on his cuff, had he killed the man named Thompson? The thought sent a chill through her, despite the relative safety of their current shelter. Yet, he hadn't harmed her. He had protected her, shared his water and food, rudimentary though they were. He was a contradiction, a dangerous man capable of small kindnesses, a fugitive who seemed more honorable in his own way than some of the supposedly respectable men she'd known back home. "And you, Miss Rothwell?" Jack countered, turning the question back on her, his voice still rough but lacking its earlier edge. "What brings an heiress from San Francisco out to the middle of nowhere on a train bound for Elko?" Eliza hesitated. The truth felt pointless now, a relic from a life that might as well have existed on another star. Yet, sharing some small piece of her own story felt like a necessary counterweight to the secrets he clearly held. It felt like building a fragile bridge of trust between them, plank by painful plank. "Obligation," she said, her voice flat. "I was traveling to meet my intended. A marriage arranged by my family." She looked down at her hands, noticing the grime beneath her fingernails, the snag in the wool of her skirt. "It was advantageous for my family's finances." The admission felt stark, stripped of the societal euphemisms she might have used before. Here, in this raw, ancient world, pretenses felt absurd. Jack absorbed this information without comment, but she saw a flicker of something in his eyes, not pity, perhaps understanding. He knew about cages, even if hers had been gilded. "Advantageous," he repeated quietly, the word tasting like ash. "Suppose some prisons don't need bars." His observation struck her with surprising force. Hadn't she felt trapped, suffocated by expectation, her future laid out like a map she hadn't drawn? Perhaps her escape, however terrifying and involuntary, was also a kind of liberation. The thought was immediately followed by guilt. Liberation at what cost? The potential loss of everyone and everything she had ever known? "My father," Eliza began, then stopped. Explaining the complexities of her family's precarious social standing, the pressure to secure their future through her marriage, felt overwhelming and irrelevant now. "It seemed the only way," she finished lamely. Jack nodded slowly, accepting her partial explanation without pushing for more. "People do what they have to," he said, his gaze distant, as if looking back at his own impossible choices. "Sometimes there ain't no good options, just options you can live with." A companionable silence fell between them again, but it felt different this time. Less fraught with suspicion, more layered with a shared understanding of difficult choices and unwelcome fates. They were two vastly different people, thrown together by impossible circumstances, stripped bare of their former lives, left with only their wits and the secrets they carried. Eliza found herself studying Jack more closely in the dim light. The harsh lines on his face seemed slightly softer now, the exhaustion more apparent than the anger. He was younger than she'd initially thought, perhaps not much older than herself, maybe early 30s. But life had clearly weathered him hard, leaving its imprint in the wary set of his eyes and the calloused strength of his hands. What regrets did he carry? What hopes had been extinguished along the way? He caught her looking, and his usual mask of guardedness slipped back into place. He stood up abruptly. "Need to scout around," he said curtly. "See what's uphill from here. Stay put. Keep quiet." Before Eliza could reply, He slipped back through the vines and disappeared, moving with the silence that was becoming familiar. She watched him go, feeling a pang of anxiety at being left alone, even in the relative safety of the cleft. The silence felt heavier now, pressing in without his solid presence nearby. She forced herself to stay calm. She checked the small pool. The water level seemed constant, suggesting a steady seep. That was good. She examined the rock walls more closely. They were smooth in places, rough in others. Typical metamorphic rock, as far as her limited geological knowledge went. But then, near the back, in the dimmest corner, something caught her eye. Scratched into the stone, low down near the floor, were markings. Not the random scrapes of animal claws or the natural patterns of erosion. These were deliberate. Geometric shapes, circles, interlocking lines, strange zigzag patterns, arranged in a way that suggested intent, perhaps meaning. They were faint, clearly very old, partially obscured by mineral deposits left by the seeping water. Her heart began to pound again, a different kind of excitement, replacing fear. She knelt down, tracing the faint lines with her finger. They weren't like any Native American petroglyphs she'd ever seen depicted in books. They felt different, older, stranger. The precision of some of the lines seemed almost too perfect for primitive tools. Who had made these? How long ago? Were they trapped in a time before humans? Or had others been here? Others who had somehow marked this place? The implications were staggering. Were they the first to be thrown back by the strange storms? Or had this temporal anomaly, this rift in the fabric of the world, happened before? She looked closer, running her fingers over a complex pattern resembling a spiral within a series of concentric circles. It felt cool and slightly rough beneath her touch. Dust, ancient dust, came away on her fingertips. Dust from a time impossibly remote, carrying echoes of unknown hands, unknown minds. The silence of the cleft no longer felt like sanctuary. It felt like a repository of secrets, far older and stranger than her own or Jack's. The world outside was filled with monstrous dangers, but perhaps the true mystery lay hidden, etched in stone, waiting in the quiet darkness. She was still kneeling, staring at the cryptic markings, lost in thought and speculation, when Jack returned. He slipped back through the vines so silently that she jumped when he spoke. "Anything?" His voice was low, questioning. Eliza looked up, her eyes wide. "Jack," she breathed, gesturing towards the markings. "Look at this." He came further into the cleft, his gaze following her gesture. He crouched down beside her, his usual guarded expression replaced by one of intense concentration as he examined the strange etchings on the rock wall. He ran his fingers over them, just as she had done, his brow furrowed in thought. "Ain't Indian," he stated after a moment, his voice grim. "Ain't animal." He looked from the markings to Eliza, then back again. "Older. A lot older." He paused, rubbing his jaw thoughtfully. Or maybe not from around here at all. That thought, not from around here, hung in the cool, damp air, heavier than the stone surrounding them. It added another layer of impossibility, another dimension of terrifying mystery to their already precarious situation. What had they stumbled into? Not just a lost time, but perhaps a place touched by something utterly alien. Jack stood up slowly, his gaze still fixed on the ancient graffiti. "Seems like we ain't the first ones to find this little corner of hell," he muttered, his voice rough with unspoken questions. The dust had settled from their frantic escape, but the secrets stirred by their arrival in this lost world were only just beginning to surface, swirling around them like shadows in the perpetual twilight. Outside, the ancient forest waited, holding its breath, guarding mysteries far deeper than either of them could yet comprehend. Chapter 6. Whispers in Crimson Gulch. The air in the rock cleft grew heavy with the weight of unspoken questions. The strange markings on the wall seemed to pulse faintly in the dim light, mocking their attempts to comprehend the sheer scale of their displacement. Centuries? Millennia? The words hung there, vast and terrifying, shrinking their individual lives, their stolen futures, to insignificant specks against the backdrop of deep time. Eliza traced the spiral pattern again with a fingertip, feeling the faint grit of ancient dust, the chill of the stone. It felt less like a message, and more like a scar left on the world, a testament to someone, or something, that had passed this way long ago. Jack stood, brooding near the entrance, his gaze fixed on the world outside the sheltering vines, but Eliza suspected his thoughts were turned inward, grappling with the same overwhelming implications. What did escape mean now? Where could a fugitive run to in a world that existed before maps, before borders, possibly before the very concept of law he was fleeing? His personal demons seemed suddenly small, overshadowed by the existential dread of their predicament. "So," Eliza said quietly, breaking the thick silence, "what did you see when you scouted?" Jack took a moment to answer, pulling his attention back from whatever abyss he'd been contemplating. "Higher ground," he said, his voice rough. "Steep climb, but flatter up top. More open, easier to see what's coming." He paused, running a hand over his unshaven jaw. "And there's a gulch, maybe half a mile north of here. Deep cut in the rock, runs east-west. Looks like the quickest way down the other side of this ridge if we need it." "A gulch?" "Yeah, odd color rock, reddish, almost like, well, like sandstone back home, but darker, like dried blood." He glanced back towards the markings on the wall. "Might be worth a look. Place like that. Natural shelter. Maybe water at the bottom. Could be others found it useful, too." The unspoken reference to the creators of the markings, or potentially other lost souls like themselves, hung in the air. Hope, fragile and dangerous, flickered within Eliza. Could there be others? Survivors from the train? People from other times, other storms? Or was it just wishful thinking, a desperate grasp for connection in this overwhelming isolation? "Should we risk it?" she asked, torn between the relative safety of their hidden cleft and the burning need for answers, for any sign that they weren't utterly alone. Jack considered, weighing the dangers. "Staying put ain't much of an option long-term," he reasoned aloud. "Ran out of jerky. Water seep here might dry up. And that thing," his gaze flickered towards the slope where the creature had approached. "It knows the general area. This cleft is hidden, but maybe not hidden enough." He met her eyes, his own reflecting the grim reality. Moving is always a risk. Staying put might be a bigger one. The choice, like so many they faced, was between two unknowns, two potential dangers. Eliza nodded slowly. "All right, let's go see this Crimson Gulch." Preparations were minimal. They drank their fill from the pool. Jack carefully refilled his tin cup, securing it in his satchel alongside his flint and steel and the few remaining essentials he carried. Eliza smoothed her skirt, tucked a stray lock of hair back into the loosening knot at her nape, and clutched her reticule. It felt foolishly inadequate, yet it was her only possession, a link, however tenuous, to the woman she had been. Leaving the cool dimness of the cleft felt like stepping out of a dream into a harsher reality. The perpetual gray twilight pressed in, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and unfamiliar vegetation. Jack took the lead again, parting the vines carefully, scanning the surroundings before motioning her forward. He moved with that same wary grace, his senses constantly probing the environment. Eliza followed, trying to stay quiet, trying to absorb the details of the path they took. If they got separated, the thought was too terrifying to complete. She focused on Jack's back, the steady rhythm of his stride, the way his hand hovered near the worn brown leather of his holster. He was her compass, her shield, her only guide in this lost world. They traversed the side of the ridge, moving through dense thickets of the strange, broad-leafed trees and across patches of open scree where their footsteps crunched loud in the silence. Jack moved unerringly, navigating by instinct and subtle landmarks, a peculiarly shaped boulder, a lightning-scarred tree, the slight dip and rise of the land. The silence itself felt different today, not empty, but watchful, waiting. Eliza couldn't shake the feeling of being observed, the prickle on her skin persisting, despite the lack of any obvious threat. After perhaps an hour of steady, cautious travel, the ground began to slope downwards more steeply. The trees thinned slightly, giving way to more rock formations, twisted, weathered shapes of dark stone. And then they saw it. The earth simply fell away before them into a deep, shadowed chasm. Crimson Gulch. Jack's description hadn't done it justice. The rock walls plunged down hundreds of feet, sheer in places, broken by ledges and jumbles of fallen boulders in others. The stone wasn't just reddish. It was a deep, angry Cimmerian red, streaked with veins of black and ochre, colors that seemed to pulse with a life of their own in the flat gray light. It looked like a raw wound carved into the ancient landscape. A narrow, treacherous-looking game trail snaked its way down one side of the chasm. At the bottom, far below, Eliza could just make out the glint of water, a small stream meandering through the shadows. The air rising from the gulch felt cooler, damper, carrying a faint metallic tang. "Stay here," Jack ordered, his voice low. He crouched at the edge, peering down into the depths, scanning the opposite wall and the stream bed below. His stillness was absolute, his focus intense. Eliza obeyed, sinking down onto a flat rock a few feet back from the precipice, her heart pounding from the exertion and the dizzying view. The scale of the place was immense, humbling. It felt older than the surrounding forest, as if carved by forces operating on a geological timescale far beyond human comprehension. The silence here was different too, amplified by the vast space, yet strangely intimate, as if the towering rock walls held secrets within their crimson depths. And then she heard it, faintly, a whisper. She froze, straining her ears. Was it just the wind sighing through unseen fissures in the rock, or the distant murmur of the stream bouncing off the canyon walls? No, this was different. It sounded almost like voices, distant, indistinct, rising and falling on the currents of air drifting up from the gulch. She glanced at Jack. He was still scanning the bottom, seemingly oblivious. Had she imagined it? Was the isolation, the fear, finally starting to play tricks on her mind? She listened again, holding her breath. There it was, a fleeting, sibilant murmur, too rhythmic, too patterned to be mere wind. Whispers. Jack finally turned back, his expression grim. "Don't see anything moving down there," he reported quietly. "Stream looks clear. Might be game trails leading out the other end." He squinted towards the west, where the gulch curved out of sight. "Hard to tell from up here." "Jack," Eliza said, her voice barely audible. Did you hear that?" He frowned. "Hear what?" "Just the wind." "No. Voices, whispering." He immediately tensed, his gaze snapping back towards the chasm, his hand dropping to his Colt. He listened intently, his head tilted. The faint murmuring sound drifted up again, clearer this time for a fleeting moment, before being swallowed by the vast silence. Jack's eyes narrowed. "Wind can play tricks in a place like this," he said, though his tone lacked conviction. He didn't dismiss her outright. He had learned, perhaps, to trust instinct, hers as well as his own. But maybe. He scanned the rim of the gulch, then the treacherous path leading down. Going down there is risky. Exposed on that trail. Easy ambush. "But if there are people," Eliza pressed, the fragile hope battling with fear. "Other survivors? Maybe they know something? About the storm? About this place?" Jack rubbed the back of his neck, considering. The need for information, for any clue about their situation, warred with his ingrained caution, his instinct to avoid potential threats. Meeting other people in this hostile world could be salvation, or it could be a death sentence. Strangers were rarely friends on the frontiers he knew, and this was a frontier more savage than any he'd imagined. "All right," he decided finally. "We go down. Slow, careful, stay alert. Anything feels wrong, we pull back fast. Understand?" Eliza nodded, her throat tight. The descent was nerve-wracking. The trail was narrow, barely wide enough for one person, with loose gravel underfoot threatening to send them skidding towards the dizzying drop. Eliza kept her eyes fixed on the path immediately ahead, not daring to look down into the shadowed depths. Jack went first, moving with cautious precision, testing each foothold before trusting his weight. His revolver now drawn and held ready at his side. As they descended deeper into the gulch, the air grew heavier, cooler. The towering crimson walls seemed to press in, amplifying the silence, making every scrape of their boots echo unnaturally. The strange metallic tang in the air grew stronger, mingling with the scent of damp stone and decay. The whispering sound faded as they moved lower, either lost in the echoes or perhaps ceasing altogether. Had it just been the wind, after all? Eliza began to doubt her own ears. They reached the bottom without incident. The stream was shallow, gurgling over smooth, reddish stones. The light here was dimmer, the tops of the canyon walls cutting off much of the perpetual twilight. Strange, jointed reeds grew thick along the banks, and stunted, gnarled trees clung precariously to ledges higher up the walls. The place felt enclosed, isolated, like the bottom of the world. Jack immediately moved towards the stream, scanning the banks, searching for tracks. Eliza stayed close, her gaze sweeping the shadowed recesses and jumbled boulders that littered the canyon floor. The feeling of being watched returned, stronger now, prickling the back of her neck. "Tracks here," Jack murmured, pointing. Near the water's edge, in a patch of damp sand, were several footprints. Human footprints. Or at least, humanoid. They were booted prints, surprisingly clear, more than one set. Recent. Eliza's heart leaped. Survivors? From the train? Jack shook his head slowly. His eyes narrowed as he studied the tracks. Maybe, but look. He pointed to another set of prints overlapping the first. These were different, larger, barefoot, and ending in distinct three-toed impressions, disturbingly similar to the creature they had encountered near their first shelter. Cold dread washed over Eliza. They weren't alone down here, and their company included both humans, potentially hostile, and the monstrous denizens of this lost time. They had walked from one danger into another. Someone was here, Jack said grimly. And it was here too. Maybe hunting them. He straightened up, his gaze sweeping the canyon floor, his gun held ready. Or maybe they traveled together. The thought was chilling. He moved cautiously along the stream bank, following the jumbled tracks. They led towards a larger cluster of boulders and fallen rock slabs 50 yards downstream, a place that offered potential shelter or ambush. As they approached, Eliza noticed something else. Scratched onto the flat face of one of the larger crimson boulders, sheltered from the elements, were markings. Instantly recognizable. The same strange geometric patterns they had found in the cleft. Spirals, zigzags, concentric circles. Here, they were clearer, less weathered, perhaps made more recently. "Jack, look," she breathed, pointing. He saw them too. He swore softly under his breath. So, whoever made these, they came this way too. He touched the markings. Unlike the ones in the cleft, these felt fresher. Not newly made, perhaps, but not millennia old either. How was that possible? And then, the whispering started again. This time, it wasn't faint or imagined. It came from behind the cluster of boulders they were approaching. Low, sibilant, rhythmic. Not English, not any language Eliza had ever heard. It was guttural, yet strangely musical, rising and falling in an eerie cadence. Voices. Definitely voices. Jack froze, signaling Eliza to stay back. He flattened himself against the canyon wall, using the existing rocks for cover, inching forward towards the source of the sound. Eliza crouched behind a smaller boulder, her heart pounding so hard she could hear it in her ears. Her hand instinctively tightened on her reticule, a useless gesture of defense. The whispering continued, closer now, interspersed with clicks and soft, throaty rattles. It sounded like a conversation, or perhaps a ritual. Jack risked a quick look around the edge of the largest boulder. He ducked back immediately, his eyes wide with something Eliza couldn't decipher. Shock? Disbelief? Fear? He looked back at her, his face pale beneath the grime. He mouthed a single word, shaping it carefully in the charged silence. Not human. Before Eliza could process the terrifying implication, before Jack could react further, a high-pitched shriek echoed through the gulch from the direction they had just come. It was a sound of pure terror, abruptly cut off. It sounded horrifyingly like Finley, the young brakeman from the train. Jack's head snapped around. Instinct took over. Danger from behind. Danger ahead. Trapped in the crimson depths, with whispers before them and screams behind them, the gulch suddenly felt like a tomb. The secrets it held were stirring, and they were deadly. Chapter 7. A Shadow Named Silas Blackwood. The scream ripped through the unnatural stillness of Crimson Gulch, sharp and raw with terror, echoing horribly off the towering rock walls before being abruptly choked off. Finley. It had to be Finley. The sound, so starkly human in its agony, contrasted terrifyingly with the inhuman whispers Jack had just glimpsed, and the impossible reality they inhabited. For a paralyzing second, the world seemed to freeze. The whispering entities ahead, the unseen horror behind, and Jack and Eliza trapped between them in the shadowed depths of the ancient chasm. Jack reacted instinctively, snapping back from the edge of the boulder, his face a mask of grim alertness. His eyes, flinty and hard, flicked from the direction of the scream back towards the cluster of rocks hiding the whispering beings, then to Eliza, crouched behind her own meager cover. Decision warred visibly on his face. Primal survival screamed to deal with the immediate known threat, the creatures just yards away. But the echo of that human scream, the likely fate of the young brakeman, clawed at something deeper, a buried shard of responsibility, or perhaps just grim recognition of shared humanity in this monstrously alien place. "Stay down," he hissed at Eliza, his voice barely louder than the gurgle of the stream. He didn't wait for acknowledgement. With fluid, dangerous grace, he pivoted, abandoning the approach towards the whispers, and began moving back the way they came, towards the source of the scream. He moved low and fast, hugging the canyon wall, his Colt held ready, muzzle sweeping the path ahead. Eliza's heart hammered against her ribs. Alone. The thought terrified her more than the unseen creatures or the echoes of the scream. Jack was leaving her, heading back towards unknown danger, leaving her vulnerable to whatever lurked behind the boulders. But even as fear threatened to paralyze her, a surge of adrenaline followed. She couldn't just cower here. Finley might still be alive. Jack might need help. Hesitating only a fraction of a second, she pushed herself away from her rock and scrambled after him, trying to emulate his low, cautious movements, her reticule bumping uselessly against her hip. Jack shot her an angry glare over his shoulder, but didn't waste breath ordering her back again. He likely knew it was useless, or perhaps, in the calculus of survival, having eyes watching his back, even inexperienced ones, was better than none. They moved quickly, back past the boulder with the strange markings, back towards the bend in the canyon where the scream had originated. The metallic tang in the air seemed stronger here, mingled now with another scent, faint but unmistakable, that made Eliza's stomach clench, the coppery smell of fresh blood. Rounding a sharp bend choked with thorny, unfamiliar bushes, they saw him, or what was left of him. Finley lay sprawled near the stream bank, his body twisted at an unnatural angle, eyes wide with the final frozen terror that had fueled his scream. His conductor's uniform was torn, stained dark. There were no obvious wounds from their vantage point, no sign of the monstrous creature they feared. Just stillness, and beside him, half hidden in the shadows cast by an overhang, stood a figure. Not the inhuman creatures Jack had glimpsed. This figure was tall, undeniably human, yet radiated an aura of profound stillness and menace that silenced even the whisper of the wind. He was dressed in dark, severely cut clothes that seemed oddly out of place, yet strangely suited to the grim surroundings. Sturdy trousers tucked into high leather boots, a long tailored coat that might have once been fine broadcloth but was now weathered and trail-worn, though impeccably clean despite the environment. He wore no hat, revealing thick, dark hair lightly threaded with silver at the temples, swept back from a high forehead. His face was angular, intelligent, unsettlingly calm, dominated by eyes so pale they seemed almost colorless, yet held an unnerving intensity. He stood with one booted foot resting on a rock near Finley's body, holding a long-barreled, gleaming rifle with casual familiarity, its muzzle pointed towards the ground. He looked like a predator resting after a kill, surveying his domain. He turned his head slowly as Jack and Eliza emerged from the bend, his pale eyes fixing on them with an unnerving lack of surprise. There was no fear in his gaze, no alarm, only a cool, calculating assessment. It was as if he had been expecting them, or perhaps as if their arrival was merely an insignificant event in his solitary world. Jack raised his Colt instantly, centering the muzzle on the stranger's chest. "Hold it right there," he commanded, his voice tight with tension. "Step away from the body." The stranger didn't move immediately. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze flicking from Jack's gun to Eliza, lingering on her for a moment with an unnervingly perceptive scrutiny, before returning to Jack. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his thin lips, devoid of warmth or humor. "Easy, friend," the man said, his voice surprisingly cultured, smooth as river stones, yet carrying an edge of steel beneath the surface. It held a faint, unplaceable accent, or perhaps just the precise diction of someone long accustomed to solitude and careful speech. "The poor lad was already gone when I arrived. Something large got to him first." He gestured vaguely towards the cliffs above with the barrel of his rifle. "Heard the scream. Came to investigate. Seems I'm not the only one drawn by the commotion." Jack didn't lower his gun. "Who are you?" he demanded, his eyes narrowed, scanning the stranger for any sign of threat, any sudden movement. The man inclined his head slightly, a gesture that contained a hint of archaic formality, or perhaps mockery. "Silas Blackwood," he introduced himself, his pale eyes never leaving Jack's face. "A traveler, much like yourselves, I presume, though perhaps somewhat longer stranded in this inhospitable epoch." Longer stranded. The words confirmed Eliza's dawning suspicion. This man, Blackwood, he wasn't from this time, not the ancient time they found themselves in. He was like them, lost. But for how long? And how had he survived, seemingly so calm, so capable, so dangerous? "You were on the train?" Eliza asked, finding her voice, stepping slightly out from behind Jack, though staying within the protective line of his stance. Blackwood's gaze shifted to her, a flicker of something unreadable, curiosity, amusement, in their pale depths. "The iron horse that ferries souls across the threshold?" He gave a slight, dry chuckle. "No, Miss—" He paused, inviting her name. "Rothwell, Eliza Rothwell. Miss Rothwell." He inclined his head again. "No, my conveyance was somewhat less conventional, and significantly less recent. I arrived some time ago, long enough to learn a few of the local customs." He gestured again with his rifle, this time towards the cluster of boulders down canyon where the whispering had come from. "Such as recognizing the choir." "The choir?" Jack repeated, his suspicion warring with the need for information. "Those things, whispering back there?" "Indeed," Blackwood affirmed calmly. "Best avoided, especially when they sing. They possess a rudimentary intelligence, territorial instincts, and a distinct lack of hospitality towards intruders." He paused, his eyes holding Jack's. "They also possess rather sharp claws and a collective temperament. Firing that pistol," he nodded towards Jack's Colt, "would likely bring the entire congregation down upon us. Something I imagine none of us desire." His words carried the weight of experience, of hard-earned knowledge. Jack hesitated, the standoff suddenly feeling precarious. Blackwood hadn't threatened them directly, had even offered information, however cryptically, and he was right about the pistol shot echoing in the enclosed space. Still, the man's unnerving calm, his proprietary air, the gleaming rifle held with such ease, It all screamed danger. "What happened to him?" Jack asked, nodding towards Finley's body, keeping his gun steady. Blackwood's gaze drifted back to the dead brakeman, a flicker of something that might have been pity, or perhaps just detached observation, crossing his features. "As I said, something large. Judging by the tracks leading up the scree slope," he gestured towards the cliff face opposite, "I'd wager one of the raptors, as the less imaginative paleontologists of your era might label them. Swift, vicious. They hunt these canyons." He looked back at Jack and Eliza. He was foolish. Came blundering down here alone, making noise. An easy meal. The casual way he spoke of raptors and paleontologists sent another chill through Eliza. He knew their time. He spoke of it as if it were history. Distant, but known. How long had he been here? Decades? Longer? "You seem to know a lot about this place," Jack stated, his voice flat, giving nothing away. "One learns," Mr. Blackwood arched an eyebrow. "Just Jack." "One learns, just Jack," Blackwood echoed, the faint smile returning, "when learning is the prerequisite for survival. This world operates under rules far older, far more brutal than the ones you likely knew." His pale eyes seemed to look through them, into the past they represented. Progress, industry, law, quaint notions here. Here, there is only predator and prey, the quick and the dead. He looked pointedly at Finley's body. He was not quick enough. The air crackled with tension. Jack still held his gun trained on Blackwood, but the initial hostility was being complicated by the man's knowledge, his unsettling pronouncements. He was an enigma, a potential threat wrapped in a veneer of civility, yet he also represented their only source of information, perhaps their only hope of understanding this nightmare. "Those markings," Eliza said suddenly, pointing back towards the boulder they had passed. "The ones like in the cleft back on the ridge. Do you know what they mean? Who made them?" Blackwood turned his gaze towards the marked boulder, his expression becoming thoughtful, almost introspective. "Ah, the glyphs," he nodded slowly. "Echoes. Scars left by others who passed through the storm door. Some recent, some impossibly ancient." He looked back at Eliza, his eyes seeming to probe her thoughts. "They are warnings, Miss Rothwell, maps of a sort, and prayers offered up to the unstable gods of time and passage." "Passage?" Jack seized on the word. "Passage back?" Blackwood's smile faded, replaced by a look of weary cynicism. "Perhaps. The storms that breach the walls between times are unpredictable. Sometimes they leave openings, cracks, places where the veil is thin." He gestured vaguely up, towards the unseen sky beyond the canyon rim. "Finding such a place, surviving the passage through it, that is another matter entirely. Many are drawn to the whispers of return. Few succeed." His words offered a sliver of hope, immediately tempered by a heavy dose of futility. A way back existed, possibly, but it was dangerous, elusive. "And the choir?" Jack pressed, returning to the immediate threat. "What are they?" Blackwood hesitated, his gaze drifting back towards the rocks downstream. "Difficult to explain to minds accustomed to simpler taxonomies," he said slowly. "They are not native to this precise stratum of time, yet they are ancient, perhaps travelers themselves, of a different sort. They guard places of power, places where the walls are thin. They sing to maintain the barriers or perhaps to lure the unwary. Their nature is complex." He looked directly at Jack. "And irrelevant, if they decide you are a threat, which I assure you they will if we linger here making noise or drawing attention. He shifted his stance slightly, subtly repositioning his rifle. Now, unless you intend to use that firearm just Jack, I suggest we vacate this particular gallery. Finley's misfortune will attract other scavengers soon, both the four-legged and the two-legged kind, and the choir grows restless when disturbed. Jack held his ground for another tense moment, weighing his options. Blackwood was right. Lingering here was dangerous. The choir ahead, the unseen raptors, possibly still nearby. And now this enigmatic, heavily armed stranger. But lowering his gun felt like conceding control, trusting a man who radiated veiled menace. Eliza watched the silent battle of wills, her own fear warring with a desperate need for the knowledge Blackwood seemed to possess. He was dangerous, undoubtedly, but he had survived here. He understood things they couldn't even guess at. Perhaps aligning with him, however cautiously, was their only chance. Slowly, reluctantly, Jack lowered the muzzle of his Colt, though he didn't holster it. "All right, Blackwood, where do you suggest we go?" A flicker of satisfaction, quickly masked, crossed Blackwood's face. "There is a place," he said smoothly, "further up the canyon, relatively secure, water. Perhaps even a fire, if managed discreetly. We can talk more there, away from unwelcome ears and unfortunate sights." He gestured with his rifle, indicating the direction upstream, past the boulders where the choir lurked. "Follow me, stay quiet, and try not to attract any further attention." He turned, apparently trusting Jack not to shoot him in the back, or perhaps confident in his ability to handle it if he did, and started walking upstream, his stride long and purposeful, the rifle held loosely at his side. He moved with the same unnerving silence Jack possessed, vanishing around the cluster of boulders without a backward glance. Jack exchanged a quick, uncertain look with Eliza. Could they trust him? Absolutely not. Did they have any better options right now? Probably not. Taking a deep breath, Jack holstered his Colt, though his hand stayed close to it. "Let's go," he muttered grimly. "But keep your eyes open. All of them." They cast one last look at Finley's still form, a stark reminder of the price of a single mistake in this unforgiving world. Then, bracing themselves, they followed the enigmatic shadow named Silas Blackwood deeper into the mysteries and dangers of Crimson Gulch, stepping further away from the world they knew and deeper into the heart of the unknown. The whispers seemed to follow them, carried on the cool air rising from the stream, promising secrets, or perhaps oblivion. Chapter 8. The Weight of Unspoken Truths. Following Silas Blackwood deeper into the gulch felt like descending into the throat of some slumbering beast. The crimson walls rose sheer and menacing on either side, stained with dark mineral streaks like old blood, swallowing the weak gray light and amplifying the silence until the crunch of their own boots on the gravel seemed offensively loud. Jack moved with a coiled tension that vibrated through the space between them, his hand never straying far from the butt of his Colt, his eyes constantly scanning the shadowed overhangs and jumbled scree slopes above. Eliza walked behind him, her own senses stretched taut, trying to reconcile the impossible beauty of this terrifying place with the visceral fear it inspired. Blackwood moved ahead with an unnerving, purposeful stride, his long, dark coat blending with the shadows. He seemed utterly at home here, navigating the uneven terrain with an ease that spoke of long familiarity. He didn't look back, didn't offer guidance, simply expected them to follow. His confidence a strange mixture of arrogance and hard-won competence. Occasionally, he would pause, tilting his head, as if listening to sounds only he could hear, his pale eyes scanning the rock faces with an intensity that made Eliza shiver despite the lack of discernible cold. The air remained heavy, carrying the faint metallic tang they'd noticed earlier, now sometimes overlaid with a cloying, vaguely sweet scent of decay wafting from unseen crevices. The stream gurgled beside them, its water running dark over the reddish stones, a constant, murmuring counterpoint to the oppressive silence of the rock. Eliza found herself glancing towards the cluster of boulders they were leaving behind, half expecting the inhuman choir to emerge, drawn by their passage or the lingering scent of Finley's death. But nothing stirred except the unseen currents of air. Jack kept pace a few yards behind Blackwood, deliberately maintaining the distance, a buffer zone of suspicion. Eliza could feel the distrust radiating from him, thick as the humid air. He was a man accustomed to relying only on himself, wary of traps, wary of smooth words and easy promises. Blackwood, with his cultured voice, his unsettling calm, and his intimate knowledge of this impossible time, represented everything Jack's instincts screamed to distrust. Yet they followed. Because what choice did they have? Blackwood was the only landmark, however treacherous, in this terrifyingly blank map. Eliza watched them both, caught in the cross-current of their silent antagonism. Jack, the fugitive, raw-edged and fiercely independent, his survival instincts honed by desperation and flight. Blackwood, the castaway scholar or gentleman, polished smooth by time and isolation, his survival seemingly predicated on knowledge, control, and a chilling detachment. Two different kinds of survivors, orbiting each other with wary gravity. And she, the heiress, stripped of privilege and purpose, struggling to find her footing between them, needing them both, trusting neither completely. The weight of unspoken truths pressed down as heavily as the canyon walls. Jack's past remained a locked door, his crime unnamed, his history hinted at only through calloused hands and haunted eyes. Her own abandoned future, the advantageous marriage, the stifling expectations, they felt like relics of a ghost life. Yet their absence left a hollow ache, a sense of profound displacement. And Blackwood, he was a walking repository of secrets. How long had he truly been here? How had he arrived? What had this place, this isolation, done to him? His calm felt less like peace and more like the stillness of deep water, concealing unknown depths and potential dangers. After another 20 minutes of walking upstream, the canyon widened slightly. Blackwood stopped near a section of the wall where a massive rockfall had occurred long ago, creating a complex jumble of house-sized boulders and deep crevices, partially screened by thick, thorny vegetation that seemed to thrive in the perpetual twilight. "We're here," Blackwood announced, turning to face them, his pale eyes assessing their reactions. He gestured towards a narrow opening almost completely hidden behind a curtain of dark green, waxy-leafed vines. "My humble abode offers shelter from the elements and from most casual observation." Jack eyed the opening with profound suspicion, his hand instinctively tightening on his Colt. It looked like a perfect bottleneck, an ideal spot for an ambush. "Convenient," he said flatly, his voice laced with skepticism. Blackwood merely raised a questioning eyebrow, seemingly unfazed by Jack's distrust. "Necessity dictates convenience, just Jack. Would you prefer to remain out here, awaiting the return of Finley's hunters, or perhaps the choir's evening vespers?" He turned and, without waiting for an answer, pushed aside the heavy vines and stepped into the darkness beyond. Jack hesitated for only a second, glancing at Eliza. Her expression mirrored his own uncertainty, but also a weary resignation. They had come this far. Turning back now into the known dangers of the gulch seemed just as perilous as trusting Blackwood's dubious sanctuary. With a curt nod, Jack moved forward, gesturing for Eliza to follow close behind him as he cautiously entered the opening, his gun drawn again, held low and ready. Eliza took a deep breath and pushed through the vines, leaving the slightly wider space of the gulch for the enclosed darkness. The air inside was surprisingly dry, cool but not damp like the cleft they'd sheltered in earlier. It smelled faintly of wood smoke, dust, and something else. A dry, herbal scent, slightly medicinal. As her eyes adjusted, she saw they were in a large cavern, much bigger than the cleft, its ceiling lost in shadows high above. Unlike the natural feel of their previous shelter, this place bore clear signs of long occupation. Smooth, worn paths snaked between natural rock pillars. Niches carved into the walls held strange objects, collections of oddly shaped stones, bundles of dried herbs, tools fashioned from bone and obsidian-like rock, alongside incongruous items that looked almost familiar. A tarnished brass telescope, a leather-bound book with its cover mostly rotted away, a sextant missing several parts. It was the curated den of a solitary, resourceful, and deeply eccentric occupant. In the center of the main chamber, a small, carefully banked fire glowed in a ring of stones, casting flickering light onto the walls. These walls, like those outside, were the same deep crimson rock. But here, they were covered, almost obsessively, with the strange glyphs. Spirals, zigzags, complex geometric lattices, star-like patterns. They overlapped, intertwined, creating a bewildering tapestry of ancient symbols, some appearing far older and more weathered than others. Seeing them en masse like this was overwhelming, hinting at layers upon layers of history, of warnings, of forgotten knowledge. Blackwood stood near the fire, watching them take it all in, his expression unreadable in the flickering light. "Make yourselves comfortable," he offered, the words sounding slightly ironic given the surroundings. He indicated a pair of crudely fashioned stools made from rock slabs near the fire. "The immediate vicinity is secure. I take precautions." Jack didn't move towards the stools. He remained near the entrance, his back partially to the wall, slowly scanning the cavern, his eyes missing nothing. The escape routes, or lack thereof, the strange artifacts, the overwhelming presence of the glyphs, and Blackwood himself. "Precautions," he echoed, his voice low. "Against what? The choir raptors? Or other travelers?" Blackwood picked up a long, polished stick and carefully poked the fire, sending a shower of sparks upwards into the gloom. "All of the above," he replied calmly. "This stratum of time is crowded in its own way. Not all visitors are accidental. Not all encounters are benign." He looked up, his pale eyes meeting Jack's. "And resources are scarce. Trust, even scarcer." Eliza, feeling exhaustion pull at her, cautiously sat on one of the stools. The rock was cold beneath her, but the proximity to the fire offered a small measure of comfort. She looked around the cavern, fascinated and repelled in equal measure. This wasn't just a shelter. It was a chronicle, a museum of lost time and desperate survival. Whose hands had fashioned the bone tools? Whose eyes had peered through that broken telescope? How many stories, how many tragedies were contained within these crimson walls? "How long?" Jack asked abruptly, cutting through the heavy silence. How long have you been here, Blackwood? Blackwood paused in his tending of the fire. He straightened slowly, the firelight casting harsh shadows on his angular face. Long enough, he said evasively. Long enough for seasons to lose their meaning, for the faces of those I knew to fade like watercolor in the rain. He spoke softly, almost to himself, his gaze distant. Long enough to watch mountains erode grain by grain. There was a profound weariness in his voice, a chilling hint of the true gulf of time that separated him from the world they knew. Decades, centuries? Eliza couldn't comprehend it. To be alone for so long, what would that do to a person? Would it forge resilience, or would it grind away humanity, leaving only the cold, hard kernel of survival? Looking at Blackwood's calm, detached face, she feared it might be the latter. Before the train, then, Jack pressed. Before our time? Your time? Blackwood gave another dry chuckle. My dear just Jack, time here is not a neat line progressing from steam engines to whatever comes next. It is a tangled knot, a fractured mirror. The storms breach the walls without regard for sequence. I have encountered remnants from ages yet to come, in your terms, and echoes from civilizations long turned to dust before the first pyramid was conceived. His pale eyes gleamed in the firelight. This place, this nexus, draws flotsam from across the millennia. His words painted a picture even more chaotic and terrifying than Eliza had imagined. Not just lost in the past, but adrift in a sea of fractured timelines where past, present, and future could collide without warning. The glyphs, Eliza ventured, gesturing towards the marked walls. You said they are warnings. Maps. Maps to what? A way out? Blackwood turned his unsettling gaze upon her. Perhaps, for those who can read them, they speak of currents, Mr. Rothwell, eddies in the temporal flow, thin places, storm paths. He traced one complex symbol on the wall near him, a series of interlocking triangles. This one, for instance, is often found near areas prone to instability, where the choir sings loudest. He looked back at them. Interpreting them is an art, not a science. Many have tried. Many have found only madness or doorways to far worse places than this. His answers were frustratingly oblique, wrapped in metaphor and illusion, offering tantalizing hints, but no solid footholds. Jack shifted impatiently, his skepticism palpable. Enough riddles, Blackwood, Jack growled. We need answers, concrete answers. Is there a way back to our time? Yes or no? Blackwood regarded Jack with a look that mingled pity and condescension. Is there a way back? He mused. Conceivably. Is there your way back to the precise moment and place you left? The odds are infinitesimal, like finding a single specific grain of sand on all the beaches of the world. He let the weight of that sink in. The storms are chaos incarnate. They tear holes, they don't build bridges. Returning requires finding another tear, another storm, aligned correctly. It requires knowledge, timing, and an extraordinary amount of luck. He smiled faintly, a humorless twisting of his lips. Or power. Power? Jack echoed warily. There are forces at play here, just Jack, Blackwood said softly, his voice dropping to an almost conspiratorial whisper. Forces that resonate in the thin places. Forces the choir attempts to manage. Forces that some believe can be harnessed, directed. His eyes held a strange light, a hint of fervor beneath the detached surface. Power to navigate the currents. Power, perhaps, to choose one's destination. A cold unease settled over Eliza. Blackwood wasn't just a survivor. He was a scholar of this broken time, perhaps even a seeker of its hidden power. Was his help offered freely? Or did he see them as potential tools, pawns in his own obscure game? "So, you're looking for this power?" Jack asked, his voice dangerously quiet. Blackwood waved a dismissive hand. "I am a student of reality," he stated smoothly. "I observe. I learn. I survive. If knowledge brings advantages, I utilize them." He changed the subject abruptly. "You are exhausted. Rest. Replenish. We can speak more on the morrow, if the morrow comes in a recognizable fashion." He gestured towards alcoves deeper in the cavern, where piles of dry grasses and strange, soft hides suggested sleeping pallets. "This cavern is as safe as any place in this forsaken land. The choir rarely ventures this close unless provoked. The larger predators avoid the scent of the glyphs, mostly." Mostly. The word hung there, another small drop of poison in the relative sanctuary. Jack still looked unconvinced, but the weariness was evident in his posture now, the constant tension taking its toll. Eliza felt utterly drained, her body and mind pushed beyond their limits. The offer of rest, even in this strange, unsettling place, under the watchful eye of their enigmatic host, was hard to refuse. "We'll rest," Jack conceded gruffly, though his eyes conveyed he wouldn't truly sleep. "But we're not your prisoners, Blackwood, and we're not your disciples." Blackwood inclined his head. "Understood," he said, though his pale eyes held a glint that suggested he believed otherwise. "Rest well. Survival requires strength." He turned back to his fire, seemingly dismissing them, leaving Jack and Eliza to navigate the uneasy truce, surrounded by the silent, cryptic warnings of the glyphs and the heavy weight of all the truths that remained unspoken, buried deep beneath layers of time, fear, and suspicion. The fire crackled, casting dancing shadows on the crimson walls, shadows that seemed to whisper secrets just beyond the edge of understanding. Chapter 9. Scars Beneath the Starlight. Rest did not come easily in Blackwood's strange sanctuary. The sleeping pallets, piles of dried grasses overlaid with surprisingly soft, unidentified hides, offered a physical reprieve, yet the mind refused to quiet. Eliza lay curled on her side, facing the flickering embers of the central fire, every sense strained, listening to the cavern's subtle symphony, the faint drip of unseen water, the whisper-soft rustle as Jack shifted position near the entrance, the almost imperceptible sigh of air currents moving through the vast space, and underlying it all, the profound, watchful silence of their host, who seemed to occupy the deeper shadows like a phantom. Sleep felt like a betrayal, a surrender of vigilance in a place where vigilance was the currency of survival. Every shadow seemed to hold movement. Every echo sounded like a footfall. The crimson walls, plastered with their cryptic glyphs, felt less like shelter and more like the inside of a vast, unreadable manuscript penned by madmen or gods. What secrets did Blackwood decipher in those swirling lines? What power did he seek? And what price would he eventually demand for his hospitality, however grudging? She turned onto her back, staring up into the oppressive darkness where the ceiling should be. It felt like lying at the bottom of a well, cut off from the sky, from the stars, from everything familiar. Stars. She missed them with an ache that felt physical. The predictable wheeling of constellations, the cool certainty of the North Star, the silvery wash of moonlight on a clear night. They were anchors to a reality that felt impossibly distant now, perhaps irretrievably lost. What passed for sky here was a perpetual, sickly gray twilight, unchanging, disorienting. There was no sun, no moon, no comforting celestial clockwork to mark the passage of time or offer guidance. Only the endless, oppressive gray, mirroring the uncertainty of their fate. A soft scraping sound made her tense, her hand instinctively going to the small reticule tucked beside her. It was Jack, rising from his watchful position near the entrance. He moved with his characteristic quietness, adding a few small pieces of dry wood to the embers from a pile Blackwood maintained nearby. The flames awoke sluggishly, licking at the fresh fuel, casting renewed, dancing light across the cavern. He didn't return to the entrance immediately. Instead, he stood by the fire, poking it idly with the same polished stick Blackwood had used earlier. His profile was stark against the flames, the harsh line of his jaw, the weary set of his shoulders, the way his gaze seemed fixed on the embers but likely saw far more. He looked utterly alone, a man carrying burdens too heavy for words. Eliza sat up slowly, the movement stiff, her borrowed palette rustling beneath her. Jack glanced over, his eyes meeting hers across the low fire. No alarm in his expression, just a quiet acknowledgement. The shared vigilance, the shared danger, had forged a strange kind of intimacy between them. A connection built not on flirtation or courtship, but on the raw bedrock of mutual reliance in the face of annihilation. "Can't sleep either?" she asked softly, her voice barely disturbing the cavern's quiet. He shook his head, his gaze returning to the fire. "Too quiet," he murmured. "Or maybe too loud." He poked a glowing ember, sending a brief shower of sparks upward. "Hard to tell which is worse." Eliza understood. The silence was thick with unspoken threats. Yet the sounds, the imagined whispers, the memory of Finley's scream, the potential rustle of the choir, or the scrape of raptor claws, were terrifying. "Blackwood seems comfortable here," she observed, keeping her voice low, mindful of their host potentially listening from the shadows. Jack made a low sound in his throat, derisive and wary. "Comfortable as a wolf in a trap he set himself," he countered grimly. "He knows this place, all right, knows its dangers, maybe knows how to use 'em, too." He kicked lightly at the stone hearth. "All that talk about power, harnessing forces, sounds like trouble looking for a place to happen." "But he knows things," Eliza persisted gently. "About the glyphs, the storms. Maybe he really does know a way back." Hope, however irrational, was a difficult weed to kill. Jack looked at her then, the firelight catching the troubled depths of his whiskey-colored eyes. "Maybe," he conceded, his voice lacking conviction. "Or maybe he's just cracked. Alone too long, chasing ghosts in the dark. People go funny in places like this. Seen it happen to prospectors. Trapped by winter snows. Talking to rocks. Seeing things that ain't there." He sighed, running a hand through his already disheveled hair. "Either way, trusting him feels like betting on a rattlesnake not to bite." He walked away from the fire, moving towards the vine-covered entrance. He stood there for a moment, peering out through a gap in the leaves, into the gray stillness of the gulch. Eliza hesitated, then pushed herself stiffly to her feet and joined him, drawn by an instinctive need not to be left alone, and perhaps by a desire to share whatever bleak view the outside world offered. Standing beside him near the entrance, the cool, damp air of the gulch felt almost refreshing after the close atmosphere of the cavern. The metallic tang was still present, but fainter here. The perpetual twilight outside seemed less oppressive when viewed from the threshold, hinting at a vast, open space beyond the confining rock walls. It wasn't true starlight, but looking out into the immense, silent landscape felt like a breath of air after being submerged. "It's beautiful, in a terrible way," Eliza whispered, gazing at the sweep of the crimson cliffs, the deep shadows, the alien stillness. "Like looking at the beginning of the world, or maybe the end." Jack grunted, his gaze fixed on the shadows near the stream bed. "Just looks empty to me," he said gruffly, but she saw the way his eyes lingered on the strange contours of the land, the faint softening around his mouth. Even he, the pragmatic survivor, wasn't entirely immune to the desolate majesty of this lost age. They stood in silence for a while, side by side, two small figures framed against the vastness, united by their shared displacement. The silence felt different here, less charged with Blackwood's enigmatic presence, more open, allowing room for their own thoughts, their own fears. "What will we do, Jack?" Eliza asked eventually, the question heavy with unspoken anxieties. "If Blackwood can't help, or won't?" He didn't answer immediately. He picked up a small, smooth stone from the ground near the entrance, turning it over and over in his calloused fingers. "Keep moving," he said finally, his voice low and determined. "Keep looking. Try to find one of those thin places he talked about. Hope for another storm." He tossed the stone lightly, catching it again. "Same thing I was doing before I landed on that train. Just running." Running from what? The question slipped out before Eliza could stop it. Too bold, too personal. She immediately regretted it, expecting him to shut down, to retreat behind his usual wall of guarded silence. But he surprised her. He didn't look at her, kept his eyes fixed on the stone in his hand, but his voice was raw when he finally spoke. "From a mistake," he said quietly. "A bad one. Got tangled up with the wrong people. Trying to make a quick score. Went bad." He paused, his knuckles white where he gripped the stone. "Someone got hurt. Someone who shouldn't have." The admission hung in the air between them, simple words carrying a universe of guilt and regret. He didn't offer details, didn't make excuses, just the stark, unvarnished truth of his burden. Eliza felt a pang of sympathy so sharp it surprised her. Beneath the hardened exterior, the fugitive facade, was a man haunted by his past, running not just from the law, but from himself. "We all make mistakes, Jack," she said softly. "Carry regrets." She thought of her own acquiescence to her family's demands, the future she hadn't fought hard enough against, the life she might have mourned if she ever returned to find it irrevocably changed or lost. Her regrets seemed pale compared to his, yet the feeling, the weight of what if, was familiar. He finally looked at her, his expression vulnerable for a fleeting instant before the mask slipped back into place. "Some mistakes cost more than others," he muttered, turning his gaze back towards the gulch. Eliza noticed again the angry red scratch high on his cheekbone, stark against his tanned skin in the gray light filtering through the vines. Without thinking, driven by a sudden impulse of empathy, she reached out, her fingers gently brushing the edge of the mark. "Does it hurt?" she asked quietly. Jack flinched almost imperceptibly at her touch, his body tensing, but he didn't pull away immediately. Her fingers lingered for a fraction of a second, feeling the heat radiating from his skin, the slight roughness of his stubble. It was the first time she had touched him intentionally, not in panic or necessity, but in a simple gesture of human connection. The air crackled with an unexpected energy, a spark igniting in the space between them that had nothing to do with danger or survival. He stepped back then, clearing his throat, breaking the fragile moment. "It's nothing," he said gruffly, turning away slightly, though a faint flush crept up his neck. "Just a scratch." But Eliza knew it wasn't just a scratch. Like the dried blood she'd seen on his cuff, it was a mark of the violence he'd fled, a tangible piece of the past that clung to him. Scars. They both carried them, his etched on his skin and soul, hers hidden deeper. Wounds inflicted by expectation, duty, and the sudden, brutal severance from her world. "Blackwood has them too," Eliza murmured, thinking of the man's weary eyes, his cynical pronouncements, the obsessive glyphs covering his walls. "Scars. Maybe that's what this place does. Strips you bare and leaves its mark." Jack followed her gaze back into the shadowed interior of the cavern, towards the area where Blackwood presumably rested. "Or maybe it just shows what was already there," he countered darkly. "Some folks, the wilderness just gives 'em room to let the poison spread." They lapsed back into silence, the brief moment of connection leaving a resonant hum in the air. Eliza felt strangely shaken, not by fear this time, but by the unexpected depth of feeling the exchange had unearthed. The raw honesty in Jack's brief confession, the surprising jolt of awareness from their fleeting touch. It complicated things, weaving threads of sympathy and attraction into the already tangled knot of their shared predicament. He was still dangerous, still a fugitive, still burdened by secrets, and yet he was also just a man, haunted and hurting, trying to survive in an impossible world, just like her. A faint sound from deeper within the cavern broke the spell, the scrape of stone on stone. Blackwood stirring, or just the natural settling of the ancient rock? Jack tensed immediately, his hand dropping back to his Colt, the brief vulnerability vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. The reminder of their host and the precariousness of their situation was sharp and unwelcome. "Best get some rest," Jack muttered, his voice reverting to its usual gruffness. "Need to keep sharp." He moved away from the entrance, heading not towards the sleeping pallets, but back to his watchful post near the wall, positioning himself between Eliza and the deeper recesses of the cavern, a silent, self-appointed guardian. Eliza lingered at the entrance for another moment, looking out at the unchanging twilight of Crimson Gulch. The starlight she craved remained absent, hidden behind the veil of this fractured time. But standing there, feeling the echo of Jack's confession and the phantom touch on her fingertips, she felt a flicker of something else, something buried deep beneath the fear and despair, a shared spark in the overwhelming darkness. It wasn't hope, not exactly. It was something more fragile, more complex. The recognition of another scarred soul, lost beneath the same alien sky, and the terrifying, undeniable truth that his fate and hers were now inextricably intertwined. She turned and walked slowly back towards her cold stone stool by the dying fire, the weight of unspoken truths heavier than ever, mingling now with the faint, dangerous scent of burgeoning trust. Chapter 10. Gilded Cage or Open Range. The cavern yielded no true dawn, only a subtle shift in the quality of the gray light filtering through the vine-choked entrance as the world outside cycled through its perpetual twilight. Eliza awoke stiffly, the thin pallet offering little cushion against the hard rock floor. The fire had been tended, built back up to a cheerful blaze that pushed back the cavern's chill and illuminated the intricate, maddening glyphs that covered the walls. Across the fire, Jack was already awake, sharpening a wicked-looking knife against a whetstone with focused, rhythmic strokes. He hadn't returned to his post by the entrance, but sat near the fire, his back against a smooth rock pillar, watchful and contained. There was an air of restored readiness about him, the weary vulnerability of the previous night carefully tucked away. Silas Blackwood emerged silently from one of the deeper alcoves, moving with his usual spectral grace. He carried 2 steaming mugs, fashioned from some kind of polished horn or bone, filled with a dark, fragrant brew. He offered one to Eliza, his pale eyes holding hers for a moment with unsettling appraisal. "A restorative infusion," he said, his voice smooth. "Dried herbs known to the earlier inhabitants. Aids clarity. Settles the stomach." Eliza hesitated, smelling the brew cautiously. It had a sharp, vaguely minty, earthy scent. Was it safe? Or another of Blackwood's subtle manipulations? But the warmth radiating from the mug was enticing, and the gnawing emptiness in her stomach demanded attention. She accepted it with a murmured thank you, wrapping her cold fingers around the polished surface. Blackwood offered the second mug to Jack, who eyed it with open suspicion before finally taking it, sniffing it warily like a wolf assessing potential bait. "Relax, just Jack," Blackwood said, a hint of dry amusement in his tone. "If I wished you ill, there are far less subtle methods available in this environment." He retrieved a third mug for himself and settled on a low boulder near the fire, sipping his brew with deliberate slowness. "Besides," he added, his gaze sweeping over them both, "your presence provides interesting data, new variables in a long stagnant equation." The casual way he referred to them as data sent a fresh chill down Eliza's spine, despite the warmth of the mug. They weren't guests, they were specimens under observation. She took a tentative sip of the brew. It was hot, slightly bitter, but with a clean, invigorating aftertaste. It did seem to clear her head, cutting through the lingering fog of exhaustion and fear. Jack took a cautious sip himself, his expression giving nothing away. Eliza looked around the cavern again in the improved light. The sheer volume of artifacts, the layers of glyphs, spoke of immense spans of time, of countless lives intersecting, perhaps ending, within these crimson walls. Her own life, the one she'd been living just days ago, arranging flowers for a dinner party, practicing polite conversation, selecting fabrics for her trousseau, felt utterly absurd, like a half-forgotten play performed on a distant stage. That life had been a cage, she realized with sudden, startling clarity. A beautifully decorated, socially acceptable cage, gilded with wealth and propriety. But a cage nonetheless. Her path had been prescribed, her choices limited, her value measured by her suitability for an advantageous match. She had chafed against its bars, yearned for something more, though she hadn't known what. She'd thought marriage, even an arranged one, might offer a different kind of structure, perhaps even companionship, a shared purpose within the familiar confines of her world. Now she was stranded in a nightmare landscape, hunted by prehistoric monsters and stalked by inhuman entities. guided by an enigmatic scholar of lost time and guarded by a fugitive haunted by his past. There were no rules here, no social expectations, no safety nets, only the raw, terrifying imperative to survive. It was the ultimate open range, vast and pitiless. And yet, staring into the flickering flames, the strange herbal brew warming her, Eliza felt a flicker of something that wasn't entirely fear. It was a terrifying, exhilarating sense of presence. Here, every choice mattered. Every breath felt earned. Eyes, or its gray equivalent, was a victory. She was more intensely alive, more aware, more herself than she had ever been within the suffocating comfort of her gilded cage. The thought was disloyal, perhaps even mad, given their circumstances. She should be desperate to return, mourning the loss of her privileged life. And she did ache for the familiar, for safety, for the faces of her family, however complicated those relationships were. But the stark contrast threw her former existence into sharp relief, revealing its hollowness. Here, survival depended not on her name or her dowry, but on her wits, her resilience, her ability to trust the right person. Her gaze drifted to Jack. He was finishing his brew, his eyes still wary, but his shoulders seeming slightly less tense. He represented everything her former life shunned: danger, instability, a past shrouded in violence and illegality. He was rough-edged, distrustful, carrying his secrets like armor. Yet he had been her anchor. His competence, his fierce pragmatism, even his grim silence, felt more real, more reliable than the polished facades of the men she had known in San Francisco society. His brief confession last night, the shared acknowledgement of scars, had forged a connection that felt more substantial than years of polite acquaintance. He saw her, Eliza suspected, not just the heiress, but the woman struggling to survive beside him. And she saw him, not just the fugitive, but the man beneath the armor. It was a dangerous, unsettling, and undeniably compelling realization. "The choir was quiet last night," Blackwood remarked, interrupting her thoughts, his voice pulling her back to the precarious present. Unusual, after a disturbance like Finley's demise. They often keen for the spilled blood. Jack looked up sharply. Meaning, Blackwood tilted his head. Either the raptors dragged the poor fellow further off, removing the offense from the choir's immediate territory, or something else holds their attention. He paused, letting the implication hang. This gulch is a thoroughfare, of sorts, a confluence. Confluence of what? Jack pressed, setting his empty mug down with a decisive click. More riddles, Blackwood? Of paths, Blackwood replied smoothly, seemingly enjoying Jack's impatience. Temporal pathways. The storms carve routes through time like rivers carve canyons. Some routes are stable for periods, others flicker like candle flames. This gulch lies along a known, he hesitated, searching for the right word, current. Things wash up here. Travelers, predators, entities like the choir, who seem drawn to the energetic residue. And these glyphs map these currents? Eliza asked, looking at the wall nearest her, at a complex pattern that seemed to flow and eddy like water itself. They attempt to, Blackwood confirmed. They record observations, warnings, theories, prayers. Look here. He rose and moved to a section of the wall, dominated by a large, intricate spiral surrounded by smaller, star-like bursts and wavy lines. This pattern recurs in various forms, often found near sites where passages have been known to open or close. The central spiral, perhaps representing the vortex of the storm itself. These lines, he traced the wavy paths, potential trajectories, unstable paths leading away. And these bursts, he tapped one of the star-like symbols, often indicate points of extreme temporal stress, or perhaps convergence. He spoke with the detached passion of a scholar unveiling his life's work. Generations of stranded souls have added their observations, their desperate hopes, to these walls. Some symbols are clearly related, variations on a theme. Others are unique, alien, hinting at intelligences far removed from our own. He ran a hand almost caressingly over the crimson rock. It is the ultimate palimpsest, Miss Rothwell. Layers upon layers of lost history, screaming silently from the stone. "Can you read it?" Jack demanded, cutting through the lecture. "Can you find a path back for us?" Blackwood turned from the wall, his pale eyes fixing on Jack with unnerving intensity. "Reading is one thing, just Jack. Navigating is quite another." He stepped closer, lowering his voice slightly. "There is a place, further up the canyon, where the glyphs speak of a recurring instability, a thinning of the veil, coinciding with certain atmospheric precursors. Precursors not unlike the storm that brought you here." Eliza felt a jolt of adrenaline, hope warring with suspicion. "A way out?" "A potential doorway," Blackwood corrected carefully. "A place where the fabric of reality is weak. Such places are dangerous, unpredictable. Entering such a rift, if it even manifests, could lead anywhere, any when, or simply nowhere. Oblivion." He paused, letting the weight of the risk settle. "And it is guarded." "Guarded by what?" Jack asked, his hand drifting instinctively towards his Colt. "The choir is particularly active there," Blackwood said, "and the place itself seems to attract other predators, drawn by the energy, perhaps, or by the desperation of those who seek passage." He met their gazes, his own unreadable. "Reaching it requires traversing territory hunted by the raptors. Approaching it requires utmost stealth to avoid the choir's attention, and utilizing it, should the opportunity arise, requires a leap of faith into utter chaos." He stepped back, folding his arms, resuming his role as detached observer. "The choice, as always, is yours. Remain here in relative safety, studying the echoes on the walls. Or risk the open range, the predators, the choir, and the terrifying uncertainty of the passage itself, for the slimmest chance of returning to the lives you knew. Gilded cage or open range. The choice wasn't just about Eliza's past versus her present. It was about the nature of their imprisonment. Huddle in Blackwood's dubious sanctuary, deciphering riddles while time eroded, or brave the terrifying, chaotic freedom outside, chasing a phantom doorway back to a world that might no longer exist, or might reject them if they ever reached it. Jack looked at Eliza, a silent question in his eyes. He distrusted Blackwood utterly, yet the man offered the only tangible thread, however frayed, leading towards escape. His instincts screamed caution, retreat, self-reliance, but staying here under Blackwood's thumb, dependent on his cryptic pronouncements, felt like another kind of prison, subtler perhaps than the quarry, but just as confining. The open range, for all its dangers, at least offered the illusion of agency, the chance to fight, to run, to choose. Eliza met Jack's gaze, her own decision solidifying. Her gilded cage was gone, shattered by the storm. This open range, This terrifying prehistoric wilderness was her reality now. Hiding in Blackwood's cave felt like trading one cage for another, albeit one painted with blood-red rock and ancient symbols instead of gold leaf. Survival meant moving forward, facing the dangers head-on, however slim the chances. And facing them with Jack felt infinitely preferable to facing them under Blackwood's manipulative guidance. "We go," Eliza said, her voice quiet but firm, answering Jack's unspoken question. "We try for the passage." Jack gave a curt nod, a flicker of grim respect in his eyes. He turned to Blackwood. "All right, scholar, you point the way, but we travel together. No disappearing acts. No separate agendas. We watch your back. You watch ours. Agreed?" Blackwood inclined his head, a faint, unreadable smile playing on his lips. "An equitable arrangement, just Jack. Though I assure you, my agenda primarily involves continued observation and survival." He picked up his long rifle, checking its mechanism with practiced ease. "Gather what you need. The journey is not long, but the path is challenging. We should depart before the light shifts again, such as it does." As Jack moved to check his own weapon and meager supplies, and Eliza tucked her now empty mug back into her reticule, she felt a tremor of fear, but also a strange sense of rightness. They were choosing the open range, the terrifying freedom, the desperate gamble. Beside her, Jack moved with renewed purpose, the indecision gone, replaced by the focused readiness of a man facing a tangible threat. Whatever lay ahead, raptors, the choir, the chaos of the passage itself, they would face it together. The weight of unspoken truths remained. The scars were still tender, but for the first time since the storm, the path forward, however perilous, seemed clear. They were leaving the ambiguous shelter of the cave for the brutal honesty of the wild, choosing the dangerous unknown over the suffocating certainty of confinement. Chapter 11. Threads of yesterday's storm. Leaving the relative security of Blackwood's cavern felt like stepping off a cliff into thin air. The oppressive silence of the Crimson Gulch closed in again, broken only by the gurgle of the stream and the crunch of their own wary footsteps on the gravelly banks. Blackwood took the lead once more, his tall figure moving with that unnerving, fluid silence, his long rifle held loosely but ready. Jack followed a few paces behind, Eliza close on his heels, the distrust between the two men, a palpable tension humming in the still air. Jack's hand rarely left the vicinity of his Colt, his eyes constantly scanning the cliffs above, the shadowed crevices, the path ahead, missing nothing. Eliza focused on keeping pace, on moving quietly, her earlier exhaustion replaced by a nervous energy fueled by adrenaline and the grim determination to reach the potential passage Blackwood had described. The thin place. The words echoed in her mind, a fragile beacon of hope in the overwhelming darkness of their displacement. But Blackwood's warnings about the choir, the raptors, the sheer chaotic danger of the passage itself tempered any nascent optimism with a healthy dose of dread. The path upstream grew rougher, the canyon floor choked with larger boulders tumbled from the cliffs above, forcing them to scramble and detour. The crimson walls seemed to lean inwards, casting deeper shadows, creating an atmosphere of claustrophobic menace. The metallic tang in the air grew stronger, sharper, almost acrid, catching in the back of Eliza's throat. She noticed Jack wrinkling his nose, casting a questioning glance at Blackwood, who merely offered a slight enigmatic shrug, as if the noxious air was simply another feature of this blighted landscape. They passed more glyphs etched onto the rock faces, familiar spirals and zigzags interspersed with new, more disturbing symbols. Jagged lines that looked like lightning bolts frozen in stone, stark representations of clawed footprints, and unsettling, abstract shapes that seemed to writhe with unseen energy. Blackwood occasionally paused, examining a particular cluster of markings with intense concentration, sometimes murmuring incomprehensible syllables under his breath, seemingly oblivious to Jack's impatient suspicion. "Any of this art telling you about those raptors?" Jack finally growled, breaking a long stretch of tense silence as Blackwood studied a particularly complex panel depicting what looked like a swirling vortex surrounded by sharp-toothed predatory forms. Blackwood traced one of the predatory outlines with a long finger. "These glyphs suggest," he began slowly, choosing his words with care, "that certain entities are drawn to Lotzi of temporal instability. Perhaps they feed on the energy. Perhaps they are guardians of a sort. Or perhaps," his pale eyes flickered towards Jack, "they are simply opportunistic predators, aware that creatures weakened or disoriented by the passage make for easy prey." He straightened up. "The warnings are consistent. Travel near the thin places invites peril. From the environment, from the choir, from the fauna." "Comforting," Jack muttered dryly. He scanned the cliff tops again, his hand tightening on his Colt. Eliza felt a renewed wave of fear. Easy prey. Was that what they were? Disoriented creatures stumbling towards a dangerous energy source, drawing the attention of horrors best left undisturbed? Yet, the alternative, remaining trapped in this ancient purgatory indefinitely, felt even worse. As they continued, the character of the gulch began to change subtly. The stream beside them narrowed, its gurgle becoming quieter, almost hesitant. The air grew stiller, heavier, charged with a peculiar energy that reminded Eliza unnervingly of the moments just before the storm had struck the train. The fine hairs on her arms prickled. The silence deepened, becoming not just an absence of sound, but a heavy, expectant presence. Blackwood slowed his pace, his movements becoming even more cautious, his head tilted as if listening intently. He gestured for them to halt, holding up a hand. They froze, straining their ears. At first, Eliza heard nothing but the frantic pounding of her own heart. Then, faintly, drifting on the still air from further up the canyon, she heard it. Singing. It wasn't the guttural whispering they'd heard earlier from the choir. This was different. High-pitched, ethereal, almost unbearably beautiful, yet profoundly unsettling. It was a complex harmony of notes that seemed to vibrate not just in the air, but within the rock itself, within her own bones. It rose and fell in strange, non-human cadences, weaving melodies that tugged at the edges of sanity, promising ecstasy and oblivion in the same breath. It was the sound of utter alienness, captivating and terrifying. "The choir," Blackwood breathed, his voice barely a whisper, his usual composure ruffled, a flicker of something akin to awe, or perhaps fear, in his pale eyes. "They sense the proximity, the thinning." Jack had drawn his Colt, holding it ready, his face grim. His eyes narrowed against the unnerving beauty of the sound. "How close are we?" "Close," Blackwood murmured, his gaze fixed on a point further up the canyon, where the walls seemed to shimmer faintly, the air subtly distorting like heat haze over a summer road despite the coolness of the gulch. Just beyond that next bend, where the stream disappears into the rock, The singing intensified, swirling around them, making it difficult to think clearly. It wasn't just sound. It felt like a physical pressure, a resonant frequency that vibrated deep within, blurring the edges of perception. Eliza felt a strange pull, a longing to walk towards the source, to lose herself in the alien harmonies. She saw Jack shake his head slightly, as if clearing it, his knuckles white where he gripped his gun. "We need to move fast," Blackwood urged, his voice tight. And silently. They are focused on their song now, maintaining the threshold, but they will react violently to intrusion. He looked at them sharply. "Stay low. Use the boulders for cover. Do not engage them unless absolutely necessary. Our goal is the passage, nothing else." He started forward again, moving in a low crouch, utilizing every shadow, every rock, every fold in the terrain. Jack followed suit, his movements economical and deadly quiet, despite his size. Eliza forced her own limbs to obey, pushing down the mesmerizing effect of the choir's song, focusing on Jack's back, on placing her feet silently, on breathing evenly despite the terror clawing at her throat. They rounded the bend. The sight that greeted them stole Eliza's breath, momentarily overriding even the hypnotic singing. The canyon ended abruptly in a sheer rock face, but it wasn't solid. The stone itself seemed to writhe and shimmer, pulsing with a faint internal luminescence. It looked like a curtain woven from solidified twilight, rippling as if stirred by an unseen wind. Cracks, like jagged veins of lightning, spiderwebbed across its surface, glowing with a brighter, colder light. Violet and emerald green, colors reminiscent of the storm that had brought them here. The stream flowed directly into the shimmering wall, disappearing without a trace. This was it. The thin place, the potential doorway. And arrayed before it, scattered among the boulders on the canyon floor, were the choir. They were vaguely humanoid in shape, tall and impossibly slender, with limbs too long, joints bending at unnatural angles. Their skin, if it was skin, seemed to shift and flow like liquid shadow, absorbing the faint light. They had no discernible faces, only smooth, featureless surfaces that somehow conveyed an impression of ancient alien awareness. They stood or knelt in postures of intense concentration, their multi-jointed arms raised, their elongated fingers weaving complex patterns in the air. And from them emanated the singing, the strange, resonant harmonies pouring forth not from mouths, but seemingly from their entire beings, shaping the air, shaping the shimmering instability of the rock face before them. There were perhaps a dozen of them visible, silent sentinels or conduits, their focus entirely on the shimmering portal and the song that maintained it, or perhaps held it at bay. "The passage," Blackwood whispered, awe and hunger mingling in his voice. He pointed towards the brightest, most stable-looking crack near the base of the wall, where the stream disappeared. "There, that is the likely locus." But getting to it meant crossing 50 yards of open, rocky ground, directly under the passive but potent scrutiny of the choir. "How do we get past them?" Jack breathed, his gaze flicking between the shimmering wall and the alien figures. "Stealth," Blackwood insisted. "They are attuned to the threshold, distracted. If we move carefully, stay low." Even as he spoke, a sharp, piercing shriek echoed from the cliffs above, startlingly close. Not the choir's singing. This was the hunting cry of something large, fast, and hungry. Jack and Blackwood reacted instantly, spinning towards the sound, weapons raised. Eliza flattened herself behind a low boulder, her heart leaping into her throat. On a ledge high up the crimson canyon wall, silhouetted against the perpetual gray twilight, stood a creature straight from a nightmare fossil record. It was roughly man-sized, but built lean and fast, balanced on powerful hind legs. A long, stiff tail extended behind it for balance. Its forelimbs were shorter, armed with wickedly curved claws. Its head was elongated, jaws packed with visible serrated teeth. Scaly, reptilian skin stretched taut over corded muscle. A raptor. And it wasn't alone. Another materialized beside it, then a third, their reptilian eyes gleaming as they scanned the canyon floor below, zeroing in on the intruders near the shimmering wall. "Damn!" Jack swore viciously under his breath. "Opportunists," Blackwood hissed, his face tight with anger. "Drawn by the choir's song, hoping for scraps, or perhaps us." The raptors let out another series of sharp barking cries, then launched themselves from the ledge. They didn't fall. They leaped and glided, using their powerful legs and tail to navigate the treacherous cliff face with terrifying agility, bounding from ledge to boulder, closing the distance with incredible speed. The choir reacted instantly to the new threat. Their song faltered for a moment, dissolving into discordant shrieks. Several of the shadowy figures turned, their featureless heads tilting towards the descending raptors, their long arms weaving new, more agitated patterns. The air crackled with unseen energy. "Now!" Blackwood shouted over the rising cacophony. "While they're distracted, go for the passage!" He didn't wait, sprinting low towards the shimmering wall, his long coat billowing behind him. Jack hesitated only a fraction of a second, then grabbed Eliza's arm. "Move!" he yelled, pulling her forward. They ran, stumbling over the uneven rocks, the unearthly singing of the choir, warring with the savage shrieks of the raptors, creating a mind-numbing sonic assault. Eliza risked a glance back. The first raptor had reached the canyon floor, a blur of teeth and claws launching itself at one of the choir members. The shadowy figure met the attack not with physical force, but with a wave of visible distortion, like heat haze, that sent the raptor tumbling back, screeching in frustration. Other choir members turned, their attention divided between the shimmering portal and the reptilian intruders. Chaos erupted. Raptors darted in, attacking with savage fury, their claws tearing at the insubstantial forms of the choir. The choir retaliated with waves of energy, dissonant shrieks, and impossibly fast movements that seemed to bend space itself. It was a battle between nightmares, ancient guardians against prehistoric predators. And caught in the middle were three desperate humans, racing towards a flickering doorway in reality. "Faster!" Jack urged, pulling Eliza along, his gun blazing, as one raptor broke from the melee and charged towards them, jaws agape. The bullets seemed to punch into its scaly hide, staggering it, but not stopping it immediately. It lunged, claws outstretched. Jack shoved Eliza hard towards the shimmering wall, spinning to meet the attack, firing again at point-blank range. The raptor shrieked and collapsed, thrashing in its death throes just feet away. Eliza stumbled forward, catching herself on the strange vibrating surface of the portal wall. It felt cool to the touch, yet hummed with an intense energy that resonated up her arm. The glowing crack Blackwood had indicated pulsed brightly before her, widening slightly. Inside, she saw not rock, but a swirling vortex of color and light. Greens, violets, golds, impossibly deep blues, churning like the heart of the storm. Threads of yesterday's tempest, woven into a doorway. Blackwood was already there, reaching towards the crack, his face alight with an almost religious fervor. "Yes, the alignment holds," he cried, his voice barely audible over the din. Jack scrambled towards them, holstering his smoking Colt. "Go!" he yelled at Eliza, pushing her towards the crack. "Get through!" She hesitated, looking from the terrifying beauty of the vortex to Jack's grim, determined face, then back at Blackwood, whose eyes gleamed with an unsettling mixture of triumph and madness. Could she trust this? Could she step into that chaos? Another raptor shrieked, closer this time. One of the choir members let out a final, despairing wail and seemed to dissolve into smoke as claws tore through it. The battle was turning against the Guardians. "Eliza now!" Jack roared, drawing his knife as another raptor charged Blackwood from the side. Blackwood spun, firing his rifle, the heavy slug throwing the creature back. He turned towards the portal crack again, reaching. But in that instant, his eyes met Eliza's, and she saw it. Not just the desire for escape, but the hunger for the power he believed lay beyond, the willingness to sacrifice anything, perhaps anyone, to reach it. There was no time for thought, only instinct. She couldn't trust Blackwood. But Jack! Jack had pushed her forward, shielded her, fought for her. With a choked sob, half terror, half resolve, Eliza grabbed Jack's arm, pulling him with her as she lunged forward into the swirling, chaotic light of the crack in time. The world dissolved into a blinding, roaring vortex of color and sensation. She felt Jack's hand grip hers tightly, an anchor in the maelstrom. There was a sensation of immense speed, of being stretched and compressed simultaneously, of falling through eternity. Behind them, she thought she heard Blackwood's enraged cry and the savage shriek of a raptor, abruptly cut off, as the portal, the doorway woven from the threads of yesterday's storm, slammed shut, leaving them tumbling helplessly through the spaces between time. Chapter 12. A Dance on the Edge of Danger. The passage through the vortex was not like the initial storm that had ripped them from their own time. That had been violent, chaotic, a brute force tearing of reality. This felt different, more fluid, yet infinitely more disorienting. Colors bled into sounds, sensations merged. The roar of 1,000 waterfalls felt like velvet against the skin. The scent of ozone tasted like burning stars. Eliza clung desperately to Jack's hand, the solid, calloused reality of his grip, the only anchor in the kaleidoscopic chaos. She squeezed her eyes shut against the overwhelming sensory input, feeling herself tumble end over end through dimensions she couldn't comprehend. Was this oblivion? Was this the nowhere Blackwood had warned of? Or was it the path home? The uncertainty was as terrifying as the chaotic journey itself. She felt Jack's grip tighten, pulling her closer, shielding her instinctively, even within the non-physical tumult of the vortex. The gesture, unconscious perhaps, sent a wave of warmth through her fear, a fragile ember of trust, glowing in the heart of the temporal storm. Then, as abruptly as it began, it ended. The roaring faded, the blinding colors resolved, the impossible sensations ceased. They landed hard, tumbling onto solid ground, the impact knocking the breath from Eliza's lungs. She gasped, coughing, blinking against a sudden, almost painful brightness. Not the dim twilight of the gulch, nor the gray soup of the ancient forest. This was sunlight. Real, warm, unfiltered sunlight. She pushed herself up onto her elbows, dizzy and disoriented, her ears ringing. They were sprawled on dry, dusty earth, littered with sparse, hardy-looking scrub brush and small, gray-green cacti. Above them stretched a vast, achingly blue sky, dotted with a few harmless-looking white clouds. In the distance, hazy purple mountains jagged against the horizon, looking familiar yet subtly different, perhaps older, more weathered than the sharp peaks of the ancient past, yet younger, less scarred than the Nevada range she remembered from the train window. Jack was beside her, pushing himself up, shaking his head to clear it. He scanned their surroundings with immediate, ingrained alertness, his hand already going to check the Colt still secure in its holster. His face was grim, streaked with dust, but his eyes held a dazed relief as he took in the blue sky, the normal sunlight. "Well," he breathed, his voice hoarse, "that was something." He looked around, squinting against the brightness. "Question is, where the hell are we now?" Eliza pushed herself into a sitting position, her limbs trembling with reaction. The air was hot, dry, carrying the familiar scent of dust and sun-baked creosote. It smelled like Nevada, or a Nevada close enough to fool the senses. Could it be? Had they actually made it back, or close to it? "Look," she said, pointing. Not far from where they'd landed, nestled in a shallow depression, were faint parallel lines traced in the dust, running roughly east-west. Not tracks like the ones in the gulch. These looked different, man-made. Jack followed her gaze, his eyes narrowing. He scrambled to his feet and walked cautiously towards the lines. Eliza got up, brushing dust from her torn and stained skirt, and followed him, her heart pounding with a mixture of hope and trepidation. Jack crouched down, examining the lines. "Iron filings," he murmured, rubbing the reddish dust between his fingers. "And these—" He touched faint impressions in the ground beside the lines. "Rotten wood. Ties. This was a railroad bed." He stood up, looking along the faint indentation that stretched into the distance. Or what's left of one. Tracks are long gone, rusted away or salvaged. A railroad bed. Not the pristine, well-maintained tracks of the main line they had been on, but an older, abandoned spur, perhaps. It meant civilization, or at least its remnants. It meant they were likely back in a time where railroads existed, closer to their own era than the nightmare age they had just escaped. "So, we made it?" Eliza asked, daring to voice the hope. "We're back? Or closer?" Jack scanned the horizon again, his expression cautious. "Maybe. Landscape feels right, mostly. Sun feels right." He squinted towards the distant mountains. "Don't recognize those peaks exactly, but the range is familiar." He looked back at the abandoned rail bed. "Question is, when are we? Tracks get abandoned. Could be 10 years ago, could be 50. Still doesn't put us back on that train heading for Elko yesterday." His pragmatism punctured her bubble of hope, but he was right. They were still lost, just potentially lost in a more familiar century. The relief was immense, but the problem remained. How did they get back to their precise time? Was Blackwood right about the infinitesimal odds? And Blackwood, what had happened to him? Had he made it through another crack? Was he still trapped back there with the choir and the raptors? Eliza felt a pang of guilt, remembering his enraged cry as they'd lunged through the portal. They had used his knowledge and then abandoned him to chaos. Yet, the memory of the hunger in his eyes, his talk of power, solidified her certainty that trusting him would have been a fatal mistake. Survival sometimes demanded hard choices, choices that left scars. "First things first," Jack said, interrupting her thoughts, falling back into his familiar role of pragmatic leader. Water. This sun's no joke. He scanned the arid landscape. There was no obvious source nearby. That rail bed had to lead somewhere. Settlement, water tower, something. Best bet is to follow it. He looked west, then east. Which way? It was an empty guess. Eliza looked along the faint track lines disappearing into the heat haze in both directions. Does one way look more promising than the other? Jack shielded his eyes, studying the terrain. Hard to say. Maybe east feels slightly less barren? Could be imagining it. He shrugged. East it is, then. Stay alert. Just because there ain't raptors doesn't mean there ain't snakes. Or worse. They started walking, following the ghost of the railroad. The sun beat down relentlessly, far hotter than the perpetual twilight they had grown accustomed to. Eliza soon felt sweat prickling her brow, sticking her worn woolen dress uncomfortably to her skin. She longed for the cool dampness of the forest, a perverse nostalgia for the terrifying beauty they had left behind. The silence here was different too, not the watchful silence of the ancient wilderness, but the empty, desolate silence of abandonment, punctuated only by the buzz of unseen insects and the crunch of their boots on the parched earth. They walked for what felt like hours, the sun climbing higher in the vast blue sky. The heat shimmered above the ground, distorting the distance, making the hazy mountains seem to float. Eliza's initial relief began to fade, replaced by aching thirst and growing anxiety. The abandoned railbed stretched on endlessly, offering no sign of water, shelter, or civilization. Had they chosen the wrong direction? Were they just trading one hostile wilderness for another? Jack walked beside her now, his long strides shortened slightly to match her pace. He scanned the landscape constantly, his face set in grim lines, conserving his energy, his words. Eliza appreciated his stoic presence, his unwavering focus on survival. Despite the lingering questions about his past, despite the inherent danger he represented, she felt safer walking beside him in this harsh, empty land than she had felt under Blackwood's unsettling protection. There was an honesty to Jack's presence, a raw reality that felt grounding. She thought back to their brief exchange the previous night, his admission of past mistakes, the fleeting touch that had sparked an unexpected connection. In the harsh light of day, under the unforgiving sun, it felt both intimate and dangerous. Could there be anything between them, two such disparate souls thrown together by impossible circumstance? An heiress and a fugitive? It was madness. Yet the shared experience, the mutual reliance, the glimpses of the man beneath the armor, they created threads, fragile but undeniable, weaving between them. It was a dance on the edge of danger, both physical and emotional. Suddenly, Jack stopped, holding up a hand. "Listen," he breathed. Eliza strained her ears, hearing only the buzz of insects and the faint sigh of wind across the arid plains. Then, carried on that wind, a distant sound. Metal striking metal, faint, rhythmic, consistent. "Someone's working," Jack murmured, his eyes narrowing, scanning the slight rise in the terrain ahead. "Sounds like maybe a pickaxe, prospecting." He drew his Colt, checking it reflexively. "Could be trouble, or could be help. Let's move cautious." They left the faint line of the railbed, angling towards the source of the sound, using the sparse scrub and occasional rocky outcrop for cover. As they crested a low ridge, they looked down into a shallow, sun-baked arroyo. A lone figure was working near the base of the arroyo wall, swinging a pickaxe with steady, determined rhythm against a patch of darker, iron-stained rock. He was wiry, dressed in dusty canvas trousers and a sweat-stained shirt, his weathered face shaded by a battered hat. A mule stood tethered nearby, patiently flicking flies with its tail, panniers strapped to its back. It looked like a typical lone prospector hoping to strike it rich in the desolate hills. Jack observed him for a long moment, assessing. The man worked steadily, methodically, seemingly unaware of their presence. He didn't look immediately threatening, but Jack remained wary. Lone men in the wilderness could be unpredictable, territorial, sometimes dangerously desperate. "All right," Jack decided, keeping his voice low. "We need water and information. I'll approach him. You stay back here, under cover. If anything looks wrong, you run. Head back towards the railbed, west this time. Understand?" Eliza nodded, her throat tight. The thought of Jack confronting the stranger alone, while she hid, chafed against her growing desire to be more than a passive participant. But she recognized the tactical sense in his plan. Her presence might complicate things, make the prospector more nervous. "Be careful, Jack," she whispered. He gave her a quick, reassuring nod, though his eyes remained hard and watchful. He holstered his Colt, wanting to appear less threatening, but kept his hand near it. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out from behind the rocks and started walking slowly down into the arroyo. His hands held loosely at his sides, open and visible. The prospector heard his approach and stopped swinging his pickaxe mid-arc. He spun around, startled, automatically reaching for the shotgun propped against the arroyo wall near his mule. He brought it up, leveling it towards Jack, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Hold it right there, mister," the prospector rasped, his voice hoarse from dust and disuse. "State your business." Jack stopped about 20 yards away, raising his hands slowly in a placating gesture. "Easy there, friend," he called out, keeping his voice calm and steady. "Not looking for trouble. Just need water. Me and my associate." He nodded vaguely back towards the ridge where Eliza hid. "We got stranded out here. Train trouble." He offered a partial truth, hoping it sounded plausible. The prospector squinted, his gaze flicking from Jack towards the ridge, then back again, his shotgun still held steady. He was older, his face a road map of sun-baked wrinkles, his eyes sharp and wary beneath the brim of his hat. "Train trouble?" he echoed skeptically. "Ain't no train runs through here. Not for nigh on 15 year, since the Silver Creek spur played out." 15 years. The information hit Jack like a physical blow. 15 years since the tracks they followed had been used. That put them somewhere in the late 1870s, perhaps, or early 1880s, closer to their own time of the late 1890s, but still significantly adrift. At least a decade, maybe more. It confirmed they weren't home, not yet. "Spur line," Jack improvised quickly. "Must have taken a wrong turn somewhere back. Engine gave out. We've been walking." He tried to look appropriately weary and lost. "Water's all we need. Happy to trade for it if you got some to spare." The prospector chewed on this information, his eyes still narrowed. He lowered the shotgun slightly, but kept it ready. "Water's precious out here," he grumbled. "Got just enough for me and Clementine." He nodded towards the mule. "Where you folks headed?" "Trying to get to the nearest town," Jack said. "Which way would that be?" The old man spat a stream of tobacco juice into the dust. "Town?" he scoffed. "Ain't much town left round here. Crimson Gulch settlement dried up long with the silver. Nearest place with folks is probably Jericho Springs, good 2 days' walk northeast. If you avoid the Blackwood territories." "Blackwood territories." The name sent a jolt through Jack. It couldn't be a coincidence. Blackwood, he repeated carefully, keeping his voice neutral. Who's that? The prospector spat again, looking around nervously, as if merely speaking the name invited trouble. Silas Blackwood, he muttered, lowering his voice. Crazy hermit, some say. Lives up in them cursed canyons south of here. Folks say he's got strange ways, knows things he shouldn't, claims the land around Crimson Gulch as his own. Got armed guards, traps, best steer clear. Folks go missing up there. So, Blackwood wasn't just a castaway scholar known only within the gulch. He was a local legend, a bogeyman, a territorial power in this time period. 15 years after the railroad spur died, he was already established, feared. How long had he truly been manipulating things from his crimson cavern? Had his arrival somehow coincided with the mine playing out? The settlement drying up? The implications were deeply unsettling. Blackwood wasn't just lost in time. He seemed to be actively shaping the time he was in. Appreciate the warning, Jack said, filing the information away. Still, about that water. The prospector hesitated, then seemed to soften slightly, perhaps seeing the genuine weariness in Jack's stance, or perhaps just driven by the unwritten code of the desert that demanded basic humanity, even amidst suspicion. Oh, hell, he grumbled. Reckon I can spare a mouthful or two. Wouldn't want nobody dying of thirst on my watch, even lost fools. He gestured with his shotgun towards a canvas water bag hanging from the mule's saddle. Come on over, slow-like. Jack nodded his thanks and walked forward cautiously. As he reached the mule, the prospector kept the shotgun loosely aimed in his direction, watching his every move. Jack unslung the water bag, uncorked it, and took a long, grateful drink. The water was lukewarm and tasted faintly of canvas, but it was the most wonderful thing he'd tasted in days. He recorked the bag, resisting the urge to drain it dry. Much obliged, Jack said sincerely. He looked back towards the ridge, catching Eliza's eye, giving a subtle nod to indicate things were relatively safe for now. Name's Jedediah, the prospector offered grudgingly, finally lowering the shotgun completely, leaning it against the arroyo wall again. Been working this claim nigh on 10 year. Ain't found much more'n color, but keeps me busy. Jack replied simply. And Eliza. He saw no reason to hide her presence now. Eliza took his nod as a signal and carefully made her way down into the arroyo, trying to appear non-threatening. Jedediah watched her approach, his eyes widening slightly in surprise at the sight of a reasonably well-dressed woman emerging from the desolate landscape. Her clothes were torn and dusty, her hair escaping its pins, but the quality of the fabric, the refinement in her bearing, still hinted at a different life. "Ma'am," Jedediah mumbled awkwardly, touching the brim of his battered hat. "Didn't figure, well, ain't usual, seeing ladies out this way." "We appreciate your kindness, Jedediah," Eliza said, her voice rough from thirst, but polite. Jack offered her the water bag. She drank gratefully, though sparingly, aware of Jedediah's watchful eye. The simple act of sharing water with a stranger, the brief exchange of names, felt like reclaiming a piece of normalcy after the alien horrors of the gulch. But even as they stood there, catching their breath, sharing water under the harsh Nevada sun, the shadow of Blackwood lingered. He wasn't just a phantom from another time. He was a power here, a source of fear, a controller of territory. Their escape from the gulch hadn't truly freed them. They were still dancing on the edge of his influence, caught in the threads of a mystery that spanned far more than just their own lost time. The dance was far from over. It had merely changed location, the steps becoming perhaps even more dangerous now that they knew their enigmatic host cast a long shadow in this world too. Chapter 13. Promises, Written in Dust. The lukewarm water from Jedediah's canvas bag did little to quench the bone-deep thirst, but it eased the immediate rasping dryness in Eliza's throat and offered a small measure of comfort against the oppressive heat. Standing in the sun-baked arroyo, listening to the old prospector's grudging assessment of their location, the reality of their continued displacement settled heavily. Closer, yes. Perhaps only a decade or two removed from their own time. But still adrift, still lost, and now burdened with the unsettling knowledge that Silas Blackwood wasn't merely a fellow castaway, but a recognized, feared presence in this era. The Blackwood territories, the phrase echoed ominously, suggesting a sphere of influence far beyond the confines of Crimson Gulch. Jedediah, having decided they weren't immediate threats, leaned his shotgun back against the rock wall and returned to his pickaxe, though he kept casting wary glances their way between swings. Clementine, the mule, flicked her ears, seemingly indifferent to the newcomers. "Jericho Springs, you said?" Jack confirmed, wiping dust and sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. 2 days' walk? "Yep," Jedediah grunted, swinging his pickaxe into the stubborn rock. "Northeast. Follow this arroyo till it broadens out near Scorpion Ridge. Careful of rattlers there. Then cut across the flatlands. Can't miss it. Sits near the only decent water source for 50 miles. He paused, leaning on his pickaxe handle, squinting at them again. "Though why folks'd want to go to Jericho Springs is beyond me. Ain't much more'n a dusty saloon, a broke-down livery, and a handful of folks trying to scratch a living out of nothing." "It's a start," Jack said grimly. A town, however small, meant potential resources. Food, water, information, maybe even a way to earn some money, figure out their next move. Surviving out here required more than just luck and resilience. It required coin of the realm, something neither he nor Eliza possessed in any usable quantity. His escape funds were long gone, spent on the train ticket that had led them into this mess. Eliza's reticule likely held little of practical value in a place like Jericho Springs. "Need to be careful there, too," Jedediah added, lowering his voice again. "Place get rough visitors, folks passing through from down south, heading for the rail lines further north. Some ain't too particular about other people's property. Or lives." He spat again. "Sheriff Banyan does his best, but he's just one man." Another layer of potential danger. It seemed this time, this place, offered no easy refuge. Eliza exchanged a glance with Jack. His expression was set, already calculating the risks, weighing the necessity against the potential threats. There was no choice, really. They couldn't survive indefinitely in the wilderness. Jericho Springs, despite its shortcomings and dangers, was their only viable destination. "We appreciate the directions, Jedediah," Eliza said, offering the old prospector a small, weary smile. "And the water." Jedediah grunted again, seemingly uncomfortable with the gratitude. "Just watch yourselves," he muttered, turning back to his work, the rhythmic clink of his pickaxe resuming its lonely beat against the rock. He seemed eager for them to be gone, his brief flicker of humanity receding back into the wary solitude of his existence. Jack looked at Eliza. "Ready?" She nodded, taking one last look around the desolate arroyo, imprinting the image of the lone prospector chipping away at the earth, a tiny figure dwarfed by the vast, indifferent landscape. It felt like a metaphor for their own situation. Small, vulnerable figures, struggling against overwhelming odds. They climbed back out of the arroyo, leaving Jedediah to his solitary toil. The sun felt even hotter now, nearing its zenith. Following the prospector's directions, they trudged along the dry, cracked bed of the arroyo as it gradually widened, the crimson rock of the gulch replaced by paler sandstone and crumbling shale. The silence closed in again, vast and empty. "Blackwood territories," Jack said after a while, his voice low and thoughtful, breaking the silence. "Means he's been here a while. Long enough to stake a claim, scare off the locals, maybe even hire those guards Jedediah mentioned." How? Eliza wondered aloud. How could one man, lost in time like us, establish himself like that? Gain power? Control territory? Jack shook his head, his expression troubled. "Don't know, but it ain't natural. That knowledge he has, the glyphs, the storms, maybe he found something else in that gulch, something that gave him an edge." He glanced back towards the south, towards the unseen canyons they had escaped. Or maybe he made a deal with the choir, or something worse? The thought was chilling. Blackwood hadn't just been observing. He'd been learning, possibly manipulating forces beyond their comprehension. Had his cryptic talk of power been more than just rambling? Was he actively seeking to control the temporal instabilities, perhaps even the passages themselves? And if so, to what end? Escape? Dominion? Or something far more sinister? Their own escape through the portal suddenly felt less like a victory and more like fleeing one cage only to find the bars extended further than they realized. "We need to be careful in Jericho Springs," Jack continued, his focus shifting back to the immediate future. "Can't draw attention, especially not mentioning Blackwood or how we got here." He looked at Eliza, his gaze serious. "Your clothes, they mark you as out of place. Too fine for this part of the country, even trail-worn." Eliza looked down at her woolen skirt, now stained, snagged, and coated in layers of dust. Her blouse, once crisp white, was grimy at the collar and cuffs. Yet Jack was right. Compared to Jedediah's rough canvas, her attire still spoke of wealth, of the city. It would attract notice, questions they couldn't afford to answer. "And you," she countered gently, nodding towards the faint bloodstain still visible on his cuff, the lingering scratch on his cheek. "You look like you've been in trouble." A muscle twitched in Jack's jaw. "Point taken." He sighed. "We need to look like, well, like we belong. Or at least like we're just passing through. Unremarkable." He ran a hand over his own rough attire. "Maybe I can pass as a drifter looking for work. But you—" "I can work," Eliza stated firmly, meeting his gaze. The thought of scrubbing floors or serving drinks in a dusty saloon was daunting, a world away from her previous life. But the alternative, remaining helpless, dependent, conspicuous, was unacceptable. She had survived the passage, faced down monstrous creatures, followed a fugitive into the unknown. She could learn to work. "I'm stronger than I look, Jack, and I learn quickly." He studied her for a moment, seeing the determination in her eyes, the resilience that had surprised him time and again since she'd stepped off that train. He gave a slow nod. "All right, Eliza. We'll figure something out. Together." The word "together" hung in the dry air, simple yet resonant. It was a promise made not with flowery words or grand gestures, but forged in shared hardship, mutual reliance, and the unspoken acknowledgement of the fragile connection growing between them. A promise written in the dust of this desolate landscape. They walked on in silence for a while, lost in their own thoughts, conserving energy under the punishing sun. Eliza found her mind drifting back to the life she'd left behind. The expectations, the constraints, the carefully constructed future that had awaited her. Would she ever truly want to go back to that, even if they found a way? The question startled her with its implications. Had this terrifying ordeal irrevocably changed her? Stripped away the heiress and revealed someone else, someone stronger, someone who craved the harsh freedom of the open range over the stifling security of the gilded cage. She glanced at Jack again. He walked with a steady, ground-covering stride, his gaze constantly scanning, alert to every nuance of the landscape. He was a man shaped by hardship, by flight, by violence. He carried darkness within him, secrets she might never uncover. Yet, there was a core of integrity to him, a fierce loyalty she'd glimpsed in his protection of her, a vulnerability hidden beneath the rough exterior. He was dangerous, yes, but he was also real, solid, intensely present in a way the men of her former acquaintance had never been. Her feelings towards him were a confusing tangle of fear, gratitude, sympathy, and something else. Something warmer, more perilous, that she didn't dare put a name to. As the afternoon wore on, the heat began to lessen slightly. The arroyo opened onto a wide, flat plain covered in sparse grass and thorny mesquite. In the distance, towards the northeast, a low line of darker hills broke the monotony, Scorpion Ridge, presumably, and beyond that, somewhere unseen, lay Jericho Springs. They found a small seep of brackish water near a cluster of rocks, enough to refill Jack's tin cup and moisten their throats, though the taste was unpleasant. Jack examined the ground nearby. "Tracks," he said quietly, pointing to scuffed prints in the dust. "Shod horse. Maybe two. Headed the same way we are. Recent. Riders ahead of them." Jedediah's warning about rough visitors came back to Eliza. Were they just ordinary travelers, or the kind who preyed on others? Another potential danger to navigate. "We should try and make camp before dark," Jack decided, scanning the terrain for a suitable spot. "Find some cover off the main trail these riders might be taking." He pointed towards a cluster of larger boulders and dense mesquite about half a mile off their current path. "Maybe over there. Won't be comfortable, but might be safer." They reached the spot as the sun finally began to dip towards the western horizon, painting the vast sky in breathtaking hues of orange, pink, and deep violet. The first true sunset Eliza had seen since the storm. The beauty was so intense, so poignant after the unchanging gray twilight, that it brought tears to her eyes. It felt like a gift, a reminder that even in this harsh, displaced world, moments of grace existed. Jack gathered dry mesquite branches for a small, smokeless fire, using his flint and steel with practiced efficiency. They had no food, save for the memory of Jedediah's jerky, and hunger gnawed persistently. But the small fire offered warmth against the rapidly cooling desert air, and a small measure of psychological comfort against the encroaching darkness. They sat near the fire, watching the last colors fade from the sky, replaced by a canopy of brilliant stars, sharper and clearer than any Eliza had ever seen from gaslit San Francisco. The sheer number, the intensity, was overwhelming. "Never seen stars like that," Jack murmured, echoing her thoughts, his voice softer than usual. He leaned back against a boulder, looking up at the glittering expanse. "Makes you feel small." "It does," Eliza agreed quietly. "But also, connected, like maybe the same stars shine on home. The word felt strange on her tongue, distant and uncertain. Jack didn't reply, but she saw his gaze linger on the familiar constellations, the Dipper, Cassiopeia, anchors in a sea of temporal chaos. Were they the same stars, or echoes from a different time? The silence stretched between them, comfortable now, companionable. The shared sunset, the starlit sky, seemed to dissolve some of the tension, some of the unspoken barriers. "Jack," Eliza began tentatively, needing to understand more, needing to bridge the gap his secrets created. "The man you said got hurt. The mistake you made." He stiffened slightly, his gaze dropping from the stars, his familiar guard rising. But he didn't shut her out completely. "He was a watchman," Jack said, his voice low and rough, staring into the fire. "Old fella. Wasn't supposed to be there, my partners. They got jumpy. Things went sideways fast." He clenched his fists. "I tried to stop it, pulled him clear, but he hit his head hard." He swallowed, the memory clearly painful. "Don't know if he made it. I had to run before the law arrived. Left him there." The guilt in his voice was raw, palpable. He hadn't been the direct cause, but his involvement, his presence, his association with the wrong people had led to an innocent man being gravely injured, possibly killed. That was the weight he carried, the mistake he was running from. "It wasn't your fault he got hurt," Eliza said softly, though she knew the words offered little comfort against such deep-seated guilt. "Wasn't it?" Jack countered bleakly. "I was there, went along with the plan, even when my gut screamed it was wrong. That makes me responsible." He looked up, meeting her eyes across the fire, his own filled with self-recrimination. "That's the truth of it, Eliza. I ain't no hero, just a fool who made a bad choice and ran when things got tough." His honesty was brutal, disarming. He wasn't trying to excuse himself, wasn't trying to paint himself in a better light. He was laying bare the scar, the promise he had broken to himself, perhaps. Eliza felt a wave of empathy wash over her. His past was dark, his choices questionable, but his remorse felt genuine, his burden heavy. "Running doesn't make you a coward, Jack," she said quietly. "Sometimes it's the only way to survive, to get a chance to make things right, or at least live differently." He looked at her, surprised perhaps by her lack of judgment, by her quiet understanding. A flicker of warmth entered his eyes, softening the harsh lines of his face for a moment. "Maybe," he conceded, though doubt lingered in his voice. The fire crackled, casting dancing shadows. The stars blazed overhead, silent witnesses. In that moment, sitting together under the vast desert sky, the heiress and the fugitive felt less defined by their former labels and more by their shared humanity, their shared struggle, the fragile trust building between them like a tentative desert bloom. The promises they had made to themselves, the promises broken, the promises yet to be kept. They all seemed written in the dust around them, waiting for the dawn of an uncertain future. In Jericho Springs. Chapter 14. The Past Bites Back. The dawn that broke over the sparse desert landscape brought no relief from the oppressive heat, only a brighter, harsher glare. They had spent a restless night huddled near the dying embers of their small fire, taking turns keeping watch, though sleep offered little respite when dreams were haunted by shimmering portals, shadowy choirs, and the ghosts of past mistakes. Eliza awoke feeling gritty, unrested, and acutely aware of the gnawing emptiness in her stomach. Beside her, Jack was already dismantling their meager camp, scattering the ashes of the fire, erasing any sign of their passage with the ingrained caution of a man long accustomed to covering his tracks. His movements were economical, his face set in the grim mask he wore when facing the day's uncertainties. The brief vulnerability shared under the starlight felt like a fragile memory, carefully packed away with the dawn. Yet something had shifted between them. A layer of pretense had been stripped away. She knew a piece of his burden now, and he knew, well, perhaps he sensed the crumbling facade of the heiress, revealing the uncertain but determined woman beneath. It wasn't trust, not fully, but it was a thread, strong and resilient, woven in the loom of shared peril. "Jericho Springs today," he said, his voice rough from sleep or disuse. He offered her the last few inches of lukewarm, canvas-tainted water from his tin cup. "Best keep moving." She accepted the cup gratefully, rationing the sips. "How far do you think?" Jedediah said 2 days' walk. "We covered maybe half of that yesterday." He scanned the hazy horizon towards Scorpion Ridge. "Should reach it by late afternoon, if we push it, and if we don't run into those riders." The thought of the riders ahead added another layer of tension to the already arduous journey. They set out, walking northeast across the flatlands, the rising sun hot on their backs. The landscape offered little variation: dusty earth, sparse, thorny scrub, distant, heat-distorted mesas. The silence was vast, broken only by the crunch of their footsteps and the occasional cry of an unseen hawk circling high overhead in the merciless blue sky. Eliza focused on putting one foot in front of the other, conserving her energy, trying to ignore the pangs of hunger and the persistent thirst. She thought about Jericho Springs. Jedediah's description painted a bleak picture: a dying town, rough visitors, a lone sheriff. Not exactly the sanctuary they hoped for, but it was a destination, a tangible goal in this otherwise featureless expanse. It represented people, however rough, potential food and water, perhaps even information that Blackwood hadn't offered. She walked beside Jack, matching his steady pace. He moved with his head up, constantly scanning, his senses alert. He pointed out things she might have missed: the faint track of a sidewinder in the sand, the distant dust devil dancing across the plain, the way the sparse vegetation clustered, suggesting slightly more moisture beneath the surface. He spoke little, but his quiet observations were a form of communication, a sharing of the knowledge that kept him alive. Around midday, Jack stopped, crouching low, pointing towards a shallow wash ahead. "Riders' camp," he murmured. Eliza peered forward. She could see the faint ashes of a recent campfire, discarded tins glinting in the sun, tracks of several horses milling about. Empty whiskey bottles lay scattered carelessly. It didn't look like the camp of disciplined travelers. "Maybe 4 or 5 of them," Jack assessed, studying the tracks. "Rode hard. Didn't bother cleaning up." His expression hardened. "The kind Jedediah warned about, most likely." He looked in the direction the tracks led, towards Jericho Springs. "They're ahead of us, probably reached town already." The thought of confronting such men, in their weakened and conspicuous state, sent a fresh wave of anxiety through Eliza. "Should we wait?" she asked nervously. "Let them move on?" Jack considered, rubbing his jaw. "Hard to say. Waiting out here ain't getting us water or food. Could be they're just passing through. Could be they plan on staying a while, drinking up whatever money they got." he made a decision. We keep going, but we go careful. Stick to cover where we can. We get close to town. We observe first. See what we're walking into. They continued, leaving the faint trace of the abandoned railbed to skirt the edges of the plain, using low ridges and clusters of mesquite for concealment. The tension ratcheted higher with every mile, the anticipation of reaching town mingling uneasily with the fear of what, or who, they might find there. Late in the afternoon, cresting a final rise, they saw it. Jericho Springs. It wasn't much more than a scar on the vast landscape, a single dusty main street flanked by a dozen or so weathered wooden buildings, most looking sun-bleached and dilapidated. A prominent saloon sign, faded but readable, the Dusty Nugget, swung creaking slightly in the hot breeze. A livery stable leaned precariously at one end of town, its corral holding only a couple of bony-looking horses. A few small shuttered houses dotted the edges. Smoke curled lazily from a single chimney. It looked quiet. Too quiet. Several horses were tied to the hitching rail outside the saloon, more than the two they'd seen in the livery corral. At least 4, maybe 5, the riders. They were still here. "All right," Jack breathed, pulling Eliza back behind the crest of the ridge. "They're in the saloon, most likely. That's good and bad. Means they're occupied, but means we might have to walk right past them." He assessed the layout of the town. Liveries at the far end. Might be water there. General store, maybe. Looks closed up tight. Sheriff's office. Can't see one. "What do we do?" Eliza whispered, her heart pounding. "We need water first. Then maybe see if there's odd jobs at the livery, somewhere away from the saloon. But we need to get through town to reach it." He looked at her, his eyes serious. "New clothes would help, especially for you, but that takes money we don't have." He sighed. "Okay, plan is, walk through quiet and steady. Keep your head down, don't meet anyone's eyes. Act like we belong, or like we're just passing through with business at the livery. Stick close to me." He checked his Colt, ensuring it was loose in the holster. He ran a hand over his face, trying to smooth his hair, a futile gesture against the grime and wind. He looked tired, tense, but resolute. Eliza took a deep breath, straightened her shoulders, and tried to school her features into an expression of calm neutrality, mimicking his readiness. They started down the slope towards the town, walking not directly down the main street, but angling towards the backs of the buildings, hoping to use them for cover as long as possible before emerging onto the main thoroughfare. The closer they got, the more dilapidated the town appeared. Paint peeled from false fronts, boardwalk planks were missing, windows were grimy or boarded up. A stray dog, ribs showing, watched them pass with listless eyes before slinking back into the alley shadows. They reached the end of the alley and paused, peering cautiously around the corner onto the main street. It was deserted, save for the horses hitched outside the saloon and a tumbleweed skittering across the dust in the hot breeze. Loud voices and coarse laughter drifted from behind the saloon's swinging doors, confirming the rider's location. "All right," Jack murmured. "Livery's down that way." He nodded towards the far end of the street. "Just walk steady. Let's go." He stepped out onto the main street, Eliza beside him. The dust muffled their footsteps. The heat radiated up from the ground, reflecting off the weathered wood of the buildings. Every window seemed like a watchful eye. Eliza kept her gaze fixed on the livery stable sign in the distance, forcing herself not to look towards the saloon, not to react to the raucous sounds spilling from within. Her dress felt heavy, conspicuous, her heartbeat loud in her ears. They were halfway down the street, approaching the saloon, when the swinging doors burst open. Two men stumbled out, laughing loudly, blinking in the bright sunlight. They were rough-looking, dressed in trail-worn clothes, gun belts strapped low on their hips. They leaned against the hitching post, sharing a flask. Eliza instinctively averted her gaze, keeping her eyes down. Jack kept walking, his pace unchanged. But Eliza felt the tension radiate from him. His hand hovered near his gun. She could feel the eyes of the two men on them as they passed. One of them made a low comment she couldn't quite hear, followed by a rough chuckle. She forced herself to keep walking, focusing on the livery stable, just 100 yards further now. They were almost past the saloon when another figure appeared in the doorway, framed against the dim interior. Taller than the first two, with greasy dark hair hanging past his shoulders and cold, close-set eyes that swept dismissively over the dusty street. He took a swig from a bottle, then his gaze fell upon Jack. The man froze. His eyes narrowed, disbelief warring with dawning recognition. The bottle lowered slowly from his lips. "Well, I'll be damned," the man drawled, his voice carrying clearly in the sudden quiet. The two leaning on the hitching post turned, curious. "If it ain't Jack Run-Out Riley." Jack stopped dead in his tracks. Eliza saw his shoulders stiffen, his body go utterly still, like a cornered wolf assessing its chances. Riley. So that was his surname. And Run-Out, a name clearly earned and likely tied to the mistake he'd confessed. The past hadn't just caught up. It had reached out and grabbed him by the throat. "Thought you was supposed to be breaking rocks up near Carson City, Riley," the greasy-haired man continued, stepping fully out of the saloon, a predatory grin spreading across his face. Two more men appeared behind him in the doorway, drawn by the sudden tension. These looked like the rest of the riders, hard cases, eyes glittering with mean amusement and potential violence. Or maybe feeding worms after that little incident at the rail yard. Jack didn't answer immediately. His gaze flickered, assessing the men. 5 of them now, their positions, their weapons. Assessing Eliza, standing frozen beside him, vulnerable. Assessing the street, the alleys, the potential escape routes. His mind worked with lightning speed, the fugitive's instinct taking over. "You got the wrong man, friend," Jack said finally, his voice dangerously soft, level. "Name's Jack, just passing through." The greasy-haired man laughed, a harsh barking sound. "Oh, I don't think so. I never forget a face, especially one that cost me my share of a fat payroll." He took a step forward, his hand hovering over the pistol holstered on his hip. "Name's Shanks. Me and the boys," he gestured to the others. "We was there that night. Saw you run out after Thompson went down, and the old watchman took a dive." Shanks. One of the wrong people Jack had gotten tangled with. The past wasn't just biting back. It was baring its teeth, ready to tear him apart. "Seems there's a reward out for escaped convicts, Riley," Shanks sneered, his eyes gleaming with avarice. "And an old score to settle besides. Boys," he addressed his companions, "looks like our luck just turned." The other men grinned, spreading out slightly, blocking the street, hands moving towards their own weapons. The air crackled with imminent violence. Passers-by, if there had been any, would have vanished instantly. This was trouble brewing, saloon front justice, and no one wanted to be caught in the crossfire. Jack subtly shifted his stance, placing himself slightly in front of Eliza, shielding her body with his own. "This ain't your fight, Shanks," Jack said, his voice still quiet but laced with deadly intent. "Walk away, let us pass." "Pass?" Shanks laughed again. "Pass up a reward and the pleasure of settling accounts? I don't think so, Riley." He drew his gun, the metallic click echoing in the tense silence. "Now, you gonna come quiet? Or you want to make this messy right here in front of your pretty little lady friend?" The threat, aimed implicitly at Eliza, ignited a cold fire in Jack's eyes. The calculating survivor vanished, replaced by something fiercer, more protective. His hand blurred towards his Colt. "Don't!" Jack warned, his voice dropping to a lethal growl. But Shanks wasn't listening. He raised his pistol. Time seemed to slow. Eliza saw the movement, saw the cold certainty in Shanks's eyes, saw Jack's hand closing around the worn grip of his Colt. This was it. The explosion of violence they had feared, unavoidable, inescapable. Her mind screamed for Jack to run, to save himself, but he stood his ground, a shield between her and the past that had finally, brutally, caught up to him. The dusty street of Jericho Springs, which had promised a meager hope, had instead become a deadly trap, sprung by the echoes of a mistake made years ago under a different sky. The air hung heavy, thick with dust, and the imminent smell of gunpowder. Chapter 15. Choices Carved in Stone. The moment stretched, taut as a bowstring drawn to its limit. The dusty street of Jericho Springs became an arena. The sun-bleached buildings silent spectators to the brewing storm. Shanks' pistol gleamed menacingly in the harsh sunlight, aimed squarely at Jack. His companions fanned out, a ragged crescent of hard-eyed threat, cutting off retreat. The coarse laughter from the saloon had died, replaced by an electric silence charged with the metallic tang of imminent bloodshed. Eliza stood frozen behind Jack, his body a solid, unyielding shield. She could feel the coiled tension radiating from him, the stillness before the strike. His hand rested on the butt of his Colt, his thumb near the hammer, ready to unleash the violence he clearly despised, but wouldn't shrink from. Not when she was threatened. In his eyes, when his gaze flickered towards her for a fraction of a second, she saw not fear, but a grim, protective resolve that squeezed her heart. He wasn't running this time. "Last chance, Riley," Shanks snarled, his finger tightening on the trigger. "Come quiet, or the lady gets—" He never finished the sentence. Jack moved with blinding speed, born of desperation and honed instinct. His Colt cleared the holster in a single fluid motion, spitting fire and thunder before Shanks could fully register the attack. The shot was deafening in the enclosed street. Shanks cried out, stumbling back, clutching his shoulder where the bullet had struck, his own pistol clattering harmlessly into the dust. Chaos erupted. Shanks's companions reacted instantly, drawing their own weapons, curses mingling with the roar of gunfire. Jack didn't wait. He fired again, dropping one man who had raised his rifle, then dove sideways, pulling Eliza down with him behind an overturned water trough near the saloon wall, seeking precious cover. Bullets splintered the wood of the trough, kicking up dust inches from Eliza's head. She pressed herself flat against the grimy wood, heart hammering against her ribs, the acrid smell of gunpowder sharp in her nostrils. Jack crouched beside her, firing methodically over the top of the trough, making each shot count, forcing the remaining 3 men, Shanks nursing his shoulder, and the 2 others, to take cover behind the hitching posts and the corner of the saloon. "Stay down!" Jack yelled at her over the gunfire, his face grim, his eyes narrowed in concentration as he reloaded with swift, practiced movements, feeding fresh cartridges into the cylinder of his Colt. Eliza huddled behind the trough, feeling utterly helpless. This was Jack's past erupting, a violent storm she was caught in the middle of. She watched him, fascinated and terrified by his lethal competence. This was the side of him she had always sensed, the dangerous edge honed by necessity. He moved with deadly grace, firing, taking cover, assessing the threats with cold precision. This wasn't a panicked defense. It was a calculated fight for survival, fought with the grim skill of a man who knew the brutal arithmetic of violence. One of Shanks's men tried to make a break for better cover across the street. Jack's colt barked twice. The man stumbled, spun around, and collapsed in the dust, unmoving. Now there were only 2 active threats besides the wounded Shanks. "Give it up, Riley!" Shanks yelled from behind the saloon corner, his voice tight with pain and fury. "You can't take us all! The reward's good as ours!" "Walk away, Shanks!" Jack shouted back, conserving his ammunition now. "We planning for a clear shot." "This ain't worth dying for." A bullet ricocheted off the metal banding of the trough, showering them with splinters. Eliza flinched, pressing herself lower. Jack risked a quick look over the cover. The remaining gunman was trying to circle around, using the opposite buildings for cover, attempting to get a flanking angle. Jack knew he couldn't hold them off indefinitely. They were pinned down, exposed. Eliza was vulnerable. Running might have been an option if he were alone, but not with her. He needed to end this fast. But how? He was outnumbered, outgunned, if they got organized. Suddenly, a new sound cut through the chaos, the heavy boom of a shotgun echoing from the far end of the street. Both Jack and the remaining gunmen froze, startled. Down by the livery stable, a figure emerged, holding a smoking double-barreled shotgun. A tall, broad-shouldered man with a weathered face, iron-gray hair, and a determined set to his jaw. He wore a simple leather vest over a plaid shirt, and a tarnished star was pinned to the vest. The sheriff. Jedediah had mentioned him, Sheriff Banyan. "Hold your fire," Banyan bellowed, his voice carrying the weight of authority, accustomed to commanding attention even over gunfire. He advanced slowly up the street, the shotgun held ready, his eyes sweeping the scene, taking in the downed men, the figures pinned behind cover, the wounded Shanks. "This is Jericho Springs. You bring your trouble here. You answer to me. Drop your weapons. Now!" Shanks cursed, looking from the advancing sheriff to Jack, trapped between 2 threats. His remaining gunmen hesitated, glancing nervously at the formidable figure of the lawman. This was Jack's chance. While their attention was divided, he needed to create a diversion, break the stalemate. But what? He was low on ammunition, pinned down. Then Eliza moved. Driven by a desperate surge of adrenaline, by the refusal to remain helpless while Jack fought his battle alone, she did the only thing she could think of. She scooped up a handful of loose dirt and pebbles from beneath the trough and, with surprising force, flung it towards the corner where Shanks and his remaining man were hesitating. It was a small gesture, almost pathetic in the face of gunfire. But in the tense standoff, the sudden shower of grit was enough. Shanks flinched, momentarily distracted. His man jerked his head around. It was the opening Jack needed. He rose slightly, aimed carefully, and fired. His bullet struck the gunman's pistol, sending it spinning from his grasp with a yelp of pain. Before the man could react further, Jack vaulted over the trough, closing the distance. He slammed the butt of his empty Colt against the man's temple, sending him crumpling to the ground. Shanks, seeing his last man down, his shoulder bleeding, and the sheriff steadily advancing, finally seemed to realize the fight was lost. With a final curse directed at Jack, he turned and scrambled back into the saloon, disappearing behind the swinging doors. Sheriff Banyan reached the scene, his shotgun covering both Jack and the saloon doors. "You all right there, mister?" he asked Jack, his voice gruff, but his eyes sharp and assessing. Jack slowly lowered his empty Colt, breathing heavily. "So far," he managed, glancing quickly at Eliza to ensure she was unharmed. She nodded shakily, rising from behind the trough, covered in dust but miraculously unscathed. "Who are you?" Banyan demanded, his gaze taking in Jack's rough appearance, the smoking gun, the downed men. "And what in blue blazes happened here?" Before Jack could formulate a plausible lie, the saloon doors swung open again. Shanks wasn't there. Instead, several nervous-looking patrons peered out, along with a portly bartender wiping his hands on a dirty apron. "Sheriff," the bartender called out hesitantly. "Shanks, he ran out the back way, said something about Riley and a reward." Banyan's eyes narrowed, focusing on Jack again. "Riley? That your name?" Jack's heart sank. The lie was useless now. His past, the name Shanks, had spat like venom, had sealed his fate here. He couldn't run, not with the sheriff's shotgun leveled at him. He met Banyan's steady gaze. "Jack Riley," he admitted quietly, the name feeling heavy, damning. Banyan absorbed this, his expression hardening. "Escaped convict out of Carson City Quarry?" he asked, his voice devoid of inflection. It wasn't really a question. The reward posters must have reached even this remote corner of Nevada. Jack nodded curtly, bracing himself. This was it. Capture. The end of his desperate flight. "All right, Riley," Banyan said, his voice firm. "Drop the gun belt. Slow and easy." Jack hesitated. Going back to the quarry, it felt like a death sentence. The brutality, the hopelessness, but resisting the sheriff now, especially after the gunfight, would only make things worse, potentially endangering Eliza further. He looked at her, saw the fear and desperation in her eyes, mirrored by his own. He had brought this trouble down on them. His past had put her in the line of fire. With a deep sigh that felt like the surrender of his last hope, Jack slowly unbuckled his gun belt and let it fall into the dust at his feet. He stood there, unarmed, exposed, waiting for the inevitable click of handcuffs. Banyan kept the shotgun trained on him, but nodded towards Eliza. "You all right, ma'am? You with him?" Eliza stepped forward, her chin held high despite the tremor in her hands. "My name is Eliza Rothwell," she stated, her voice surprisingly clear. "Mr. Riley was protecting me. Those men attacked us without provocation." Banyan looked from Eliza's refined, though disheveled appearance to Jack's rough, fugitive bearing. An unlikely pairing. "Protecting you?" he questioned skeptically. "Seems his presence invited the trouble, ma'am, if he's the escaped convict they were after." "They threatened me," Eliza insisted fiercely, stepping closer to Jack, instinctively positioning herself slightly beside him, a small gesture of solidarity that didn't go unnoticed by either man. "Mr. Riley defended us both." Banyan studied them both for a long moment, his expression unreadable. He looked at the downed men, one dead, one unconscious. Shanks fled. He looked at the splintered trough, the bullet holes in the saloon wall. He looked back at Jack, standing resigned but not broken, and Eliza, defiant and protective, beside him. "This is a hell of a mess, Riley," Banyan said finally, lowering his shotgun slightly, though not completely relaxing his guard. "An escaped convict involved in a fatal shooting. Normally, that's a one-way ticket back to Carson City, or maybe even the gallows. Reward or no reward. Jack braced himself for the inevitable. But, Banyan continued slowly, his gaze lingering on Eliza, perhaps seeing the truth in her fierce defense, or perhaps just weary of the violence that plagued his small town. The witnesses, he nodded towards the nervous saloon patrons, will likely testify Shanks and his crew drew first, provoked the fight, threatened the lady. He rubbed his jaw thoughtfully. And apprehending you means paperwork, telegrams, holding you till marshals arrive, costly trouble for a town that can barely afford its own sheriff. He seemed to be weighing his options, the letter of the law against the practicalities of his jurisdiction, and perhaps a sliver of doubt sown by Eliza's testimony. "Tell you what, Riley," Banyan said, making a decision. "You caused a disturbance. Resisted. Well, let's just say you resisted turning yourself in peacefully when confronted by known associates seeking a bounty." He paused. "Normally, I'd lock you up, but my jail ain't fit for holding, and like I said, marshals are a long way off." He looked Jack straight in the eye. "You help me clean up this mess. Get these bodies seen to, the wounded patched up best we can, and then you and the lady," he nodded towards Eliza, "you ride out. First light tomorrow. Head north, away from here, away from Blackwood's territory, and don't come back. I ain't seen you." The reward poster must have gotten lost in the mail. Jack stared at the sheriff, stunned. It wasn't freedom. Not exactly. It was exile. A temporary reprieve. A chance to keep running. But it was infinitely better than the quarry. It was a chance. "Why?" Jack asked, bewildered by the unexpected leniency. Banyan shrugged, his weathered face impassive. "Maybe I believe the lady," he said gruffly. "Maybe I'm tired of bounty hunters like Shanks bringing their filth into my town. Maybe—" His eyes held a flicker of something else, understanding, perhaps. "I figure a man deserves a chance to outrun his past if he's trying hard enough, especially if he's got someone worth protecting." He glanced meaningfully at Eliza. He gestured towards the unconscious gunman. "Now, help me get this trash cleared off my street before the flies get too bad. And Riley?" "Yeah?" "Don't make me regret this." The choice had been made, not by Jack, but for him. Carved in the stone of circumstance, shaped by violence, and unexpectedly altered by a lawman's weary pragmatism and a woman's fierce loyalty. It wasn't justice nor freedom, but it was a path forward, away from the immediate jaws of the past. A dusty, uncertain path leading north, deeper into the unknown, with the shadow of Blackwood behind them and the weight of their shared secrets heavy between them. But for now, it was enough. They had survived the past, biting back, thanks to hard choices, unexpected allies, and the promises, however fragile, they were forging together in the dust. Chapter 16. Across the Barren Lands. Cleaning up the aftermath of the gunfight was a grim, sobering task. Under Sheriff Banyan's watchful eye, Jack helped carry the dead man, one of Shanks's crew, into a deserted shed behind the saloon, while the bartender nervously fetched water and bandages for the unconscious gunman Jack had subdued. The man groaned as Banyan roughly bound his head wound, muttering about finding him work cleaning out the livery stables once he came around, a form of rough justice fitting for Jericho Springs. Shanks remained conspicuously absent, having likely fled town as soon as the shooting stopped, leaving his wounded and dead companions behind without a backward glance, a testament to the honor among thieves. Eliza, feeling shaken but determined not to be useless, helped the bartender bring water. her earlier fear replaced by a numbing pragmatism. She tore strips from her own petticoat, already ruined beyond repair, to supplement the meager bandages. The intimacy of tending wounds, the stark reality of life and death laid bare on the dusty street, felt worlds away from the sanitized proprieties of her former life, yet strangely grounding. This was survival, stripped of illusion. Sheriff Banyan, true to his word, asked few questions. He seemed less interested in the specifics of Jack's past or their impossible journey, and more concerned with restoring a semblance of order to his beleaguered town. He accepted Jack's terse, edited version of events, escaped custody further south, trying to head north to start fresh, ran afoul of old associates seeking a bounty, without overt skepticism, though his eyes remained sharp, missing little. He offered them curt advice. Head north, towards the main rail line near Humboldt. Might find work there. Less complicated folks than you find drifting down this way. He didn't offer supplies beyond refilling their water containers, Jack's tin cup, and Jedediah's canvas bag from the pump behind the saloon, a tacit understanding that his leniency extended only to letting them leave, not equipping them further. As dusk settled, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and faded orange, Banyan escorted them to the edge of town, near the dilapidated livery stable. He handed Jack back his gun belt, the Colt heavy and familiar in Jack's hand once more. "First light," Banyan repeated, his voice gruff. "You ride out, north." "And Riley?" He paused, his gaze serious. "Some shadows stretch a long way. Watch your back." It was both a warning and, perhaps, a final piece of grudging advice. With a curt nod, he turned and walked back towards the center of his dusty domain, leaving them alone under the vast, indifferent sky. They spent the night in the relative shelter of the livery stable's empty hayloft. The scent of old hay and dust, a welcome change from Blackwood's cavern or the open desert. They had no blankets, no food beyond the lingering memory of thirst, and the metallic taste of fear. Hunger gnawed fiercely now, a constant ache in Eliza's belly. Jack seemed impervious, or perhaps just better at hiding it, his focus entirely on the necessity of escape. Sleep was fitful, fragmented. Eliza kept hearing the echo of gunfire, seeing the cold calculation in Shanks's eyes, feeling the jolt. As Jack pulled her behind the trough, she saw Jack, too, in her troubled dreams. The grim competence of the gunfight, the vulnerability under the starlight, the protective shield his body had offered. He was a paradox, a dangerous man, capable of profound loyalty, a fugitive seeking redemption in a world determined to condemn him. She awoke before dawn to find Jack already alert, watching the faint gray light seep into the stable through cracks in the wooden walls. He offered her the last few drops of water without a word. The silence between them was heavy, filled with the unspoken relief of survival and the looming uncertainty of the road ahead. True to Banyan's implicit command, they slipped out of the stable just as the first rays of true sunlight pierced the eastern horizon, painting the barren lands in shades of gold and rose. They bypassed the sleeping town, heading north, away from Jericho Springs, away from the known Blackwood territories, away from the immediate threat of Jack's past. The land stretched before them, vast, empty, unforgiving. It was classic Nevada high desert, rolling plains covered in sagebrush and sparse grasses, punctuated by rocky outcrops and distant, hazy mountains. It was starkly beautiful in the early morning light, but offered little comfort or sustenance. Their water supply was meager, their stomachs painfully empty. The 2-day walk Jedediah had estimated to reach Jericho Springs felt like a lifetime ago. The journey north to the main rail line seemed impossibly far. They walked in silence for the first hour, putting distance between themselves and the town, each lost in their own thoughts. Eliza focused on the rhythm of walking, on conserving her dwindling energy. Her sturdy boots, thankfully, held up, but her dress felt increasingly heavy and impractical in the growing heat. Jack scanned the horizon constantly, his hand never far from his Colt, the encounter with Shanks having renewed his fugitive's vigilance. "We need food," Jack said finally, his voice raspy. "And more water soon. Can't last long out here like this." He surveyed the landscape. "Might be rabbits. Or maybe find some edible roots, if we knew what to look for." He glanced at Eliza, a silent acknowledgement of their shared ignorance in basic wilderness survival beyond his own tracking and shooting skills. Blackwood, for all his menace, had possessed knowledge of the local flora. "I saw Jedediah had jerky," Eliza murmured, the memory making her mouth water despite the circumstances. Maybe we could hunt?" Jack considered it. He had his Colt, but ammunition was precious, better saved for defense. He also had his knife. "Maybe," he conceded, "if we get lucky. Takes time, though. Patience." They pressed on, hunger and thirst becoming constant companions. The sun climbed, beating down mercilessly. The landscape shimmered with heat. Eliza felt her strength beginning to wane, dizziness washing over her in waves. She stumbled, catching herself before she fell. Jack steadied her with a hand on her arm, his grip firm, impersonal, yet supportive. "Need to rest," he stated, steering her towards the meager shade offered by a cluster of heat-stunted junipers clinging to a rocky slope. They collapsed in the shade, breathing heavily. The respite from the direct sun was welcome, but offered little relief from the stifling heat or their gnawing hunger. Jack scanned their surroundings while Eliza closed her eyes, trying to gather her reserves. It was then that Jack saw it, a faint movement in the rocks higher up the slope. Not a rabbit, too large. Not a coyote, wrong shape. He tensed, slowly drawing his Colt. He watched, unmoving, barely breathing. A figure emerged cautiously from behind a large boulder. Not an animal. A person, small, wiry, dressed in faded buckskins, with long dark hair braided down their back. They carried a simple bow and a quiver of arrows. They moved with the silence and grace of someone utterly at home in this harsh landscape, their dark eyes scanning the terrain below. They seemed to be tracking something. The figure froze, spotting Jack and Eliza huddled in the shade below. For a tense moment, they simply stared at each other across the distance, two wary parties encountering each other unexpectedly in the vast emptiness. The figure's hand tightened on their bow. Jack slowly raised a hand, palm open, a universal sign of peace. He didn't speak, letting his gesture convey his lack of hostile intent. The figure hesitated, then slowly, deliberately, lowered their bow slightly, though their stance remained wary. They were young, Eliza realized, as the figure shifted slightly, perhaps barely more than a boy, though their face held a weathered maturity that belied their apparent youth. Native American, judging by the buckskins and the features visible even at a distance. Likely Paiute, whose ancestral lands these were. Jack rose slowly to his feet, keeping his hand visible, away from his gun. "We mean no harm," he called out, his voice carrying clearly in the still air. "We're lost travelers. Need water." The young Paiute didn't reply immediately, simply observed them with unnerving stillness, assessing their appearance, their posture, the truth of their words. Then, after a long moment, they gave a curt nod and gestured towards the northwest, deeper into the folds of the hills. They turned and began walking in that direction, clearly expecting Jack and Eliza to follow. Jack exchanged a quick glance with Eliza. Another unknown, another potential risk. But the promise of water, offered silently by someone who clearly knew this land intimately, was impossible to refuse in their desperate state. "Come on," he murmured, helping Eliza to her feet. They followed the young Paiute, who moved swiftly and silently over the rocky terrain, never looking back, yet clearly aware of their presence. They climbed higher, away from the open plain, into a narrow canyon Eliza hadn't even noticed from below. The air grew slightly cooler here, shielded from the direct sun. The Paiute led them along a barely discernible trail, winding between massive boulders and through thickets of thorny brush. Finally, they reached a hidden spring trickling from a fissure in the rock face, pooling into a small, clear basin, surrounded by surprisingly lush ferns and mosses. It was a tiny oasis, invisible from the surrounding desert. Their guide knelt by the pool, scooped water with cupped hands, and drank. Then they looked back at Jack and Eliza, a silent invitation. Overcome with relief and gratitude, Eliza rushed forward, kneeling beside the pool and drinking the cool, sweet water deeply. It was the best thing she had ever tasted, life-giving, restorative. Jack drank too, then refilled their containers, his movements economical, his eyes still watchful, though some of the tension had eased from his shoulders. Their guide watched them impassively. When they had finished drinking, the Paiute produced something from a pouch at their belt. Strips of dried meat, dark and tough-looking, similar to Jedediah's jerky, but subtly different. They offered a piece to Jack, then one to Eliza. Hunger overriding any hesitation, they accepted gratefully. The meat was chewy, gamey, but incredibly sustaining, silencing the painful ache in their stomachs. They ate in silence, watched by the young Paiute's dark, unreadable eyes. "Thank you," Eliza said sincerely when she had finished her portion. "We are indebted to you." The Paiute merely nodded again, their expression unchanging. They rose fluidly to their feet, gestured again towards the northeast, the direction of the main rail line, then pointed towards the hidden spring, then back at Jack and Eliza, a clear, wordless instruction. "Rest here, then continue your journey." Without another glance, the Paiute turned and melted back into the rocks and shadows of the canyon, disappearing as silently and suddenly as they had appeared. Jack and Eliza stared after their mysterious benefactor, stunned by the unexpected act of kindness from a stranger in this harsh land. They hadn't asked for a name, hadn't been offered one. Just a silent encounter, a shared moment of basic human need met with quiet generosity. "Well," Jack breathed, breaking the silence. "Guess there's still some decent folks left in the world, even out here." He looked around the small, hidden oasis. "We should rest here for a bit, regain our strength before pushing on." They settled back near the spring, the cool air, the available water, and the sustenance from the dried meat working a small miracle. Eliza felt some of her energy returning, the despair held at bay by the simple gifts of survival. She watched Jack as he checked his Colt again, then leaned back against a rock. Closing his eyes for a moment, the lines of exhaustion etched deep on his face. Seeing him momentarily unguarded, Eliza felt a surge of protectiveness. mirroring what she'd seen in him during the gunfight. They were bound together now, not just by circumstance, but by these shared moments, the terror, the desperation, the unexpected kindnesses, the slow unfurling of trust. Their journey across the barren lands was far from over, the destination uncertain, the dangers still lurking. But here, in this hidden oasis, with the immediate threats momentarily behind them and the ghost of a shared future ahead, the fragile promise forged between the heiress and the fugitive felt a little less like dust and a little more like something carved in stone. They rested, gathering strength, preparing to face whatever lay beyond the next ridge. Together. Chapter 17. The ghost of what might be the hidden spring offered a precious reprieve. A sanctuary carved out of the harsh indifference of the barren lands. They rested there for several hours, letting the cool shade and the readily available water restore some of their depleted strength. The dried meat provided by their silent Paiute benefactor settled heavily but comfortingly in their stomachs, silencing the gnawing hunger that had plagued them since leaving Blackwood's cavern. Eliza watched Jack as he seemed to doze lightly, slumped against a smooth boulder near the spring, his hat tilted low over his eyes. But she knew, even in apparent rest, a part of him remained vigilant, attuned to the subtle sounds of the canyon, his hand never far from the Colt tucked into his belt. The gunfight in Jericho Springs had stripped away any lingering illusion of safety, reminding them both that his past was a relentless shadow, capable of erupting into violence at any moment. Sheriff Banion's unexpected leniency felt less like a pardon and more like a temporary stay of execution, pushing the inevitable reckoning further down the dusty road. She dipped her handkerchief, miraculously still present in her reticule, into the cool water of the spring and gently dabbed at the grime on her face and neck. The simple act felt like a luxury, a small reclaiming of dignity amidst the dirt and desperation. Looking at her reflection in the still surface of the pool, she barely recognized the woman staring back. Her face was thinner, tanned by the relentless sun, smudged with dust. Her eyes, though, held a new intensity, a wary awareness that hadn't been there before. The pampered San Francisco heiress felt like a ghost, a character from a dimly remembered story. This woman, the survivor, felt far more real. Had the storm, the passage through time, irrevocably altered her? Or had it simply stripped away the layers of societal expectation, revealing the person she had always been underneath, waiting for a chance to emerge? The thought was both exhilarating and terrifying. If they ever did find a way back to their own time, could she simply slip back into her prescribed role? Attend teas, arrange flowers, marry the advantageous stranger her family had chosen? The idea felt suffocating now, impossible. The gilded cage, once merely confining, now seemed utterly unbearable compared to the harsh, terrifying freedom she had tasted, however involuntary. But what was the alternative? A life on the run with Jack Riley, an escaped convict perpetually looking over his shoulder? A future lived in the shadows, constantly fearing the arrival of the law or the reappearance of men like Shanks. It was a bleak prospect, fraught with danger and uncertainty. Yet, glancing at Jack's resting form, the strong line of his jaw softened slightly in repose, she couldn't deny the pull, the magnetic connection forged in the crucible of their shared ordeal. He was dangerous, yes, complicated, haunted, but he was also fiercely protective, surprisingly gentle at times, and possessed a core of weary honor beneath the fugitive's armor. He saw her, not her fortune or her family name. And she was beginning to see the man beneath the reputation, the regret beneath the hardness. It was a fool's path, tangled and perilous, leading nowhere good. But stranded as they were, adrift in time, perhaps the conventional paths no longer mattered. Perhaps survival, connection, the shared struggle against impossible odds were the only truths left. Jack stirred, pushing his hat back slightly, his eyes instantly alert as they scanned the small canyon. Seeing only Eliza, he relaxed fractionally. "Feeling better?" he asked, his voice still rough. "Yeah," she admitted. "The water, the rest. It helped." She hesitated, then voiced the question circling her mind. "Jack, if we don't find a way back? If this is it, what then?" He didn't answer immediately. He picked up a small twig, stripping the bark with his thumbnail, focusing on the simple task. "Keep moving, I suppose," he said finally, his voice low. "Try to find a place where the past won't catch up so easy. Maybe head further north, Oregon Territory, maybe even up into Canada eventually. Find work. Lie low. Survive." It was the fugitive's credo, bleak and solitary. "Alone?" Eliza asked softly. He stopped fiddling with the twig, his gaze meeting hers across the small space. The question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. He looked away, towards the mouth of the canyon, towards the vast, empty landscape beyond. "Safest way," he muttered, though his voice lacked its usual conviction. "For me. And maybe for anyone with the bad luck to cross my path." The self-recrimination was back, the weight of his guilt pressing down. He saw himself as a danger, a source of trouble, someone to be avoided. Sheriff Banion's words echoed, "Some shadows stretch a long way." "My luck hasn't been entirely bad since crossing your path, Jack," Eliza countered gently. "You saved me on the train. You protected me from that creature, from Shanks. You shared your water, found shelter." She paused, choosing her words carefully. Being alone isn't always the safest way. Sometimes having someone watch your back makes all the difference. He looked at her again, surprise warring with his ingrained wariness. He saw no pity in her eyes, no judgment, only a quiet sincerity that chipped away at his defenses. He opened his mouth to argue, to push her away for her own good, but the words wouldn't come. The thought of facing the future utterly alone, after the fragile connection they had forged, felt colder, bleaker than ever before. Before he could respond, a faint sound drifted into their hidden oasis, the unmistakable whinny of a horse, coming from the direction of the plains they had crossed. Instantly, Jack was on his feet, Colt drawn, motioning Eliza back into the deepest shadows near the spring. He moved silently to the mouth of the small canyon, peering out cautiously through the screen of rocks and brush. Eliza crouched behind a boulder, her heart pounding. Had Shanks circled back? Had the sheriff changed his mind? Or was it new trouble, unrelated, but just as dangerous? The brief respite, the tentative moment of connection, shattered like glass. Jack watched for a long moment, then slowly lowered his pistol, though he didn't holster it. He turned back to Eliza, a strange expression on his face, confusion mixed with wary recognition. "It's not Shanks," he said quietly. Well, take a look. Stay low." Eliza crept forward, joining him at the edge of the canyon mouth, peering through a gap in the rocks. Out on the plains, perhaps half a mile away, Two figures on horseback were slowly approaching the area near the slope where they had first encountered the Paiute youth. One rider sat slumped in the saddle, looking weak or injured. The other rode upright, scanning the terrain, seemingly searching for something. As they drew slightly closer, Eliza recognized the upright rider, despite the distance and the different context. The tailored, dark clothing, though dusty now, the confident posture in the saddle, the way his head turned, scanning the landscape with sharp, intelligent eyes. It was Silas Blackwood. Eliza gasped, stumbling back from the opening, her blood running cold. Blackwood? Here, how? Had he followed them through the portal, or had he found another way? Another thin place? The sight of him, so soon after their escape, felt like a violation, a confirmation that his influence, his reach, extended far beyond the Crimson Gulch. Jack pulled her back further into cover, his face grim. "Damn him," he swore softly. "How did he get here?" He watched Blackwood intently. "And who's that with him?" The second rider shifted, turning their head slightly. Even from a distance, the profile looked familiar. Too familiar. The shape of the hat, the cut of the clothes. "Abernathy," Eliza breathed, horrified recognition dawning. "The conductor. From the train." It was Abernathy, looking pale and unwell, slumped over his horse's neck. How had he survived? How had he ended up with Blackwood? Had Blackwood rescued him? Or captured him? The possibilities were equally chilling. Blackwood seemed to be searching the area near the slope, perhaps looking for their tracks, perhaps drawn by some lingering energy from the portal they had used, or perhaps guided by knowledge gleaned from Abernathy. He paused, scanning the very hills where they were currently hidden. Eliza held her breath, terrified he would sense their presence, that his unnervingly pale eyes would somehow pierce their concealment. "He's looking for us," Jack muttered, his hand tightening on his Colt. "Or maybe just for the passage point." Blackwood conferred briefly with Abernathy, then seemed to make a decision. He turned his horse, not directly towards their canyon, but angling slightly away, heading northeast, the same direction they were headed, towards Jericho Springs. He rode slowly, accommodating Abernathy's weakened state, but with a clear sense of purpose. They watched until the two figures were small specks in the distance, eventually disappearing behind a low rise. The silence they left behind felt heavy, menacing. "He survived," Eliza whispered, still shaken. "And he has Abernathy." "Looks like it," Jack said grimly. "Which means he didn't come through the same way we did, or maybe not at the same time." Blackwood's talk of fractured timelines, of passages opening and closing unpredictably, came back to him. Had Blackwood emerged earlier? Later? Had he somehow tracked them across the temporal chaos? The man was an enigma, wrapped in a temporal paradox. "And he's heading for Jericho Springs," Jack continued, thinking aloud. "Why? Looking for us? Supplies? Or does he have some other purpose there?" Jedediah's fear, the talk of Blackwood territories, suggested the man already had a foothold in this era. What was his game? The encounter, brief and distant though it was, changed everything. Their path north was no longer just a flight from Jack's past. It was now potentially a collision course with Blackwood's mysterious present. The fragile hope of finding anonymity, of starting fresh, seemed to evaporate under the harsh desert sun. "We can't stay here," Jack said decisively, the brief rest forgotten, replaced by urgent necessity. "He knows the general area where the passage deposited us. He might circle back. Or worse, he might be waiting for us in Jericho Springs, if he gets there first." But Abernathy looked unwell. Eliza reasoned. They were moving slowly. We might still beat them there. Maybe, Jack conceded. But walking into town with Blackwood potentially there, it's too risky, especially after yesterday. He looked around the small canyon, then back towards the plains. We need another plan. Avoid Jericho Springs for now. Circle around it. Keep heading north towards the main rail line, but stay off the main trails. It meant a longer journey, through even more desolate and unknown territory. It meant their already dwindling water supply would become critical again. It meant relying solely on their own resources, with no hope of aid from settlements. It was a harder path, a more dangerous one. But the alternative, walking into a potential trap laid by Silas Blackwood, felt infinitely worse. All right, Eliza agreed without hesitation. The sight of Blackwood had extinguished any lingering desire for the dubious comforts of Jericho Springs. Avoiding him felt paramount. Which way? Jack studied the terrain, his survival instincts kicking in. We follow this canyon out the other side, if we can. Stay in the higher ground as much as possible. Less likely to run into trouble. Maybe find more springs like this one. He looked at her, his expression serious. It'll be harder walking, steeper, rockier. I can manage, Eliza said firmly, meeting his gaze. She had come this far. She wouldn't falter now. They refilled their water containers one last time at the hidden spring, took a final look at the small sanctuary that had offered them a brief respite, and then started deeper into the canyon, away from the open plains, away from the direction Blackwood had taken. They moved into the shadows, choosing the harder, more uncertain path. As they walked, Eliza couldn't shake the image of Blackwood, riding calmly through this desolate landscape, Abernathy slumped beside him. It felt like seeing a ghost, not just the ghost of the man they thought trapped or dead, but the ghost of a future they might be heading towards. A future where Blackwood held power, where the lines between times blurred, where escape might mean confronting horrors far stranger than raptors or featureless choirs, the ghost of what might be, shimmering like heat haze on the horizon, beckoning them forward into an even deeper unknown. The dance on the edge of danger continued, the steps growing ever more complex, the music shifting to a more ominous key. Chapter 18. Under a Sky Without Mercy. Choosing the harder path meant trading the relative ease of the open plain for the brutal terrain of the high desert canyons and ridges. The narrow canyon that sheltered the hidden spring eventually petered out, forcing them onto steep, sun-baked slopes covered in loose scree and treacherous crumbling rock. The sun, climbing towards its zenith once more, beat down with relentless intensity, reflecting off the pale sandstone and sucking the moisture from the air, from their bodies. The sky above remained a vast, indifferent blue, offering no shade, no solace, no mercy. Progress was slow, agonizing. Every upward step sent showers of loose gravel skittering downwards. Every foothold had to be tested. Eliza's sturdy boots, which had served her well until now, offered little purchase on the shifting slopes. Her hands, scraped raw from grabbing at rocks and thorny bushes for balance, stung with every movement. Her woolen skirt, already torn and heavy, seemed determined to snag on every outcrop, threatening to trip her, to pull her back. She quickly learned to bunch the fabric, tucking it into the waistband where possible, sacrificing propriety for sheer survival. Jack moved ahead, scouting the path, finding the least treacherous routes, his earlier weariness replaced by a focused, almost grim determination. He moved with surprising agility for his size, his body balanced, his steps economical, wasting no energy. He rarely spoke, conserving his breath, communicating through terse hand signals, wait, proceed, danger left, danger right. He offered Eliza his hand frequently on the steepest sections, hauling her up over difficult ledges, his grip strong and impersonal, yet undeniably reassuring. His presence, his unwavering competence in this hostile environment, was the only thing keeping her going, the only thing preventing her from sinking down onto the hot rock in despair. Thirst became their constant tormentor. The water from the hidden spring, carefully rationed, dwindled alarmingly fast in the searing heat. Each sip was measured, held in the mouth, savored, yet it barely seemed to touch the aching dryness in Eliza's throat. Hunger gnawed, a dull ache beneath the sharper pangs of thirst and exertion. The dried meat, now long gone, felt like a feast remembered from another lifetime. The landscape around them was stark, brutal, magnificent in its desolation. Twisted junipers clung precariously to life in rock crevices. Strange, skeletal cacti raised thorny arms towards the merciless sky. Lizards skittered across sun-baked rocks, vanishing into shadows. High overhead, vultures circled patiently, dark specks against the blinding blue, waiting for weakness, for failure. Eliza tried not to look at them, focusing instead on the next step, the next handhold, the steady presence of Jack just ahead. Her mind, perhaps seeking escape from the physical misery, drifted back again and again to the choices that had led her here. The passive acceptance of her arranged future, the stifled yearning for something more. Had she possessed even a fraction of the resilience she was discovering now, back in San Francisco, could she have defied her family, forged her own path? Or did it take being ripped from her world, stripped bare by circumstance, to uncover this hidden core of strength? The question circled, unanswerable. She thought of Jack, his confession under the starlight, the weight of his past. He ran from a mistake, from guilt, from the law. Yet here, in this unforgiving wilderness, he demonstrated a quiet integrity, a fierce loyalty, a capacity for survival that commanded respect, regardless of his fugitive status. He hadn't abandoned her. He shielded her, guided her, shared his last drops of water. Was his past truly the measure of the man? Or did his actions now, under this sky without mercy, reveal something truer, something forged in the fire of this shared ordeal? The lines blurred, definitions shifting like the heat haze on the horizon. Late in the afternoon, as the sun finally began its slow descent towards the western peaks, casting long, distorted shadows across the canyons, Jack signaled a halt. He had found another small pocket of relative shelter, a shallow overhang beneath a cluster of weathered sandstone boulders, offering shade and a slightly less exposed position than the open slopes. "We rest here," he said, his voice hoarse, "Fate coated in dust and sweat, deep lines of fatigue etched around his eyes. Pushing on after dark in this terrain is asking for a broken leg, or worse." Eliza sank gratefully onto the slightly cooler rock beneath the overhang, her legs trembling uncontrollably with exhaustion. Every muscle ached. Her head throbbed from the heat and dehydration. She leaned back against the rock, closing her eyes, trying simply to breathe. Jack didn't rest immediately. He surveyed their surroundings, checking the approaches to their temporary shelter, ensuring they hadn't been followed. Only when satisfied did he slump down near the entrance of the overhang, his usual watchful posture tempered by sheer physical depletion. He uncorked Jedediah's canvas water bag, tilted it back. Only a few drops trickled out. He swore softly under his breath. He checked his own tin cup. Empty. "Water's gone," he stated flatly, the words hanging heavy in the suddenly still air. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through Eliza's exhaustion. No water. Out here, in this heat, with miles of unknown, arid territory still ahead of them, it was a death sentence. "But the Paiute," she stammered, clutching at a fragile hope. Maybe there are other springs, like the one he showed us?" "Maybe," Jack conceded, though his tone lacked conviction. "But finding them, that takes knowledge we don't have. Or luck, and luck seems in short supply." He stared out at the landscape, now bathed in the softer, but no less desolate light of approaching dusk. "We need to find water by morning, or we're done." The stark finality of his words chilled Eliza to the bone. Done. Finished. Just another couple of skeletons bleaching under the merciless Nevada sun, like the animal bones they occasionally saw scattered among the rocks. The image was terrifyingly vivid. She pushed the panic down, forcing herself to think. The Paiute. He knew where to find it. Maybe we could track him or find others? Jack shook his head. He vanished like smoke. Tracks were gone within yards on this rock. And finding his people, they likely want to stay hidden. Avoid folks like us. Can't blame them. He sighed, running a grimy hand over his face. Our best bet is still north, towards the Humboldt River, where the main rail line runs. Water has to be more plentiful closer to a major river. How far? Eliza asked quietly. Don't know for sure. Days, maybe. If we keep this pace. Longer without water. He looked at her, his expression grim but resolute. We'll rest till just before dawn. Travel when it's coolest. Maybe we'll get lucky. Find a seep. Catch some dew. It sounded desperately optimistic, a thin shield against the encroaching despair. They lapsed into silence again, the immensity of their predicament pressing down on them. Hunger was a dull ache now, almost forgotten beneath the sharper, more urgent agony of thirst. The air cooled rapidly as the sun disappeared, the desert temperature plummeting, but the chill brought little comfort, only highlighting their lack of blankets, their vulnerability. As darkness deepened, the stars emerged, blazing with fierce intensity in the clear, dry air. They seemed colder tonight, more distant, offering no solace, only emphasizing the vast emptiness surrounding them. Eliza wrapped her arms around herself, shivering despite the lingering heat radiating from the rocks. Jack built no fire tonight. There was little fuel nearby, and the risk of attracting unwanted attention, animal or human, was too great. They sat in the near absolute darkness of the overhang, the silence broken only by the whisper of the night wind moving through the unseen canyons and the sound of their own ragged breathing. Tell me about San Francisco, Jack said suddenly, his voice startlingly quiet in the darkness. Eliza blinked, surprised by the unexpected question, the shift away from their immediate, desperate situation. San Francisco? She repeated softly. Yeah, he murmured. What's it like? All those fancy houses on the hills I hear about? The ocean. He paused. Never seen the ocean. The simple admission struck Eliza. This man, who navigated lethal deserts and faced down gunmen, had never seen the sea. It highlighted the vast difference in their experiences, the gulf between their worlds, yet the shared vulnerability under this starlit sky made the question feel natural, intimate. She hesitated, then began to speak, her voice low, painting pictures with words in the darkness. She described the fog rolling in off the bay, blanketing the city in cool gray mystery. The clatter of cable cars climbing impossibly steep hills, the bustling energy of the Barbary Coast, a place she knew only by reputation, but which fascinated her nonetheless. The grand houses on Nob Hill, opulent cages overlooking the sparkling water. She spoke of the scent of salt water and sea lions, the cry of gulls, the vast, powerful presence of the Pacific stretching away to the horizon. She spoke not of the social obligations, the stifling parties, the advantageous marriage she'd fled, but of the city's sensory details, its unique atmosphere, trying to convey the essence of the place itself. As she spoke, memories flooded back, sharp and poignant. The taste of salt spray on her lips during a ferry ride, the scent of eucalyptus trees after rain, the panoramic view from Telegraph Hill. A wave of homesickness washed over her, so intense it felt like a physical blow. Jack listened in silence, his breathing steady beside her in the darkness. She couldn't see his expression, but she sensed his focused attention, his imagination perhaps conjuring images of a world utterly alien to his experience. "Sounds crowded," he said finally, when she fell silent. Eliza smiled faintly in the dark. "It can be, and noisy, and full of expectations. Different kind of wilderness," he mused, "different kind of danger." "Yes," she agreed softly. "Different cages, too." Another silence fell, comfortable this time, filled with the shared images, the unspoken understanding. He had offered her a glimpse into his scarred past. She had offered him a glimpse into her gilded, abandoned world. Threads of connection, woven in the dark. "My pa," Jack said after a while, his voice even lower, more hesitant than she'd ever heard it. "He was a farmer, back east. Tried to make a go of it, but drought, bad luck, lost the farm." He paused, the silence stretching. "Heard stories about gold out west. Came looking for a fresh start, brought me with him. Ma had already passed." He stopped, as if the memories were difficult to excavate. Eliza waited patiently, sensing the importance of this rare offering. "Wasn't like the stories," Jack continued, his voice flat. "Just hard work, disappointment, grubbing in the dirt, barely scraping by. Pa, he got discouraged. Started drinking, got mean." Another pause, heavier this time. "I lit out on my own soon as I was old enough. Figured anything was better than that." He sighed, a sound barely audible in the darkness. "Ended up drifting. Ranch work, mining camps. Fell in with the wrong crowd eventually. Seemed easier, quicker. Stupid." It wasn't a full confession, but it was more than he had ever revealed. A glimpse into the lonely, hard-scrabble origins that had shaped him. The disappointment that had perhaps paved the way for the mistakes he now ran from. Eliza felt a deep ache of sympathy for the boy he must have been, losing his mother, watching his father succumb to bitterness, striking out alone into a harsh world. "You survived, Jack," she whispered. "You made it on your own." "Survived," he echoed, the word tasting like ashes. "Maybe. Still running, ain't I?" Before Eliza could respond, a faint sound reached them, cutting through the night stillness. A low, mournful howl, drifting on the wind from somewhere down in the canyons below. A coyote, perhaps? No, This sounded deeper, more resonant. Another howl answered it, closer this time. Wolves? Or something else? Something native to this displaced time, or perhaps drawn, like them, through the cracks. Jack was instantly alert, peering out into the impenetrable darkness beyond their overhang. He drew his Colt, the faint click of the hammer being cocked, sounding unnaturally loud. The howls came again, a chilling chorus that seemed to echo the desolation of the landscape, the loneliness of their plight. They sat in tense silence, listening as the howls faded into the distance, leaving behind an even deeper sense of unease. The wilderness was stirring, reminding them of its presence, its dangers, their shared vulnerability. The fragile intimacy forged in the darkness felt suddenly precarious again, overshadowed by the stark reality of their situation. No water, unknown territory ahead, and the night filled with unseen, potentially hostile life. Under this sky, without mercy, survival was a moment-to-moment struggle, and the ghosts of what might be, both the lost past and the uncertain future, offered cold comfort against the harsh realities of the present. They waited for the dawn, huddled together for warmth that was as much psychological as physical, acutely aware that the coming day would likely bring their struggle to a critical, perhaps final, turning point. Chapter 19. Whispers of the Way Back. The darkness before dawn offered no comfort, only a different kind of suffering. The plummeting desert temperature seeped into their bones, made colder by their dehydration and lack of shelter beyond the shallow rock overhang. Eliza huddled against the cold stone, pulling her arms tight around her knees, shivering uncontrollably despite her attempts to remain still. Beside her, Jack sat sentinel, a dark shape against the slightly less dark opening, his senses strained, listening to the vast, unnerving silence that had followed the unsettling howls earlier in the night. Thirst was a physical agony now, her tongue thick and dry, her lips cracked, swallowing an effort that scraped against her raw throat. Hunger was a dull, persistent ache, secondary only to the body's screaming need for water. She thought of the hidden spring, the cool, sweet water they had left behind. Had they been foolish to run from the mere sight of Blackwood? Should they have stayed, risked discovery, just for the chance of more water? But the memory of his pale, calculating eyes, the possessive way he spoke of the gulch, the fear he inspired even in a grizzled prospector like Jedediah. No, avoiding him felt like the only sane choice, however desperate their current situation. Still, the what-ifs circled like the vultures they'd seen yesterday, as the first hint of gray began to dilute the oppressive blackness in the east. Jack shifted. "Time to move," he rasped, his voice low and gravelly. "Coolest part of the day. Best chance we have." Pushing herself stiffly to her feet required immense effort. Every muscle protested. Joints screamed. Dizziness washed over her, and she swayed, gripping the rock face for support. Jack was beside her instantly, his hand steadying her arm. "Easy," he murmured. Worry creased his dust-caked face as he looked at her pallor in the dim light. "Can you walk?" "I have to," Eliza whispered, forcing strength into her voice. She wouldn't be the reason they failed. She wouldn't succumb here, under this merciless sky. She straightened, pushing away from the rock, meeting his concerned gaze with a flicker of her own resolve. "I'm ready." He held her gaze for a moment longer, searching her face, then gave a curt nod. There was no time for coddling, no energy for wasted words. Survival demanded movement. They set out, as the gray light strengthened, revealing the stark, skeletal landscape around them. They moved slowly, conserving every drop of energy. Jack led, picking his way across the rocky terrain, heading steadily north, guided by the distant promise of the Humboldt River and the main rail line, landmarks that felt impossibly far away. The rising sun brought heat almost immediately, leaching the coolness from the air, baking the rocks around them. The brief respite of the pre-dawn chill vanished, replaced by the familiar oppressive weight of the desert day. Eliza's mouth felt like cotton, her head pounded with dehydration. She focused solely on placing one foot in front of the other, following Jack's dusty boots. Her world narrowed to the next step, the next breath. Conversation was impossible, requiring moisture they didn't have. They communicated through glances, through small gestures. Jack frequently looked back, checking on her, his expression grim. Once, when she stumbled badly on loose scree, nearly falling, he caught her, holding her upright for a moment longer than strictly necessary, his hand warm on her back, a silent acknowledgement of her struggle, a silent offering of support. By mid-morning, the situation felt truly desperate. The sun blazed overhead, reflecting blindingly off the pale rocks. Heat waves shimmered, distorting the already bleak landscape. Eliza's vision blurred intermittently. Her steps became shuffling, uncoordinated. She knew with chilling certainty that she couldn't keep this up for much longer. They hadn't seen any sign of water, not even a patch of damp earth or hopeful vegetation. The desert seemed determined to claim them. Jack stopped, waiting for her to catch up. He looked at her, then scanned the horizon, his face etched with a terrible calculation. He knew it too. Without water soon, they wouldn't see another sunset. He looked back the way they had come, then north again, towards the distant, unattainable river. His gaze was bleak, weighing impossible options. "Jack," Eliza whispered, her voice barely audible, cracking with dryness. If I slow you down too much, you should go on." The words felt like treason, but the thought had been lurking, a cold stone in her heart. His chances were better alone. He was strong, resourceful. He might make it. Tethered to her, faltering as she was. He turned sharply, his eyes blazing with sudden, fierce anger that momentarily eclipsed his exhaustion. "Don't," he bit out, his voice harsh. "Don't ever say that." He gripped her arms, his fingers digging in slightly, forcing her to meet his gaze. "We got into this together, Eliza. We get out of it together, or not at all. Understand?" The intensity in his eyes, the raw possessiveness in his grip, startled her. It wasn't just duty, not just pragmatic protection. It was something deeper, fiercer, a bond forged in shared fire, unbreakable now. Tears pricked her dry eyes, tears of gratitude, of fear, of the overwhelming complexity of her feelings for this fugitive who refused to abandon her. She nodded wordlessly, unable to speak past the lump in her throat. He released her arms slowly, the anger fading, replaced by a grim resolve. "All right," he said, his voice softening slightly. "Let's check that wash over there." He pointed to a deep, shadowy cut in the landscape a few hundred yards to their left. Dry washes sometimes hold pockets of moisture longer. Maybe we get lucky." It felt like a last, desperate gamble. They angled towards the wash, moving even slower now. Eliza leaning heavily on Jack's arm for support during the final descent into its shadowed depths. The wash was wide, its bed sandy and strewn with smooth, sun-bleached stones. The walls rose steeply on either side, offering blessed shade. It felt degrees cooler here, out of the direct sun. They followed the winding course of the dry wash, scanning the base of the cliffs, searching for dark patches of damp earth, for ferns, for any sign of life-giving water. Nothing, only sand, rock, and the skeletal remains of long-dead brush. Hope dwindled with every step. Eliza stumbled again, her knees buckling. Jack caught her, lowering her gently to sit on a flat stone in the deepest shade against the canyon wall. Her head swam, the world tilting precariously. Just need a minute, she murmured, closing her eyes, fighting against the encroaching darkness. Jack knelt beside her, helpless. He touched her forehead. It was burning hot despite the shade. Her lips were cracked and pale. He looked around the dry wash, desperation clawing at him. He had faced down gunmen, escaped prison, navigated treacherous terrain, but this slow, inexorable slide towards death by thirst felt like an enemy he couldn't fight, couldn't outrun. Failure felt absolute, bitter. He had promised himself, promised her wordlessly, that they would get out together. Now, he slumped back against the rock beside her, the fight draining out of him for a moment, replaced by a profound, weary despair. He had brought her to this. His past, his choices, had led them both to this desolate end. As he sat there, staring blankly at the opposite wall of the wash, something caught his eye. Not water, not greenery, markings. Scratched into the smooth sandstone, partially obscured by wind-blown sand, were symbols. Not the elaborate layered glyphs of Blackwood's cavern or the gulch. These were simpler, cruder, yet possessed a similar, unsettling geometry. A series of wavy lines like water or currents. A jagged lightning bolt shape, and prominently, repeated several times. A symbol he hadn't seen before. A circle with a dot in the center, connected by a straight line to a smaller, empty circle. He pushed himself away from the rock, crawling closer to the markings, his weariness momentarily forgotten, replaced by a surge of adrenaline. He brushed away the sand, revealing more of the etchings. They looked old, weathered, but undeniably deliberate. "Eliza," he said, his voice hushed, urgent. "Look." Eliza forced her heavy eyelids open, focusing with difficulty on where he pointed. She saw the strange symbols, recognizing their faint kinship with the glyphs they'd encountered before. Whispers, echoes from other lost souls, other passages. What do they mean?" she whispered. Jack traced the dominant symbol, the circle dot connected to the empty circle. "Don't know," he admitted. "But look where they're pointing." The lines connecting the symbols, crude though they were, seemed to form a rough map, indicating a direction. Not north, towards the river. Not south, back towards Blackwood, but west. Deeper into the barren, mountainous terrain they had been trying to skirt. The symbols seemed concentrated around a depiction of sharply rising peaks, leading towards a specific point marked with the circle dot symbol again, larger this time, almost like a destination. West. Towards what? Another passage? Another thin place? Or just deeper into the desolate wilderness? "Could be nothing," Jack muttered, half to himself. "Could be some prospector's doodles, or old Paiute trail markers meaning something else entirely." But somehow, it didn't feel like nothing. The style, the specific symbols, The wavy lines, the lightning bolt, felt connected to the temporal chaos they had experienced. The circle dot symbol, it felt significant, like a beginning and an end, or an entrance and an exit. Whispers of the way back. Hope, fragile and dangerous, flickered anew in the face of overwhelming despair. This felt like more than coincidence. It felt like guidance, a sign left by others who understood the currents, the passages. Blackwood, Eliza murmured, a thought striking her. He said the glyphs were maps, warnings, directions. Yeah, Jack acknowledged grimly. He also said they could lead to madness or worse places. He looked west, towards the forbidding peaks indicated by the crude map. It looked like even harsher terrain than what they had just crossed. A gamble based on weathered scratches on a rock wall. But what choice did they have? Continuing north without water was suicide. Turning back south, towards Blackwood, was unthinkable. Staying here meant a slow, agonizing death. The glyphs, the whispers on the stone, offered the only alternative, however perilous, however uncertain. It's a chance, Jack said slowly, looking from the glyphs to Eliza, his eyes searching hers. A long shot. Might lead us nowhere, or somewhere worse than we can imagine. But it's the only direction that feels pointed. Eliza looked at the symbols, then at Jack's face, seeing the desperate hope warring with his ingrained caution. She thought of the vortex, the swirling colors, the feeling of falling between times. She thought of Blackwood's hungry eyes, his talk of power. She thought of the gilded cage she couldn't return to, and the terrifying freedom of this open range. The choice, carved here in stone by unknown hands, felt like the only path left that wasn't certain death, or a return to a different kind of prison. "West, then," she whispered, finding a surprising reserve of strength fueled by this desperate new hope. "We follow the whispers." Jack nodded, the decision made. He looked back at the glyphs, trying to memorize the crude map. The sequence of landmarks. Sharp peaks, a split rock, then the circle dot symbol. He helped Eliza to her feet. She felt unsteady, weak, but the possibility, however faint, of finding not just water, but perhaps something more, a passage, an answer, lent her a renewed, albeit fragile, resolve. They left the dry wash, abandoning the hopeless trek north, turning instead towards the formidable western mountains, towards the destination hinted at by the ancient whispers carved in stone. They were following a ghost map, driven by desperation and a sliver of irrational hope, heading deeper into the unknown, under a sky that still offered no mercy, but perhaps, just perhaps, concealed a hidden doorway home. The air itself seemed to shimmer ahead, thick with unseen energies, carrying the faintest echo of a familiar, terrifying hum. Chapter 20. The Price of Tomorrow. The decision to follow the cryptic map etched onto the dry wash wall felt like stepping off a precipice in the dark. Reason screamed against it, trusting ancient, weathered scratches over the known geography, however harsh, seemed like madness born of desperation. Yet, the alternative, continuing north towards certain death by thirst, offered no hope at all. The crude symbols, echoing the glyphs from Blackwood's territory, held a resonance, a whisper of possibility that transcended logic. Westward they turned, into the jagged, forbidding mountains that rose like teeth against the horizon, chasing a ghost map towards an unknown destination. The terrain immediately became more challenging, confirming Jack's assessment. They scrambled over ridges littered with sharp volcanic rock, navigated narrow, winding canyons choked with thorny brush, and climbed steep slopes where the footing was treacherous and unstable. The sun beat down relentlessly, amplified by the heat radiating from the dark rock. Thirst, which had been an agony, became an all-consuming torment, blurring the edges of Eliza's vision, making her limbs feel heavy as lead. Her thoughts slow and disconnected. Jack pushed onward, driven by a grim determination that seemed almost superhuman. He conserved every movement, rationed every breath, his eyes constantly scanning the terrain ahead, searching for the landmarks hinted at by the glyphs, the sharp peaks, the split rock. He checked on Eliza constantly, his face etched with worry as he witnessed her fading strength. But he didn't slow, couldn't slow. Their survival depended on reaching whatever destination the map promised, and reaching it soon. He offered her his arm constantly now, half supporting her, pulling her up difficult sections, his own exhaustion masked by sheer force of will. Eliza clung to his arm, focusing only on placing one foot in front of the other, forcing her protesting body onward. Her mind drifted, becoming detached, observing her own struggle as if from a distance. Images swam before her eyes, the cool green ferns by the hidden spring, the swirling colors of the portal, the concerned face of Sheriff Banyan, the menacing calm of Silas Blackwood. Jack's face floated there too, grimly determined as he fought Shanks's men, vulnerable under the starlight, intense now as he urged her forward. He was her anchor, her lifeline. Without him, she would have succumbed hours ago. The realization forged a bond deeper than any words could express, a profound reliance that felt both terrifying and utterly essential. Late in the afternoon, when Eliza felt she truly couldn't take another step, when the darkness crowding the edges of her vision threatened to swallow her whole, Jack stopped abruptly. He stood atop a narrow ridge, staring intently ahead, his body taut with sudden alertness. "What is it?" Eliza managed, her voice a dry croak, leaning heavily against him. He didn't answer immediately, just pointed. Following his gesture, Eliza squinted, forcing her blurred vision to focus. Below them, nestled in a deep, bowl-shaped valley hidden within the mountains, lay something utterly unexpected. Not a natural feature. Structures. Low cyclopean walls built from massive, dark, unmortared stones, arranged in concentric circles. In the center, a taller, pillar-like structure rose towards the sky, carved with the same unsettling geometric glyphs they had seen before, but on a monumental scale. It wasn't ruins like ancient cliff dwellings. It felt different, purposeful, intact, and profoundly alien. The air above the valley seemed to shimmer, just as it had near the portal in Crimson Gulch, thick with a latent energy that made the hair on Eliza's arms stand on end despite the heat. And near the base of the central pillar, unmistakable even at this distance, was the symbol from the dry wash map, the large circle with a dot in the center. The destination. "Dear God," Eliza breathed, awe mingling with a resurgence of fear. "What is this place?" "Don't know," Jack muttered, his eyes narrowed, scanning the valley floor, the surrounding cliffs. "Never seen anything like it." He shifted his gaze, pointing towards the base of the cliffs on the far side of the valley. "Look, water." A thin ribbon of green marked the course of a small stream meandering down from the higher peaks, pooling near the strange stone structures before disappearing underground. Water, close within reach. The sight was almost hallucinatory in its promise. But Jack's hand tightened on his Colt. "Hold on," he cautioned, his voice low. "Something's not right." Eliza followed his gaze. The valley floor, particularly around the stone structures, was littered with bones, not the scattered, sun-bleached skeletons of animals they had seen before. These looked different, larger, some disturbingly humanoid in shape, others belonging to creatures that defied easy classification. Massive, horned skulls, rib cages far too large for cattle, strangely jointed limbs, and interspersed among the bones were glinting objects, scraps of metal, shards of unfamiliar materials, things that looked disturbingly like remnants of tools or weapons, unlike anything Eliza had ever conceived of. It was a graveyard, an ancient, alien boneyard surrounding a place of palpable power. "What happened here?" Eliza whispered, horrified. "Looks like offerings," Jack said grimly. "Or failures. Maybe folks who tried to use this place and didn't make it." He thought of Blackwood's warning about madness and worse places. Had this been the destination for other lost travelers who followed the glyphs? Was this the price of seeking passage? As they watched, hidden on the ridge, a flicker of movement near the central pillar caught Jack's eye. Not an animal. Figures. Tall, slender, shadowy figures moving with unnerving grace among the bones. The choir. They weren't singing now. They moved slowly, deliberately, tending to the central pillar, tracing the massive glyphs with their long, multi-jointed fingers, their featureless heads bowed as if in reverence or concentration. There were more of them here than in the gulch, perhaps 24 or more, silent guardians of this strange, potent place. Jack swore under his breath, pulling Eliza further back into cover. "They're here too. Of course they are." Blackwood had said they guarded the thin places. This valley, with its shimmering air and monumental glyphs, radiated energy far more intensely than the gulch portal had. This felt like a nexus, a major hub in the tangled pathways of time. "The water, Jack," Eliza pleaded softly, her thirst momentarily overriding her fear of the choir. "It's so close." He knew. The sight of the stream, the sound of it perhaps, if they could hear it, was torture. But walking down into that valley, into the domain of the choir, towards that ominous pillar surrounded by the bones of failed pilgrims, it felt like walking willingly into a trap. Yet staying here meant dying of thirst within sight of salvation. Another impossible choice. "All right," Jack decided, his voice tight with tension. "New plan. We circle around. Stay high on the ridges. Try to reach the stream further up before it enters the valley, before it gets close to them." He scanned the terrain. "It'll take longer. Rougher ground again. But maybe we can get water without drawing their attention." It was a desperate hope, but the only one they had. Mustering their last reserves of strength, they began the arduous process of traversing the ridgeline, keeping the strange valley and its shadowy occupants below and out of sight as much as possible, heading towards the source of the life-giving stream. The detour added hours to their journey, hours spent scrambling over knife-edged ridges and across slopes that threatened to give way beneath their worn boots. The sun beat down, the heat intensified by the dark rock. Eliza moved in a haze of exhaustion and dehydration, functioning purely on instinct and Jack's unwavering support. He seemed to be running on fumes himself, his movements slower now, his breathing more labored, but his determination never flagged. He kept urging her on, finding paths she would have thought impossible, his presence a constant, grim encouragement. Finally, blessedly, they heard it, the faint but unmistakable sound of running water. Following the sound, they half climbed, half slid down into another narrow, shaded ravine. And there it was, the stream. Clear, cold water tumbling down from the higher peaks over smooth gray stones, pooling briefly before continuing its journey down towards the haunted valley below. They fell upon the water like dying pilgrims reaching a shrine, kneeling side by side, scooping the precious liquid with trembling hands, drinking until their parched throats eased, until the world stopped swimming, until life itself seemed to flow back into their veins. Eliza splashed the cool water on her face, her neck, reveling in the sensation. Jack drank deeply, then submerged his head completely for a moment before shaking the water free like a dog, a small, involuntary gasp of relief escaping him. They rested there by the stream for a long while, letting the water work its magic, restoring them slowly, carefully. They refilled their containers, the weight of the water feeling like treasure. Hunger returned now that thirst was slaked, but it was a manageable ache compared to the agony of dehydration. "We made it," Eliza whispered, disbelief mingling with overwhelming gratitude. "This far," Jack corrected, though the harsh edge was gone from his voice, replaced by weary relief. He looked downstream towards the unseen valley. "But we still don't know what that place is, or if it's a way out." He rose and walked a little way downstream, peering cautiously around a bend. He returned a moment later, his expression thoughtful. "Can't see the main structures from here, but the air, it feels different downstream, thicker, like before the storm hit the train, that energy. It's real." He came back and sat beside Eliza, near the water's edge. The sun was beginning to set again, casting long shadows down the ravine. The sky above turned brilliant orange and gold. "So," he said quietly, looking not at her but at the flowing water, "we found the place. The glyphs pointed to. We found water. We're alive, for now." He paused. "What do we do tomorrow, Eliza?" The question hung between them, heavy with implication. Do they risk approaching the valley, the pillar, the choir, hoping it represents a passage, a way home, despite the clear evidence of past failures littering the valley floor? Or do they continue north, rested and rehydrated, resuming their original plan, seeking the conventional world of rivers and railroads, hoping to blend in, to outrun Jack's past and the unsettling mystery of Blackwood? One path offered a potential escape from this time, but led through the heart of immense, unknown danger, guarded by alien entities. The other path offered a return to a more familiar kind of struggle, the fugitive's life, the constant looking over the shoulder, but perhaps a semblance of normalcy, of control. Eliza looked downstream, towards the unseen valley pulsing with strange energy. She thought of the glyphs, the whispers of passage, the overwhelming desire to return to her own time, however flawed it now seemed. But she also saw the bones, felt the chilling presence of the choir, remembered Blackwood's warnings. Then she looked north, towards the imagined safety of the Humboldt River, the railroad line. It felt safer, more rational, but it also felt like settling, accepting defeat, accepting exile. And what would that exile mean for Jack? For them? Could they truly build a life together, constantly hiding, constantly fearing discovery? Would his past always overshadow their future? The choice felt monumental, defining. Was the desperate gamble for home worth risking annihilation in that valley? Or was the hard, uncertain struggle for a future together in this time, however flawed, the better path? She looked at Jack, meeting his steady gaze across the twilight-deepening space. He wasn't telling her what to do, wasn't pushing her in either direction. He was waiting for her input, valuing her judgment, making this a shared decision. A choice carved not just in stone, but in the fragile trust between them. "Tomorrow," Eliza said slowly, her voice quiet but firm, the weight of the decision settling upon her. "We need to understand that place." She nodded downstream. "We need to observe it, cautiously, from a distance. See if there are patterns, times when the energy shifts, times when the choir is less active." She took a deep breath. "Rushing in feels like suicide, but turning our backs on the only potential way home we've found feels like giving up." It wasn't a final decision on whether to risk the passage, but a decision to gather information, to face the danger intelligently, together. Jack considered her words, then gave a slow nod. "Observe," he agreed. "Careful. See what we can learn." A flicker of respect, perhaps even relief, crossed his features. He hadn't wanted to make the choice alone, either. As darkness fully enveloped the ravine, they settled down near the life-giving stream, the sound of the water a comforting murmur. They were still lost, still in danger, facing daunting choices. But they had water. They had regained some strength, and they had a plan. However perilous. They had chosen knowledge over blind flight, caution over reckless despair. They had chosen to face the unknown together. The price of whatever tomorrow brought: escape, continued exile, or something else entirely, remained terrifyingly unclear. But for the first time, Eliza felt they were choosing their path, not just reacting to the chaotic currents of time, and that small measure of agency felt like the most precious resource of all. Chapter 21. Torn between two times. The following days settled into a tense rhythm of cautious observation and survival. They established a hidden camp further up the ravine from the stream, a small alcove shielded by boulders and dense, thorny brush, far enough from the valley of the glyphs to feel relatively secure, yet close enough to maintain surveillance. Water was no longer an immediate crisis, thanks to the stream, but hunger remained a constant companion. Jack, using his knife and snares fashioned from tough vines, managed to catch a couple of scrawny desert rodents, unappetizing but necessary sustenance, roasted quickly over tiny, smokeless fires hidden deep within their alcove after dark. Eliza, overcoming her initial revulsion, forced herself to eat, knowing survival depended on it. Their primary focus, however, was the valley below. Taking turns, they would creep down to the ridge overlooking the strange, unsettling sight, spending hours concealed among the rocks, watching, learning, trying to decipher the patterns of the place and its alien guardians. The valley pulsed with a strange, undeniable energy, most intensely around the central glyph-carved pillar. The air often shimmered visibly, especially during what seemed to be the peak daylight hours, though the sun's position was their only clock. The choir remained a constant presence, moving with their slow, ritualistic grace among the bones and the concentric stone walls. Their behavior seemed tied to the energy fluctuations. When the shimmering intensified, they gathered closer to the pillar, their movements becoming more focused, their silent communion almost palpable. At other times, particularly during the deeper twilight hours of pre-dawn and post-dusk, they dispersed slightly, some retreating into shadowed crevices at the valley edge, their vigilance seemingly lessened, though never entirely absent. They observed no discernible pattern to the shimmering itself, no clear indication of when or if a stable passage like the one in Crimson Gulch might open. The cracks on the pillar pulsed with light, sometimes faint, sometimes brilliant, but never seemed to resolve into a true doorway. It was a place of immense power, yes, but seemingly dormant, or perhaps operating on rules they couldn't comprehend. The graveyard surrounding the pillar remained a chilling testament to the valley's danger. They saw no raptors here, perhaps deterred by the constant presence of the choir or the concentrated energy, but other scavengers, large vulture-like birds with leathery wings and unnerving insectoid creatures that scuttled among the bones after dark, served as constant reminders of the predatory nature of this time. Lying concealed on the ridge for hours, side by side with Jack, watching the alien landscape unfold below, fostered a strange kind of intimacy. They spoke little, communicating mostly through hushed whispers and shared glances, but the prolonged proximity, the shared focus, the mutual reliance, deepened the connection between them. Eliza found herself acutely aware of Jack's presence, the steady rhythm of his breathing, the way his eyes narrowed in concentration, the casual way his arm sometimes brushed hers in their cramped hiding places. In the quiet hours back at their camp, conversation flowed more easily, often circling back to the lives they had left behind, the worlds separated from them by an impassable gulf of time. Jack spoke more of his past, not just the guilt-ridden mistake, but fragments of his drifter life, breaking horses on a Montana ranch, the back-breaking labor in a Colorado silver mine, the camaraderie and danger of cattle drives across the plains. He painted pictures of a hard, lonely existence, yet one possessed of a raw freedom that Eliza, despite her privilege, had never known. He spoke with a wry, self-deprecating humor about his failures, but also with a quiet pride in his own resilience, his ability to endure. Eliza, in turn, found herself sharing more than just descriptions of San Francisco. She spoke of her love for books, her secret frustration with the limitations placed upon her as a woman, her complicated relationship with a family more concerned with appearances than affection. She confessed her fear of the arranged marriage, not just because the groom was a stranger, but because it represented the final closing of a door, the extinguishment of any hope for a life chosen, not imposed. Funny, Jack mused one evening, staring into the embers of their tiny fire. You felt trapped in a life folks like me dream about. Money, comfort, safety. And I ran from a life of freedom that was mostly just hard choices and empty pockets. He shook his head. Seems like everyone's running from something, or towards something they can't quite reach. What were you running towards, Jack? Eliza asked softly. He hesitated, his gaze distant. Don't know, exactly, he admitted, his voice rough. A clean slate, maybe. A place where Jack Riley wasn't synonymous with trouble. A chance to be someone else. Someone better. He looked at her, his eyes holding a surprising vulnerability. Sounds foolish now, don't it? Running from one past just to land in another one 1,000,000 years deep. It doesn't sound foolish, Eliza said quietly. It sounds human. The more they learned about each other, the more the lines blurred between the heiress and the fugitive. They were simply Eliza and Jack, two souls adrift, finding solace and strength in each other's company. The physical awareness between them grew, an undercurrent humming beneath the surface of their shared struggle. A lingering glance, an accidental brush of hands while reaching for the water cup, the warmth of his arm supporting her on a difficult climb. Each small contact sent ripples through Eliza's carefully constructed composure. She saw him watching her sometimes, too, when he thought she wasn't looking, his expression unreadable but intense, a conflict brewing in his eyes between his ingrained wariness and something softer, more tentative. but the ghost of what might be, a future together, remained inextricably tangled with the ghost of what was lost, their separate pasts, their original time. The valley below, with its shimmering pillar and alien guardians, represented the agonizing crux of their dilemma. "We can't stay here forever, Eliza," Jack said one afternoon, after a long, fruitless session observing the valley. The choir remained watchful, the pillar pulsed erratically, but no clear passage emerged. Watching and waiting, it feels like delaying the inevitable. Either that thing, he nodded towards the valley, is a door or it's a tomb. And if it ain't a door for us, we need to move on. North, while we still have the strength. Eliza knew he was right. Their meager hunting provided barely enough sustenance. The constant vigilance, the underlying tension, was wearing them down. And the longer they stayed, the greater the risk of discovery. By the choir, by whatever else hunted these mountains, or perhaps even by Blackwood, if he was indeed searching for them or this place. "But Jack," she argued, voicing the hope she couldn't extinguish. "What if we leave, and then it opens? What if this is our only chance, and we turn our backs on it?" The thought of resuming their trek north, accepting exile in this time, felt like a profound defeat. A betrayal of the life she vaguely remembered. The people she might never see again. "And what if we go down there?" he countered grimly, his gaze sweeping over the boneyard below. "And end up like them? Another set of skeletons praying for a miracle that never comes?" He ran a hand through his hair, his frustration palpable. "There ain't no easy answers here, Eliza. It's all risk. Just different kinds. Torn between two times. Torn between the desperate hope of returning home and the terrifying reality of their present. Torn between the ghosts of their past lives and the fragile possibility of a shared future, however uncertain." That night, sleep offered Eliza no escape. Her dreams were a chaotic jumble, the swirling vortex of the passage, the featureless faces of the choir, Shank's sneering grin, Jack's protective stance, the disapproving frown of her father, the vast, empty ocean she had described to Jack. She tossed and turned, caught in a feverish loop of fear and longing. She awoke abruptly, gasping, her heart pounding. The small alcove was dark, the fire long dead. Jack, who had taken the first watch near the entrance, was instantly beside her. "Easy, Eliza," he murmured, his voice low and calming in the darkness. "Just a dream." His hand rested briefly on her shoulder, a grounding touch. "It felt so real," she whispered, shivering despite the warmth radiating from his proximity. "Everything tangled. The past, this place." He didn't move away immediately. He sat beside her in the darkness, a solid presence against the formless anxieties of the night. "Yeah," he said softly. "Know the feeling." They sat in silence for a long moment, the shared vulnerability of the darkness erasing the last vestiges of their former identities. They were just two people, scared and lost, finding comfort in each other's presence. Almost involuntarily, Eliza leaned her head against his shoulder. He stiffened for a fraction of a second, surprised by the gesture, then slowly, tentatively, relaxed, allowing the contact. His shoulder felt strong, solid, beneath the worn fabric of his shirt. She could feel the steady beat of his heart through his chest, a counterpoint to her own frantic pulse. "Jack," she began, then stopped, unsure how to voice the turmoil inside her. The desire for home, the fear of the passage, the growing feelings for him. The impossibility of it all. He seemed to understand her unspoken conflict. He shifted slightly, turning towards her in the darkness. She couldn't see his face clearly, only the faint outline, the intensity in his unseen gaze. "Eliza," he whispered her name, the sound rough, hesitant. He raised a hand, his calloused fingers gently brushing a stray lock of hair back from her face. His touch lingered on her cheek, tentative yet electric. She didn't pull away. She leaned into the touch, her own hand rising to cover his, holding it there. The air crackled between them, charged with unspoken emotions, with the potent awareness that had been simmering beneath the surface for days. He lowered his head slowly, hesitantly, his breath warm against her skin. She tilted her face up towards his, her heart pounding, a mixture of fear and anticipation churning within her. This was madness. He was a fugitive. She was an heiress lost in time. Their worlds were impossibly different, their futures uncertain at best, non-existent at worst. But in this moment, suspended between times, stripped bare by hardship and danger, none of that seemed to matter. Only the raw, undeniable connection between them felt real. His lips found hers in the darkness, a tentative exploration that quickly deepened into something fierce, hungry, desperate. It wasn't the gentle, practiced kiss of a society beau. It was raw, honest, fueled by shared fear, shared survival, and the sudden, overwhelming acknowledgement of the feelings they had both tried to deny. It tasted of dust, desperation, and the faintest whisper of hope. Eliza responded with equal fervor, clinging to him, pouring all her fear, her loneliness, her burgeoning desire into the kiss. It was an anchor in the chaos, a fierce affirmation of life in the face of overwhelming despair. For a timeless moment, the past and the future ceased to exist. There was only the darkness, the sound of their ragged breathing, and the undeniable reality of their embrace. When the kiss finally broke, they remained close, foreheads resting together, breathing heavily, the silence echoing with the intensity of what had just passed between them. Neither spoke. Words felt inadequate, intrusive. But the moment, however powerful, couldn't erase the reality waiting for them with the dawn. The choice still loomed. The valley still pulsed with dangerous energy below. Their pasts still cast long shadows. Jack gently pulled away, his hands framing her face for a moment, his thumbs brushing her cheeks. "Eliza," he began, his voice thick with emotion. Then he stopped, shaking his head slightly, unable or unwilling to articulate the complex feelings swirling between them. He stood up abruptly, moving back towards the entrance of the alcove, putting physical distance between them, resuming his watch, his back to her. Eliza remained where she was, trembling slightly, her lips still tingling from his kiss. Everything felt different now, charged, irrevocably altered. The connection was no longer unspoken. It had flared into undeniable life. But did it change the choice they had to make? Did it make the prospect of staying in this time, of forging a life together on the run, more appealing? Or did it make the desperate gamble for home, for a return to separate lives, even more agonizing? She was torn, more than ever, between two times, between two possibilities, between the ghost of what was lost and the fragile, dangerous reality of what she had found. As the first gray light of dawn began to filter into the ravine, illuminating Jack's solitary figure silhouetted against the entrance, Eliza knew the moment of decision could no longer be delayed. The price of tomorrow, whatever path they chose, would be steep, and the choice itself felt like the sharpest edge of danger yet. Chapter 22. Where the Lightning Strikes Twice. The fragile intimacy woven in the pre-dawn darkness frayed with the first harsh rays of sunlight painting the canyon walls. The kiss, a spontaneous combustion of fear, desperation, and undeniable attraction, lingered between them like an invisible, vibrating wire. It hummed with unspoken questions, with the terrifying possibility of a future neither had dared to imagine, and the agonizing weight of the past they couldn't escape. Avoidance was impossible. Jack seemed more guarded than ever, his movements stiff, his gaze rarely meeting Eliza's directly, as if regretting the breach in his carefully constructed defenses. Eliza felt exposed, her own emotions in turmoil, the memory of his touch, his kiss, a burning brand against the backdrop of their stark reality. They returned to their observation point on the ridge overlooking the Valley of the Glyphs, the unspoken tension a third presence beside them. Below, the scene remained largely unchanged. The central pillar stood silent sentinel, its massive glyphs absorbing the morning light. The concentric stone walls seemed to hum with latent energy. The choir moved with their slow, unsettling grace among the bones, their focus inward, towards the pillar, their purpose inscrutable. The air still shimmered faintly above the valley floor, but the cracks on the pillar remained dormant, offering no clear sign, no invitation. Thirst and hunger were momentarily forgotten, overshadowed by the heavier burden of decision. They couldn't stay here indefinitely, living like hunted animals, subsisting on rodents and dwindling hope. Yet, the valley pulsed with a potent energy, a siren song of potential escape that warred with the chilling evidence of past failures scattered among the stones. "Nothing's changed," Jack said finally, breaking the long silence, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. He lowered the small, tarnished telescope he'd presumably scavenged or acquired sometime in his past, which he used for observation. "The choir's doing whatever it is they do. The pillar's just sitting there. No fireworks. No open doors." He turned to Eliza, his expression grim, forcing himself to meet her gaze. "We can't wait any more, Eliza. We gave it time. Observed. Learned nothing useful." He gestured vaguely north, towards the unseen plains and the distant river. "We head out, now, while we still have strength from the water. North. Try our luck finding the rail line. It's the only sane choice." His words were logical, sensible. The rational part of Eliza knew he was right. The risk of the valley, the uncertainty of the passage, the menacing presence of the choir. It was madness to contemplate. Heading north, seeking the familiar world, however unwelcoming it might be, was the path of survival. But her heart clenched. Turning away from the valley felt like turning away from home, from her past, from any chance of undoing the temporal catastrophe that had stranded them. It felt like accepting exile, accepting this harder, harsher reality, accepting a future perpetually shadowed by Jack's fugitive status and the unsettling mystery of Blackwood. And after last night, after the kiss that had shattered their careful distance, could she condemn Jack to that life, knowing she might have a chance, however slim, to return to her own? Could she face that future? "But Jack," she argued, her voice trembling slightly, torn by the impossible choice. "What if this is the place? What if it opens only rarely, unpredictably? Leaving now, we might never get another chance. We'd be trapped here, forever." The word echoed in the sudden stillness. "And staying might mean ending up like them," he countered sharply, nodding towards the boneyard below. "Is that what you want? To die waiting for a miracle that might never come? Or worse, walk into that thing and end up nowhere? Or somewhere even worse than this? His voice was harsh, laced with the frustration of their impossible situation, but also, she sensed, with a desperate desire to protect her, even from her own hopes. Maybe the glyphs in the wash weren't a map to a passage, he continued, thinking aloud, his gaze distant. Maybe they were a warning about this place. A place of power, yeah, but dangerous. Deadly. Eliza looked down at the valley again, at the silent choir, the imposing pillar, the scattered bones. Fear warred with longing. He was right. It was desperately dangerous, but the pull towards home, towards the life she knew, however flawed, was a powerful undertow, and the connection she now felt with Jack, it complicated everything. Could she leave him? Could she stay? Before she could voice her turmoil, a subtle shift occurred in the atmosphere. The relentless sunlight seemed to dim slightly, taking on a strange greenish-yellow hue, disturbingly reminiscent of the sky before the storm had hit the train. The air grew heavy, still, charged with an electric tension that had nothing to do with their personal conflict. A low, almost subsonic hum began to vibrate through the rock beneath them, felt more than heard. Jack stiffened, his head snapping up, scanning the sky. What the? The sky directly above the valley began to curdle. Dark, bruised-looking clouds gathered with unnatural speed, swirling into a vortex centered directly over the pillar. The choir below reacted instantly. Their slow movements ceased. They turned as one towards the central pillar, their featureless heads tilted upwards. The air crackled. The shimmering above the valley floor intensified, becoming a visible, violent distortion. "Jack," Eliza breathed, her hand gripping his arm. "It's happening again." It wasn't just happening again. It felt amplified, concentrated. The energy pouring off the valley floor was immense, terrifying. The hum intensified, becoming a physical pressure against their eardrums. The choir began to keen, not the hypnotic singing from the gulch, but a discordant, high-pitched wail that scraped against the nerves, a sound of alarm, or perhaps of invocation. The pillar itself began to glow brighter, the massive glyphs etched upon it burning with an internal violet and emerald light. The cracks spider-webbing its surface pulsed erratically, spitting sparks of raw energy. "Get back!" Jack yelled, pulling Eliza further away from the ridge edge as the ground beneath them began to tremble slightly. Then, from the swirling clouds directly overhead, lightning struck. Not a natural fork of electricity, but a blindingly intense bolt of pure violet energy, thicker, more substantial. It lanced down, striking the very top of the central pillar with a deafening concussion that echoed through the mountains like the crack of doom. The pillar blazed with impossible light. The main crack Eliza had noticed before, the one near the base, tore open with a sound like reality ripping apart. It wasn't a subtle shimmer now. It was a gaping maw, a roaring vortex of swirling colors, greens, violets, golds, blues, shot through with streaks of blinding white energy. Identical to the passage they had escaped in Crimson Gulch, but larger, more violent, more unstable. The choir shrieked, a wave of pure sonic force washing over the valley. Several of the shadowy figures near the pillar were instantly incinerated by arcs of energy lashing out from the vortex. Others recoiled, trying desperately to contain or perhaps control the raw power unleashed, their forms distorting, flickering like candle flames in a gale. The passage. It was open. Terrifyingly, apocalyptically open. "Eliza!" Jack shouted over the roar, shielding his eyes against the blinding light. "This is it, our chance!" But even as hope surged, another figure appeared on the opposite ridgeline, thrown into stark silhouette against the swirling, unnatural storm clouds. Tall, dark-coated, holding a rifle. Silas Blackwood. He wasn't looking at them. His gaze was fixed on the roaring vortex, his face alight with the same manic fervor Eliza had glimpsed before, magnified tenfold. He raised one hand, not in greeting or threat, but as if conducting the chaos, or perhaps preparing to harness it. Abernathy was nowhere in sight. Blackwood was alone, and seemingly welcoming the tempest. The sight of him, his timing too perfect to be coincidental, sent a fresh wave of dread through Eliza. Had he been waiting for this? Did he cause this? "We have to go," Jack yelled, grabbing her hand, pulling her towards the treacherous slope leading down into the valley. "Now, before it closes, or before he decides to intervene." But Eliza hesitated, pulling back, her gaze locked on the terrifying vortex. "Jack, look at it. It's unstable. Those bones, Blackwood. It feels wrong. It feels like a trap." "It's our only chance," he insisted, his eyes blazing with desperate urgency. "Home, Eliza. You're home. You can go back." And then she understood. He wasn't thinking of them going back. He was thinking of her. He intended to push her towards the passage, to give her the chance to escape this time, this life. Him. He was choosing to sacrifice his own chance, perhaps his own life, to ensure her safety, her return. The realization hit her with the force of the lightning strike. "No!" she cried, gripping his hand tighter, refusing to be pushed away. "Not without you! We go together, Jack, or we don't go at all." He stared at her, stunned by the fierce determination in her eyes, by her absolute refusal to leave him behind. Torn between his instinct to protect her by sending her away and the overwhelming, selfish desire to keep her with him, he hesitated. Another bolt of violet lightning slammed down, striking closer to the ridge, showering them with sparks and dislodged rock. The ground shuddered violently. The vortex pulsed, threatening to collapse inward. Blackwood, on the opposite ridge, laughed, a wild, exultant sound swallowed by the storm's roar. "Together, then," Jack roared back, the decision made in that split second of shared defiance. He pulled her forward, not towards the vortex, but angling along the ridge. "We can't go straight down. The choir, the energy surges. Too dangerous. We circle, come at it from the side near where the stream went underground. Maybe less intense there." It was a desperate gamble, requiring them to traverse the chaotic edge of the valley while the storm raged and the passage flickered. They ran, stumbling, sliding on the trembling rock, the wind tearing at them, the roar of the vortex and the shrieking of the choir filling their ears. Energy bolts flashed nearby, striking the cliffs, sending incandescent rock showering down. They reached a point further along the ridge, overlooking a section of the valley floor slightly removed from the pillar, closer to where the stream vanished into a dark fissure. The vortex was still visible, a terrifying whirlpool of light, but the energy surges seemed less frequent here. Several choir members lay broken or dissolving on the ground, victims of the passage's violent birth or the chaotic battle. Others still stood, wavering, their forms indistinct, their attention seemingly locked on the portal. Blackwood was moving now too, descending rapidly from his ridge, heading directly towards the pillar, towards the heart of the power, his rifle discarded, his arms outstretched as if embracing the storm. "Now, Eliza," Jack yelled. "Stay low. Follow me." He launched himself down the slope, half running, half sliding, using rocks for cover. Eliza followed, her lungs burning, her heart pounding, fear and adrenaline giving her strength she didn't know she possessed. They reached the valley floor, the ground vibrating beneath their feet, the air thick with ozone and the smell of burning rock. The vortex roared, pulling at them, its light blinding. They raced across the bone-littered ground towards the fissure where the stream disappeared, aiming for the edge of the vortex's influence. A remaining choir member turned towards them, a featureless shadow detaching itself from the chaos near the pillar. It raised a long, multi-jointed arm, and a wave of cold, numbing energy washed towards them. Jack shoved Eliza behind a massive, glyph-covered standing stone, part of the outer concentric circle, just as the energy wave hit. He grunted as it struck his side, staggering him, but the stone absorbed the worst of it. He fired his Colt blindly towards the choir member, driving it back momentarily. "The vortex!" he gasped, pushing Eliza towards the shimmering edge, just yards away now. "Go!" But she wouldn't leave him. She grabbed his arm again, pulling him with her. Together, they stumbled the last few feet, the roar deafening, the light consuming. They could see Blackwood near the pillar now, bathed in the vortex's energy, laughing maniacally as raw power surged around him, seemingly oblivious to them. With a final, shared look, a silent acknowledgement of their shared fate, their impossible choice, they leaped, not into the brightest center, but into the swirling, less stable edge, hoping, praying, it led somewhere other than oblivion. The universe dissolved around them once more. Color, sound, sensation merged into an overwhelming torrent. Jack's hand held hers tight, an unbreakable bond in the heart of the temporal maelstrom. Behind them, the sound of Blackwood's laughter and the roar of the vortex were abruptly silenced as the lightning struck the valley for a third time, and the world winked out. They were falling again, together, into the infinite, terrifying unknown, between the folds of time. Epilogue. Dust, wind, and memory. The exit from the vortex was less a landing, more a violent expulsion. One moment, they were tumbling through an impossible chaos of light and sound, clinging desperately to each other. The next, they were flung outwards, landing hard not on sun-baked rock or ancient dust, but in damp earth and tangled undergrowth. The roar abruptly silenced, replaced by the drumming rush of falling water and the startled cries of unseen birds. Disoriented, bruised, gasping for breath, Eliza lay tangled with Jack amidst ferns and dripping moss, the air cool and heavy with the scent of pine needles and wet earth. Above them, through a dense canopy of enormous, ancient-looking trees, pines and cedars far larger than any she had known, filtered shafts of soft, diffused sunlight. Nearby, a waterfall cascaded down a moss-covered cliff face into a deep, clear pool, its roar a soothing counterpoint to the remembered chaos of the passage. They had survived. Together. Jack pushed himself up first, wincing, checking himself for injuries before immediately turning to Eliza. His eyes filled with raw concern. "You all right?" he rasped, his voice hoarse. "I think so," she managed, pulling herself into a sitting position, limbs trembling. Bruised, battered, clothes torn further, but whole. They looked at each other, the enormity of their survival, their shared leap into the unknown, dawning in their eyes. The terror was still there, a residual tremor, but overlaid with a profound, almost shattering relief. He reached out, his hand brushing her cheek, a gesture confirming her reality, his reality, before pulling back. The memory of their kiss, the intensity of the vortex, still raw between them. Where were they? When were they? The forest felt ancient, primordial, reminiscent of the world they'd glimpsed before Crimson Gulch. Yet the quality of the light, the air, felt different, cleaner, sharper. There was no sign of the shimmering energy, no oppressive psychic weight, no glyphs carved into the rocks near the waterfall. Just forest, deep, vast, seemingly untouched. They spent the first day cautiously exploring the immediate vicinity of the waterfall, regaining their strength, drinking deeply from the pure water. Jack found edible berries and roots he recognized from his time in the northern mountains, easing the worst of their hunger. They spoke little, the transition too jarring, the questions too overwhelming. Had they gone further back? Sideways? Or, impossibly, forward? It was Jack who found the first clue, late the following day, while scouting further down the stream that flowed from the waterfall's pool. An old, rusted axe head, half buried in the mud near the stream bank, its wooden handle long since rotted away. Man-made, discarded, forgotten, not ancient, perhaps decades old at most. And later, further downstream, faint but unmistakable, the moss-covered, decaying remnants of an old logging road nearly reclaimed by the forest, but clearly indicating human passage within the last century. They weren't in the deep past. They weren't, perhaps, even impossibly far from some semblance of civilization, however remote. Following the ghost of the logging road, a journey that took several more arduous days, they eventually emerged from the vast, ancient-feeling forest onto logged-over hillsides overlooking a wide, green valley carved by a meandering river, and in the distance, a thin curl of wood smoke rising against the clear sky. 5 years. 5 years had passed since they stumbled out of that vast Oregon forest, blinking in the unfamiliar sunlight, following the promise of that distant smoke. 5 years of building a life from less than nothing, carved out of the wilderness and the quiet desperation of anonymity. The smoke had led them to a solitary, abandoned trapper's cabin near the river, rough-hewn logs chinked with mud, a sagging roof, but 4 walls and a hearth, a refuge. The trapper, old Silas McGregor, a different, kinder Silas, fate's small irony, had apparently died the previous winter, leaving the cabin and its meager contents to the encroaching wilderness. Jack, using skills honed over years of drifting and survival, repaired the roof, rebuilt the chimney, cleared a small patch of land near the riverbank. Eliza, shedding the last vestiges of the heiress, learned alongside him, learned to wield an axe, albeit clumsily at first, learned to mend clothes with rough stitches, learned to identify edible plants, learned the quiet, back-breaking rhythm of subsistence. They existed on the fringe, deliberately avoiding settlements, choosing isolation as their shield. Jack occasionally made the long trek to the nearest small town, a collection of buildings even more ramshackle than Jericho Springs, situated further downriver, trading pelts from animals he trapped for essentials: salt, flour, coffee, ammunition, worn tools. He went alone, using a common name, keeping his head down, always watchful, the ghost of the reward poster, the memory of Shanks, a constant spur to caution. He always returned, his quiet presence filling the small cabin, easing an anxiety Eliza rarely acknowledged, but always felt in his absence. Their life was hard, relentlessly so. Winters were long and isolating. The cabin often snowed in for weeks, the silence broken only by the wind howling through the towering pines and the crackle of the fire. Summers brought back-breaking work tending their small garden, fishing the river, gathering wood for the coming cold. There were no luxuries, few comforts beyond the warmth of the fire, the satisfaction of a shared meal, however simple, and the quiet companionship that had grown between them, solid and deep as the roots of the ancient trees surrounding their clearing. Eliza sat on the rough-hewn bench outside the cabin, the late afternoon sun warm on her face, mending one of Jack's flannel shirts. The needle moved rhythmically through the worn fabric, a familiar, comforting motion. Her hands, once soft and accustomed to needlepoint and piano keys, were now calloused, capable, bearing the small scars of her new life. Burns from the cooking fire, scratches from clearing brush, blisters from the axe handle. She looked down at them, not with regret, but with a quiet sense of acceptance, almost pride. These hands had built a life, sustained it. She looked out across the clearing towards the river, its surface glittering in the lowering sun. Jack was down there, checking the fishing lines he'd set earlier. His figure, strong and self-reliant against the backdrop of the vast wilderness, still stirred something deep within her. A complex mix of affection, respect, and a lingering echo of the desperate reliance she had felt during their flight. The fierce passion of that first kiss in Blackwood's cavern had gentled over time, evolving into a quieter, deeper intimacy built on shared hardship, mutual respect, and countless unspoken understandings. They rarely spoke of the past, of the time before the storm, or the horrors of the gulch and the valley of the glyphs. The memories were too raw, the questions too unanswerable. Where had they landed, precisely? What year was it, truly? They estimated, based on the state of the logging road, the few encounters Jack had in town, that it was likely the early 1890s, perhaps just a few years before Eliza's ill-fated train journey. Close, yet eternally separate. A temporal echo, a parallel existence just out of sync with the world she had known. Did she miss it? Sometimes, the longing for her old life would surface unexpectedly. A remembered scent, a melody half heard in the sighing wind, the sudden, sharp ache for a face, a voice, irrevocably lost. She missed books, music, conversation beyond their own quiet exchanges. She missed the simple ease of her former existence, the security she had taken for granted. But then she would remember the gilded cage, the stifling expectations, the hollowness beneath the polished surface. And she would look at Jack, watch him chopping wood with steady, powerful strokes, or cleaning a fish by the riverbank, his movements economical, his presence solid and real, and the longing would fade, replaced by a quiet certainty. This life was hard, precarious, lived always on the edge. But it was theirs, chosen, fought for, built together. Here, she was not Eliza Rothwell, heiress. She was just Eliza, partner to Jack, survivor, woman of the wilderness. And in that stripping away, she had found a truer version of herself, a strength she hadn't known she possessed. Jack returned from the river, carrying 2 decent-sized trout strung on a willow branch. He offered her a small, tired smile as he approached, the harsh lines around his eyes softening slightly, as they often did when he looked at her. "Supper," he said simply, holding up the fish. "Good," she replied, returning his smile, the familiar exchange a small anchor in their quiet world. He sat beside her on the bench, laying the fish down carefully. He watched her hands as she continued mending his shirt, his usual guardedness momentarily absent. Thinking, he asked quietly. About San Francisco, she admitted softly. About everything. He nodded, understanding unspoken. He reached out, his calloused fingers gently covering her hand, stilling the needle. His touch was warm, familiar, comforting. Regrets? He asked, his voice low, searching her face. Eliza met his gaze, his whiskey-colored eyes holding hers steadily. She thought for a long moment, considering the weight of her lost life, the hardships of this one, the constant, low-level fear that shadowed their existence. Sometimes, she answered honestly, I miss things, people, the life I thought I would have. She paused, her gaze drifting towards the vast, silent forest that surrounded them. But regret, leaving it? She shook her head slowly. No, Jack, not anymore. That cage, it would have suffocated me eventually. She looked back at him, her voice barely a whisper. This is hard, but it's real, and I'm not alone. A flicker of relief, profound and heartfelt, crossed his face. He squeezed her hand gently, a rare display of overt affection. Good, he murmured. Me neither. He rarely spoke of his own regrets now, but Eliza saw them sometimes in the shadows that crossed his face when he thought himself unobserved, in the way he always positioned himself facing the door, in the instinctive way his hand dropped to his side whenever a stranger approached during his rare trips to town. The past was never truly gone. The reward poster perhaps still pinned up in some distant sheriff's office, the name Jack Riley still carrying the weight of a mistake that couldn't be undone. He hadn't found a completely clean slate, perhaps, but here, in this isolated valley, with her, he had found a measure of peace, a chance to live honorably, to build something instead of just running. He worked tirelessly, fiercely protective of their small homestead, of her. He hadn't become someone else, but he was becoming the better man he had hoped to be, day by painstaking day. Later that evening, after a simple meal of roasted fish and boiled roots eaten by the light of the fire, they sat outside, watching the stars emerge in the darkening sky. The constellations wheeled overhead, familiar yet distant, reminders of the time they had lost, the connection they couldn't quite reclaim. Do you ever wonder, Jack? Eliza asked quietly, leaning her head against his shoulder as they shared the rough bench. About the passage? About Blackwood? He was silent for a moment, staring up at the infinite sprinkle of stars. Sometimes, he admitted. Wonder if that valley was the only way back. Wonder what happened to him when that last lightning bolt hit. Wonder if he got what he was looking for. He shook his head slightly. Power like that. It don't come without a price. Maybe oblivion was the price. And the choir? She murmured, shivering slightly despite the warmth of his body beside her. Guardians? Jailers? Or just something else entirely? He sighed. Some things, maybe they ain't meant for us to understand. Maybe we were just minnows caught in a tidal wave, lucky to wash up on any shore at all. Lucky. It seemed a strange word, given all they had endured, all they had lost. Yet, sitting here beside him, under a sky that felt vast but no longer entirely merciless, Eliza understood what he meant. They had survived. They had found water in the desert, kindness from strangers, shelter in the wilderness. And They had found each other. Was this home? Not the home she had known, certainly. But perhaps home wasn't a place. Not entirely. Perhaps it was a state of being. A fragile sanctuary built not of bricks and mortar, but of shared experience, resilience, and the quiet, enduring strength of a connection forged in the heart of chaos. A connection between two souls torn from their time, finding their anchor not in the past they couldn't regain, nor the future they couldn't predict, but in the simple, profound reality of the present moment, together. The wind sighed through the pines, carrying the scent of wood smoke and the distant murmur of the river. Dust settled. Memories lingered, ghosts of what was and what might have been. But here, in this small clearing carved out of the vast Oregon wilderness, under a sky full of distant, unknowable stars, Eliza felt a quiet sense of peace settle over her. The journey had been brutal, the price steep, but the life they were building, however hard, however uncertain, was their own. And that, she realized, was a freedom more precious than any gilded cage could ever offer. The end.